to effectively address the consequences of the conflict. Our discussion will revolve around the complex implications of this crisis, aiming to forge a path towards solution that can bring change. We are privileged to have with us today a diverse group of stakeholders from international organizations to civil society groups, researchers, academics, and policymakers and experts. I must point here that this event is hybrid. Besides the more than 120 of you invited in-person participants, there are many more following us online through our live stream. Your presence underscores the importance of collective and collaborative action and value of diverse perspectives in tackling such a complex issue. Our agenda is packed with insightful presentations and panel discussions. We'll begin with opening remarks from esteemed leaders of IFPRI, UNDP, and USAID, and then setting the stage for a day of meaningful dialogue. Following this, we will delve into the current situation in Sudan, the role of research and informing programming and intervention. So thank you again for your participation today. Your insights and expertise are invaluable to navigating the challenges we face in Sudan. And let's make this conference not just a one-day event or a one-day dialogue, but a stepping stones towards actionable solutions that can make a difference. Please note that this conference is in English, but also there is simultaneous Arabic translation. Approach the desk at the back or on your table already in case you need headphones for any Arabic translations. So welcome once again, and let us have a productive conference. So it's my honor now to invite the key persons that will make some opening remarks and officially kick off this significant conference. I'll begin by inviting Paul Dorosh, the Director of Development Strategy and Governance Unit at the International Food Policy Research Institute. Please, have a seat. I'll also invite him to join him on stage. I will invite Tahir Schreider, who is the country resident representative, UNDP Sudan. Please, let's give him a... And joining us online because of unavoidable circumstances will be Lauren Stoddard, the Acting Mission Director, USAID Sudan. So, Paul, the floor is yours to give us your opening remarks, please.
Good morning, everyone, and assalamu alaikum to our friends from Sudan, here in person and online. It's my pleasure to be here as the Director of the Development Strategy and Governance Unit of IFPRI, part of the CGIAR, the Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research. I want to thank USAID Sudan for their support for IFPRI's work and for this conference, as well as the UNDP, co-sponsor of the conference, the World Food Program, and CIMMYT, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center in Mexico, who are also collaborating for the conference. So as Oliver mentioned, the purpose of the conference is to bring together key actors working on various aspects of Sudan's security and food crisis to discuss recent research results and experiences, and to help formulate plans for future action, all with the goal of improving the lives of the people of Sudan. Today, we will hear from researchers, development professionals, donors, and others as they share insights from their experiences, research, and analysis. Much of the material you see today is already available on the IFPRI webpage. More will be added in the coming weeks. Just a brief word about IFPRI. We're based in Washington, D.C., but we have regional offices and country programs in over 15 countries throughout the world, including Egypt, Ethiopia, Malawi, Nigeria, and Rwanda, all with major funding from USAID, and many with additional support from other donors as well. IFPRI opened Sudan's office, the Sudan Strategy Support Program, in late 2022. And we were physically hosted at the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development. In the next session, Professor Khalid Siddiq, IFPRI Senior Research Fellow and Sudan Strategy Support Program Leader, will describe the team's work in Khartoum in early 2023 and the development since then. And you will see a lot of the results from ongoing surveys and so forth, research and analysis. I especially want to acknowledge some of the dignitaries that are here today. Lauren Stoddard, the Acting Mission Director of USAID Sudan. Tyre Shreda, Country Resident Representative of UNDP. Billy Muinga, Head of WFP Sudan Coordination Office in Nairobi. Ibrahim El Badawi, Managing Director, Economic Research Forum. Awatif Tajir, UN Women's Sudan Country Office. Adam Yao, the Deputy FAO Representative for Sudan. Mohammed Abdul Momen, UNIDO Country Representative Sudan. And Ruben Valenga, Chief of External Relations, UNICEF Sudan. And my apologies if I didn't mention your name as well. We're really glad that all of you are here. And we hope that we'll have a chance to get to know each other and that we're really counting on your active participation and sharing of your ideas in the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Please, Tyre, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. As we stand on the brink of the 11th month of conflict in Sudan, the gravity of its impact on the Sudanese people cannot be overstated. The war has brought unimaginable displacements of unprecedented scale. Beyond the pressing humanitarian emergency, we are witnessing the unfolding of a profound development crisis. The war is taking a massive toll on human lives, livelihoods, public infrastructure, and basic services. It deepens the wounds of decades of long fragility, marginalization, and dependence on humanitarian aid. The continuation of the war carries immense and compounding cost for all Sudanese. Through the collaborative efforts of UNDP and IFPRI, the ongoing research we present today aims to shed a light on the socioeconomic impact of the conflict on Sudan and across its borders, and the challenges as well as opportunities for recovery and resilience. The emerging findings already present a bleak future for a human development in Sudan. The prolonged conflict threatens to roll back Sudan's progress by decades, with projected GDP losses ranging from 14% to 25%, increased poverty levels, heightened food insecurity, and a setback in human development potentially spanning from 9 to 18 years. Unfortunately, in the case of Darfur, the setback may even go beyond 20 years. Amidst this worrying outlook, UNDP remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting Sudan and its people. Our response aims to support the nexus of a humanitarian assistance, development, and peace, looking at both the most immediate needs, but also through and beyond the current crisis, laying strategic foundations for sustainable recovery and a peaceful future. The people of Sudan deserve life-sustaining support that will help rebuild their dignity and sense of agency. By supporting access to enabling solutions, livelihood opportunities, and restoring access for critical services, we aim to safeguard Sudan's development gains, prevent losses, and resume progress towards peace development goals as rapidly as possible. It is already clear the consequences of this war extend far beyond these directly in the line of fire. Yet, despite the scale of the suffering in Sudan, the situation in country remains largely overlooked. Today, we unite our focus on Sudan. I am optimistic that our discussions and your inputs and contributions will not only raise the awareness and highlight the impact and challenges, but also spark actionable recommendations and foster collaborations. I am honored to inaugurate this conference alongside with IFPRI and our esteemed partners, World Food Program and USAID. To all our distinguished guests, both present here and online, I extend a warm welcome. Let us make this event not just a discussion, but a catalyst for action. Thank you again, and wish you all a productive and impactful event. Thank you.
Yeah. So we are now going to get a recorded message from the acting U.S. Mission Director for Sudan, who unfortunately was not able to join us in person.
Hi, this is Lauren Stoddard. I'm the Director of the General Development Office of USAID Sudan and Acting Mission Director. It's great to be with you for this conference that IFPRI's organized on the situation in Sudan. We're really grateful to IFPRI for their leadership in putting this together in terms of understanding what's going on in Sudan. We all need more information. We all need to understand better what's happening there and how we can help better. And so we're grateful for their leadership in putting this together and sharing the information that they're going to share today. We're grateful for Khalid Sadiq, his team, his leadership team of IFPRI, and we look forward to the information that we're going to hear today. We'll be following this closely. I'm based in our office in Cairo right now. I'll also just thank all of you that are participating. I think, again, there's not a more important place in the world to be working right now. This is the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world. We know Sudanese families are suffering and Sudanese farmers need our help. And we're grateful to join with all of you to learn more from IFPRI about how we can help more. I look forward to further collaboration. We look forward to reaching out and touching base and understand better how we can support Sudanese farmers and how we can support Sudanese families. We look forward to collaborating through USAID programs, both in terms of our humanitarian programs as well as agricultural support programs and even our health programs and water programs. So thanks again to all of you. Thanks to IFPRI. Thanks to all of you, and we look forward to the conference proceedings. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. So before we go into the presentation that will continue setting the scene of this conference, I want to give two logistical notes. In case, coffee and tea will be served outside this venue, and later on lunch will be served in the first floor. The hotel hostess will guide you downstairs later on. And in case you have any questions or if you need any assistance, our colleagues at the back or just outside the door will be able to provide all the information that you might need. So right now, I'm going to invite the Sudan country program leader, Dr. Khalid Siddiq, Professor Khalid Siddiq, who is going to give us a presentation on the state of things in Sudan. Khalid, welcome.
Yes. Chris? There's a folder here, right? Okay. Oh, okay, this one. Do I need to put it in the Zoom or?
Yes, I'll screen share it for you. Sorry about that. Let's just get a question. And Windows working too. Yep.
Right.
It's that. I'm sorry about that.
Morning, Excellencies, esteemed guests, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nairobi. My name is Khalid Siddiq, and I'll be giving an overview on the situation in Sudan and relate it to research and how could research contribute to mitigating the situation and increasing resilience for the people in Sudan. Let me start by this ugly photo. And because this photo is not so nice, we brought Chris from our office in Washington, who is a professional photographer. So maybe you would like to give him a smile when he approaches you so that you get a very good photo, not like this one. But the reason I put this photo here is that for those of you who knew Khartoum, this is from the top of the Fitehab Bridge on the White Nile. It is not a photo to celebrate, but it has been a celebration for my family, colleagues, and relatives for quite a bit of time, because it came after I safely evacuated myself from my apartment in Khartoum 2 after having been trapped by the war for a couple of days, in the second of which, people, armed people in uniform attacked me in the apartment, robbed my car and other things. And the people those who knows me were many of them did cry my, life. But this photo then came to them from that bridge because I managed to walk all the way from Khartoum 2 under the, fire until I reached this place. So I'm sure that many of you who are sitting here today has many similar stories. And many of us, and possibly people we know, lost their lives because of the ongoing conflict. And that is why we're very proud at IFPRI Sudan, together with our partners, that we are able to bring you all together here. You all share your concern for Sudan and your keenness to do something, particularly in the field of research and development interventions. So this presentation would aim to highlight the situation on the ground in Sudan, just to update us all, shed light on the role that research could play, and justify why are we here beyond what you have already in your mind. And at the end, I will just go through the program briefly, highlighting the contents that we put together for you. Let me start by a brief introduction or overview on the situation. You can see that we're very close to 1 year since this war started. And we are unfortunately setting records in terms of internal displacement. Twice the number of people displaced during the Ukraine war since it started has been already happening in Sudan. We have more than 8 million people displaced internally. 1.7 million people forced to cross borders. We have 14,000 people who were killed, 28,000 injured, 10,000 of cholera suspected cases, with a situation where the health sector is collapsing due to the security problems. We have 25 million people needing assistance in this year, and 37% of the population of Sudan are facing high levels of acute food insecurity. So that is enough, I guess, to say that this is a significant crisis. However, this is not yet in the media that, focuses on other aspects, probably due to different reasons. And this conference should be one of the reasons that we bring the light back to the crisis in Sudan. In these two graphs, I just want to give you location and timeline of the conflict. So in the one on the left-hand side, we have the number of fatalities per day since the war started. And of course, you might be directly directed to this high number where in one day we have more than 300 lives lost. But I want you also to think about this bottom color here, where it confirms that since the war started in April 15th, we have been losing lives every day. And this hasn't changed. So we are still losing lives. These are the data from ACLED. We have it here until February 26. I'm sure that if we will get the updated data soon, you would see this trend continuing. And you can also see that looking at the states, we have losses all over the country. Even the states that are designated as safe, people are losing their life there because of the implications of the war in a way or another. Now, if we would like to think about the timeline of this war since it started, we have the quarters of 2023 on the top, from Q1 until March, until June, until September, and until December. And then here we have the first quarter of this year. You can see that even before the war started, there are some fatalities in some places of the country. That is to be highlighted too. But more importantly, we need to think about the war that started in Khartoum in April 15. And after that, the war and the fatalities, what we have here are the people killed in the country in different places. You can see that the darker color is spreading all over the country as we move on. Even now, when we look at only 2 months of the year in 2024, we have reddish color almost all over the country. And that is the concern, that this war is not only a Khartoum war, or it's not only a Darfur war. It is threatening the entire country. Now, research is important. You would possibly agree with me. But when we evacuated the country, actually, before we evacuate, as Paul mentioned, we came to the country in 2022, trying to fill in a gap that has been for very long there. Accurate data and rigorous research has been missing for a while, we came with the objective of filling in that gap. And as we set up our agenda to address that, and we started producing a lot of work, collaborating with many of you here in the room and beyond, possibly online, listening to us now, the war came, and as soon as we evacuated, we changed our agenda to address this issue of the conflict. And we have been producing research that has been very useful to possibly you here and others across the board. We have been collecting data. What I presented from ACLIT, for example, is very useful, without which we wouldn't have been able to tell the story about the spread of the conflict all over the country. So data is essential. And IFPRI, together with our partners, have been collecting data in the country during the conflict, and we continue doing that. Several surveys have been conducted at the farmers level, at the household level, both in rural and urban area. We are now working with micro, medium, and small enterprises for a national survey and another urban household survey. We have already finished a national farmer survey and a rural household survey, as well as some qualitative analysis with with agro-processing enterprises and companies, large companies in the country. Several pieces of research has been published by IFPRI in collaboration with other partners. This is all available online, and this presentation would also be put online, and these presentations has links that will take you to the content. Several pieces. The first piece we produced was even before any kind of data available. We used a satellite technology called nitrogen dioxide concentration in the air to monitor the economic activities during the early weeks of the conflict. And then after that, we collected data from agro-processing companies. Some of them are sitting in this room, and we moved to analyze the impact of the conflict at the country level, then at the farmer level, and we also analyzed the political economy of the war and the drivers behind it. As we are a Sudan country program and we are to fill in gaps of information and research, we were producing all the research in Arabic too, and that is also available in our website. Why are we here today? So you would realize that this is an opportunity for you to meet with many different people in this room. You share with them your concern about Sudan and your keenness to make a change. We have researchers, we have private sector representatives, we have civil society organization representatives, but more importantly, we have the development community and the people who are intervening on the ground right now, including a representative of the UN system. We would present what we have in terms of research, and together we would like to identify gaps that we can together work on identifying and filling so that we can support interventions in the future. We can also work on our collaboration together across the board. So that is why we put together for you two types of information sessions. The first one is research sessions. We have 3 of them. Each research session would include a couple of presentations. We intended to make them short so that they just focus on the key messages, and we allow more time for us to interact here and exchange ideas. You can see that we have speakers from across the board, people who are concerned and working on Sudan. We also want to support discussion across the sector, and here we had also designed 3 different discussion sessions in which we brought experts in the field from the different stakeholders groups. The first session would be focusing on the role of research, will be chaired by Clemens Preisinger, and includes people from UNDP, UN Women, IFPRI, ERF. We're happy to have Ibrahim Al-Badawi joining us virtually. Then in a second session, Karen Roof from WFP would moderate a session on the connection between development interventions and research. And finally, we will bridge the connection between research, intervention, and development in a session to be chaired by Jawhara from the United States Institute of Peace, and include Paul Deroche from here. We're happy to have Amal Wagdi from the private sector from Mahjoub Group, Mahjoub Sons Group here. We have Robert from Mercy Corps, who has been very active in Sudan during the war. Unfortunately, the Sudan team lost him at Mercy Corps, but we're happy that he's here now. We have Abu Bakr Omar from Sharik Foundation and Murtada Kamal. So we're very happy to have all of you here, including also Robin from UNICEF and Muhammad Abdul Munaim from UNIDO. I would like to wrap this up by thanking you all very much for being here. I would like also to thank our audience online. The conference is also online in Arabic and English. It is in YouTube and in the Zoom link. We look very much to a very successful conference with a lot of dialogue and discussions through the day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can give him a better round of applause, please. Thank you. Right, so we go now straight into one of those panels that Khalid explained, and to take us through this panel, or to coordinate or to moderate the panel is Clemens Preisinger, who is the Senior Research Fellow at IFPRI, but also the country program leader for Kenya. So Clemens, come introduce your guest, and please.
Thank you, Oliver. Sabah al-Khair, Karibu Sana to Kenya, and welcome. It's my great pleasure actually to moderate this panel. I've been involved with the Sudan program for quite some time. I've been to Khartoum several times, and it's something very important. So in this panel, we are going to tackle the question how research can contribute evidence to development, strategies, policies, and programming in times of conflict. And of course, the focus will be on Sudan. Now, to address this question, we have a very distinguished panel, and I'd like the panelists to come up as I call out. So our first panelist is Vito Intini. Vito is a team leader and regional lead economist at UNDP. Vito, please come up. We have Awatif Tagir from UN Women, Sudan Country Office. Please come up. Awatif, please. Next, we have Khalid Siddiq. Khalid, you may come back to the stage. We also have Minale Kasi. Minale is a principal scientist and head of social science and impact assessment from ICP. And then, like Khalid has said, we also have Ibrahim El-Badawi. Ibrahim is the managing director of the Economic Research Forum, and as many of you know, he's also a former Minister of Finance in Sudan. Great to have you, Ibrahim. Now, what we'll do, we'll have 2 rounds of questions for our panelists. Please take about 3 minutes to answer, because we want to make sure we have enough time to engage the audience, both in the room and online in a Q&A session. All right, are we ready? Let's start with Vito. Vito, can you elaborate on how UNDP leverages evidence-based research to tailor the interventions that you do in Sudan? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Clemens. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Great pleasure being here. So going to the question, we leverage evidence-based research in multiple ways across the region. I work across the Arab States region, so we cover around 20 countries. And we apply evidence-based research in all of them when we want to design and implement new programs, when we want to use data from monitoring and evaluation in adjusting some of the programs in the midterm, and also when we want to create new approaches and new perspectives in the way we implement programs. So what kind of research we do to that effect? In the case of Sudan, but also in the case of other crisis-affected countries, we use multiple methodologies. One is obviously micro-level surveys. We have been doing that, for example, during the COVID crisis for both household and SMEs. As Khalid was saying, we are doing the same here in Sudan to try to see both in rural household, urban household, and also affecting MSMEs, so shocks that affect micro, small, and medium enterprises. The idea is to look at different perspectives. One is, of course, measuring the impact itself, but that's not enough because the impact is multidimensional, right? So it's not an issue related to income or revenue flows for when it comes to business, but it also relates to coping mechanism. So depleting assets is a typical coping strategy that many households and business have been conducting when there is a shock in the region, including in Sudan. And we will show some of the results from the rural survey very soon. But the same applies to other countries in crisis. And then there is also a kind of medium-term perspective that is important to bear in mind when we design this kind of surveys. That medium-term perspective looks into the outlook of both households and businesses when they are impacted by a shock. What is the outlook? The outlook is migrating, for example, or is changing their business strategy when it comes to business, or basically reconsider some of the livelihoods mechanism and opportunities that families and business will have. This is done also through digital surveys, phone surveys, for example. Those are good in terms of using a panel of data so that you can measure over time when, particularly when a shock is protracted, then you can monitor those households and business over time. Then we use also economy-wide models, CGE modeling, for example, to measure the impact across the economy and see basically giving a snapshot of the economic structure of a certain economy. And we are doing the same here in the case of Sudan, but also seeing what impact, what sectors of the economy, and even linking at the micro level through households, what will be the distribution of those impact. The third one is a bit of a kind of piloting using machine learning to predict crisis and how the dynamics unfolds in crisis context. We have been doing this in Afghanistan, Ukraine, and we intend to do also in the region. Then there is also a whole area related to impact assessment, so rapid damage assessments that have been conducted across the region. Those look at different sectors and also trying to estimate the cost of recovery mechanism, and so on and so forth. There are many more. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vito. Now let's turn on to our online participant, Ibrahim. Ibrahim, are you with us? Ibrahim, can you hear us? Are you with us? Okay, let's see. So in the meantime, let's then turn over to Menale, maybe. Menale, you have extensive experience in managing research projects in conflict-affected settings, like in Ethiopia, for example. So in your experience, how important are social sciences to inform programming, policies, and strategies?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Khalid and his team to inviting me to this exciting platform. I think we need to have more of such kind of discussions to find a solution for conflicts, and then also a solution that can increase the adoption of research evidence. So coming back to the question, first of all, let me give probably one or two lessons on our experience, how we are managing research and development projects in Ethiopia. Just to put things in perspective, as we speak in Ethiopia, we have a mega project that we are creating employment for 100,000 young men and people using beekeeping and sericulture enterprises. As you know, recently there is a mobility restriction in the country. It's a bit unsafe to move from one location to the other location. So the three lessons that we are learning to run our research and development activities. Number one is intentionally engaging local stakeholders. One, we were lucky from the outset, we engaged a village beekeepers that can help us to mentor and coach the young people. Second, we were lucky to provide a solid training for local extension officers, who is right now helping us to run our activities. Second, we were intentionally recruited technical assistants locally, those who know the area and then those who can help our young people. The most, as we speak, it is these three individuals who are helping us implementation of the development and the research activities. Second, we were leveraging digital solutions. We establish SMS where we can push information and pull information. The youth are organized in a group. At least within a group, one or two individuals, they have a feature or a smart mobile. So we are leveraging that to send information and then also to pull information. At the same time, we also established an online monitoring and evaluation system where our technical research assistants, they are sending us information from remote areas. So these are, as we speak, the three important areas that helps us to run our activities in areas where we are not able to travel. Of course, we provide a virtual support to the village beekeepers, research assistants, and also the extension officers. So coming back to how the role of the social science research in mitigating the impacts of conflict on agriculture and food security. Well, as we know, we do research to create a resource, right? Which includes evidence, knowledge, data, technology, products, service tools, you name it, that can prevent conflict, that can mitigate the impacts of conflict, and also that drives informed, inclusive, and sustainable agriculture and agri-food system transformation. To be more specific, the social science research, I can give 3 examples. One, the social science research can contribute to conflict resolution or mitigation. The social science research can provide insights into the understanding of the behavior of communities, individuals during conflict, and then after the conflict. We can also provide insights to the root cause of the conflict, the nature of the conflict, the dynamics of the conflict, and where these conflicts are coming from. The knowledge and the evidence from this is essential for designing interventions sensitive to the needs, the priorities, and the capabilities of all affected populations in the conflict areas, which can contribute to conflict resolution and then peace building. Number two, we are contributing, I think, to the discussion point of this panel, to policy development and then to program development. Because through in-depth analysis and evidence-based findings, the social science can contribute to formulating policy and development that can mitigate the impacts of conflict on agriculture, food security, and sustainable development. Such kind of evidence also important to guide the humanitarian assistance and then the economy recovery strategy, because we generate on the socioeconomic impact and the environmental impacts of conflict. The last but not the least is social science can contribute to resilience and then an adaptation to conflict, because we can identify strategies that can be used by agricultural communities to use to adapt and to recover from conflict, which can inform the development of more resilient agriculture and an agri-food system. If you give me 1 minute, probably
later.
Okay.
Okay, good. So thanks, Minale. And both Vito and Melale have pointed out how innovative tools are really helpful in a conflict affected setting, different methodologies, different ways of collecting data. And they have also started to give us some examples how all that research can actually be helpful for decision making. So maybe let's continue right there, Khalid. We know that IFPRI is a leading institution to provide research-based evidence in Sudan. So can you give us a few examples where you have seen that that research actually was useful for our partners in the room and also other partners on the ground?
Thank you, Clemens. I would like to start by, I would like to focus on the conflict. But before coming to the conflict, possibly most of you who have been involved in Sudan, whether it is from a development perspective or humanitarian perspective, and of course from a research perspective, the country has been suffering from isolation for quite a long time. And at IFPRI, we were very excited. I remember when Clemens and Paul talked to me about possibility of opening an office in Sudan. I was very excited myself because I knew for years that there are huge gaps in information, data, and rigorous research work that tackles local issues in Sudan. So IFPRI then focused on providing that kind of research, rigorous data and analysis, and engaging with different partners. Now, we have developed a very good agenda for the program in Sudan to continue producing research, engage in training of researchers and partners in Sudan. But when the war came, that plan needed changes. And at the time that everyone is talking about what are we going to do, where are we going to relocate to, and that kind of hassle, all of you possibly has gone through, we immediately thought about what can we do to tackle this. And talking to, one of the advantages of IFPRI is that it has a wide range of researchers across the board. When you talk about food security, agricultural development, climate change impact, water resource management, and the like, started discussion within IFPRI, and in discussions with our remote sensing unit in Washington, I was asking them, what can we do without needing to be in the ground now. And here we're talking about the first weeks of the war. And then what comes to your mind immediately is the nightlight data. So the satellite nightlight, which looks at the, the concentration of light during the night. And that would be a depiction of life, whether it is economic activities, factories operating and the like, or people moving around with cars. So it tells you about the normality of life and economic activity. But our remote sensing unit said that the night light data has a lag, time lag of 3 months. So we don't have that one now. And then we started talking about what options are available. And then one of them came up with the idea of the nitrogen dioxide concentration. And that is basically a measure of pollution in the air. But that pollution could be related to the concentration of economic activity. So the pollution that comes from factories, but also from cars moving around. And that was a very brilliant idea. And to me, to be honest, it was the first time to hear about it. And even Joe, the colleague from Washington, was not sure to what extent this would be doable and it will be a good depiction of the economic activity on the ground. And then he did his homework, worked with his data, and he came up with the first maps. And then we started looking at them and comparing them to the activity on the ground, because we were watching what is happening where in Sudan. And that was a brilliant idea. It became the first research piece that IFPRI brought out. And it is now even published in a journal. And after that, immediately we had started discussion with partners, including UNDP here, but also the World Bank, the IMF, because that was a new idea for everybody. And it was very helpful to them in finding ways of, elaborating data about the conflict. Do you want me to continue, or I'm good?
You have one more minute.
Okay, good. So then next step would be, if you remember, in the second and third week of the war in Khartoum, the devastating impact was on the agro-processing sector. Some representatives are here. You can also see maybe Amal Wagdi and others. There was a huge attack on the companies. We have Solar there, who has engagement with the Say Group, where they have their company in Khartoum North being entirely damaged. And then they moved to the Dal Group companies, and most of the companies in the industrial area in Khartoum North were damaged during these weeks. So then the question was, everyone was asking, what of the companies are still operating? What happened to the people employed by these companies, especially the daily workers? And that was then the time when we thought about how about contacting our network of owners and workers in these companies online and collecting data from them about their employees, their activities, where they're still in the country or they moved, what happened to their branches across the country. And that was the agro-processing survey, which we then produce a report using it that have been very helpful, guiding people across the country and the sector about that. Thank you.
All right, great, Khalid. So I think that was a very first impressive round, and I can see how all these findings from surveys, the innovative tools, etc., gave a lot of people a good sense of what's going on in terms of intensity of conflict, in terms of how the economy is suffering, how people are suffering, etc. So I think that is very impressive. Now, as soon as Awatif and Ibrahim are joining, please let us know. In the meantime, in the audience, please get your questions ready. And in the second round, I encourage us, let's be a bit self-critical also. I mean, we all know a lot of good work has been done. It was very useful. In the second round, let's also brainstorm a bit. I mean, how can we do even better going forward? What sort of collaboration do we need? What sort of gaps there are, etc. So maybe back to you again, Vito. What role do you see for the United Nations institutions in promoting research and economic analysis to help shaping recovery and resilience strategies? And again, let's be a bit, out of the box, self-critical, to make sure that the messages that we get from this conference can make our work even better.
Okay, so let me start connecting to what I was saying before. First of all, we as a UN agency, most of the time we don't work on our own, but we do work in partnership with many other UN agencies or with IFPRI, like in this case. The challenges are such that it's difficult that one single agency can tackle meaningfully even a portion of it. So there should be a kind of awareness and acknowledgement that partnering is critical in very complex situations like a crisis, like the Sudan war. Coming together, it's critical not only for the analytical component of it. There are many different aspects of the analysis that are applicable to many different aspects of societies, of economies, and also to inform our programmatic response and eventually also feed into the policy dialogue. That continuum is a challenge per se. It's not just the analysis, but how to make sure that what we learn and what we share in terms of knowledge, then it's applied in our programs, in our strategies, but also in the policy-making process. That's why partnership is important. Now, if I dissect every single component, of course, there can be ways to improve the way we work. One aspect is, of course, the use of data. There is still often a segregation of data, depending on agencies, depending on agreements, depending on projects, and so on and so forth. We try to overcome that challenges. That's why partnership becomes critical. But having a systematic sharing of the data and also starting from the design process in this kind of partnership will help us achieve economies of scale, being more efficient and more rapid in the analysis. When you do a survey, a specific organization does a survey on a livelihood, for instance, of course, we could include some questions that are related to the behavioral aspects, for example. Those are fundamental in designing programs because it's important to understand what kind of coping mechanism those households or business are trapped in. And I'm using the word trapped in because in crisis, they are very often trapped in, where, in which regions of a certain country, under what circumstances. All that is a complex analysis that requires that kind of detailed granularity of data, continuous updating of those data, and therefore also sharing the analytical capacity. And then feeding into that programmatic response, because of course, then depending on the agency's mandate, on the different institutional aspects, you can focus on certain programmatic response. In our cases, there is a lot of programmatic response related to livelihood, economic recovery, and resilience, but that's a huge spectrum that will need to be also supported by other agencies. We work normally with the ILO when it comes, for example, to labor market assessment and the response. We work with the FAO, WFP when it comes to resilience and livelihood in rural areas. And we thought partnership with the IFPRI in Sudan will be critical to continue that kind of work that we think we should be doing. We can improve, yes, as I was saying, but this is why this partnership to us is critical in the specific aspect of Sudan. not only in rural areas, because that will provide a kind of comprehensive response for households in rural areas, households in urban areas, and also micro and small enterprises, and eventually beyond that. As we will see in the course of today's discussion, there are also spillover efforts that are important to bear in mind across the region, where it's less obvious for some of the agencies to work together, but we should move also in that direction. So it's a bit of a cross scale and also in different sectors. Putting all this together is not obvious, but it's the idea that is behind this conference and what we are discussing.
Okay, thank you, Vito. Yeah, obviously partnership is very important. Even in normal situations, the science policy partnership is very complex. It's not a linear one. It involves a lot of trust and partnerships. And in a situation like Sudan, this is obviously even more complicated. So partnerships are essential. Menale, maybe back to you. You are a researcher, you're a leader in your field. Can you give us a sense of what do you see as the major challenges working with development partners like the United Nations and others? How can we do better? What are the opportunities? Maybe be a bit self-critical. What can we do better as researchers? And also, how can the partnerships that we have with our UN and bilateral partners in this case be improved?
Well, it's a difficult question, but I think for us to do better and to contribute to the development of the nations, I think the first thing we need to do is the way we are implementing our research. I think it should be based on the participatory research approach, where we can engage, where we can co-create, co-design our research projects, technologies, products, and tools with the intentional engagement of our stakeholders. Because this is critical. One, we can ensure ownership. Second, we can also ensure integrating a local knowledge. Third, we can ensure interventions are specific, appropriate, or specific context. When we do this, I think, in my view, we can accelerate the uptake of our research evidence and the institutionalization of our research evidence, because stakeholders, all relevant stakeholders, are engaged from the outset. Their interests are also captured. So as a researcher, I think we need to do more of a demand-driven kind of research. We need to be honest for ourselves. The kind of research most of the time we are doing is, I don't know to what extent we are consulting, this is more of a supply-driven kind of research in a way which affects, again, the adoption of this research evidence by policy makers. The other thing is, I think, we need to ask how we can mainstream research evidence into decision-making process, into policy-making and development. Because if you ask now how many of the research evidence in Africa and globally are being used by local and international stakeholders, I don't know how much it is. It's very, very weak and disappointing. So how can we make valuable our research evidence? How can we bring a mindset shift among us, among policymakers, so that we can transition from ideology to evidence-based policy making decisions. I think it requires transparency, in my view, for us to bring a difference. It requires accountability. It requires taking into account the voice of the local community so that we can bring a difference.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, demand-driven research obviously is very important. And then I think as researchers, we also have to be aware of the fact that research is only one part of the puzzle and one piece in the decision-making process, and that's fine. Now, I'll turn to Khalid in a second, but please, especially the development partners and the practitioners in the room, please get ready to also contribute to the discussion. Maybe from your point of view, how useful has the research been for your work, and how can we do better? That's always the main goal here. But in the meantime, Khalid, in your view, I mean, what are the critical areas of research that would need immediate attention given the situation that we are facing in Sudan?
Thank you, Clemens. I think the most urgent one is research that help in identifying ways of, supporting resilience for the communities, and thinking ahead of time, assuming that, I mean, when this war started, no one believed that it would continue for a week, for example. Many people were thinking about hours. The most pessimistic one would tell you a day or two, but now we're talking about almost 1 year. But still, we need to be prepared if something can happen, something positive can happen, this war can stop. What would be the steps moving forward? Options of recovery. That is still, I mean, some people started talking about that. Usually not everyone is enthusiastic about the recovery given the circumstances on the ground, but I think that is one option that we need to address. But I like the idea of being self-critical from Clemens, and I'd like to highlight the issues that are actually, for us, at least in the research community, and being now in the situation of trying to engage with the different partners on the ground from different disciplines and different mandates. I think there are many challenges that we need to address. The challenge number one is data, making data and information available. This doesn't mean that there is no data all the time. So there are data, and there are many institutions collecting data, but there is no coordination. There is no common use of that data. So sometimes you come across a series of data or information produced by an agency or an institution, and you just feel surprised. Why didn't we know that there is this kind of data available? And why didn't we coordinate with these people or with these institutions, putting our effort together to collect data? Another aspect of the data collection is, and I'm happy that we have some data collection companies representatives here. So the other aspect is innovation in data collection. So we're still, I mean, we're talking about the voice recording technologies. We're talking about the computer-assisted, telephone interviews. But we have gone through that during the conflict, and each one of them has its challenges. So you don't feel very comfortable actually getting the whole message that you want to get from the respondent. We struggled to complete our sample of 4,500 households from rural areas in Sudan. It took very long to complete it. We're very happy completing it at the end, but you can see the struggle, and you believe that the technology should be able to come up with new approaches. So that is on the data aspect. Second comes the mandates issue that Vito mentioned. So everyone has a different mandate, including people from the private sector, but there is no communication on what do you want from me. So you are a company or you are a development organization. You don't approach me and say that, look, we think that if you do this or you produce this kind of information or this kind of analysis, we can use it. So we don't have that kind of open interaction with these different entities. And it is up to us then to identify what kind of interesting areas for us to research. As researchers, you usually look at innovation, research that is publishable, but we want to move into policy research interface, and that needs engagement with people and institutions across different mandates. And the last point I would like to highlight is we have the data and we have the research issues to address. We produce the research. What happened then? How do we first disseminate it and how do we apply it? And that application needs engagement right from the beginning with the development, the private sector, civil society, and across the board, all of us collaborating to produce the research that everyone needs. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Khalid. So I think everyone agrees here that demand-driven research is important. Creating some sort of interface between the researchers and the partners is very critical. Now, I understand we have a lot of partners, international partners, NGOs, private sector from Sudan in the room. I'd like to open it up now to hear from you questions, comments, and ideas. I see a lot of hands. So let's start with the gentleman, and then we move to the right.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, IFPRI, UNDP, USAID, for inviting to this meeting. My name is Adam Yao. I'm the deputy representative for FAO. I'm based in Port Sudan. Thank you very much for this presentation on research and development. I just like to make a few comments. I think we need also to take into account the traditional knowledge of people of Sudan and how those traditional knowledge are used in the crisis time like the one Sudan is facing. Because we certainly sometimes we think that the modern technology or the modern research that we do are those type of knowledge that allow us to move. But our experience in Sudan have shown that the resilience is coming more for local people, the dynamism, the way they've been going through different crises during the centuries. That is really important that IFPRI and the colleagues take into account. If you, for example, we take the brilliant idea of using nitrogen concentration to detect if there is any industries and all, that will work very, very well in the highly industrialized country. But in Sudan, how really efficient or significant those type of technology will work? That's something that we really need to question ourselves. For example, I travel during this crisis more than 10,000 kilometers in those states and the villages and all. I would maybe encourage also IFPRI to look at proxy a way of sensing if there's any activity going on. Could be to ask for the indirect price of the donkey, for example. If the price of donkey increase, it means that there's a high demand for donkey that people are using to move, not the tractors, not all those, because there was no fuel. How do you move when you don't have fuel?
Great. Thank you. The point is well taken. There's a lot of examples
that I can give. The seed, for example, we tend to put the seed in some seed banks and all. Has the crisis burned those silos and all, the traditional way of conserving those seeds become very, very important. We need to go back to see how Sudanese were conserving the seed centuries ago.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think your point is very well taken. Let's take a few more questions and we come back to you. The traditional knowledge is very important. Let's move over, please, to the next one.
I'm Aisha Hamad from BDS. I would like to say that the politicization of the whole situation is affecting the development work and the research as well. How the research and the findings of the research and the knowledge that we are producing as development actors influence and reach to the influential actors. If we look at Sudan situation, we find there are like a lot of politicizing process regarding the research, regarding the knowledge that we are doing. So how can we convince the influential actors to use this knowledge and benefit from it? Also, there is a lot of knowledge produced in Sudan, like before many years, but did we learn lesson from it? Did we do it in the future? We are doing it better. So how can we use the findings of our research, the knowledge that we have, and benefit from it? Just like doing research and keeping it inside the office will not help us as Sudanese. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for keeping your question short. Over here, please introduce yourself and try to stick to a minute or two, please. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Grazia Pacillo from the Alliance Biodiversity in CGIAR. Thanks for the great presentation. And so our research is mostly on the connection of identifying the indirect pathways between climate fragility, displacement, and conflict. And Sudan is one of the countries where we are going to be starting working with our climate security observatory and so on. So my question is, from your research, I'm curious to know whether you find any connection or any impact that climate hazard and variability are having on the root causes of vulnerability, and that can lead to grievances, conflict, fragility. So how is climate basically exacerbating the vulnerabilities that are already affected by conflict? Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you. We'll take one or two more, and then we go back to the panel. Yes, please, the two gentlemen in the back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like, first of all, to value this navigation session to put Sudan back, that is a hope, to put Sudan back on its feet. The role of the researcher, I think, is important, but let us be very practical to help the decision maker. What kind of area, my question is to Vito, that you think is very, very essential towards that role? Should we concentrate on the production side, agro industry side? Let us be specific. Thank you.
Thank you. One more. Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Al-Fatih Abdurrahman from ICP. So I just need to reinforce the point of indigenous knowledge and give example of insect-based solutions, like insect for food and feed. There's a lot of indigenous knowledge, like people eating insects or use insect farming. That can be one of the research direction and be done during the conflict area. And appreciate the innovative method and ways IFPRI did for using satellite or nitrogen dioxide to monitor the maybe socioeconomic activity, but maybe you also use social media. I know there is a lot of problems in the network itself, but like tweet images could be a very good way of looking at the socioeconomic activities. And the point that Dr. Sadiq is making also for the preparedness and forecasting for the future if the war stops. For instance, now the situation in Jazeera scheme, the food basket of Sudan. Also, we could do research on using freely available data, satellite data. Big data is available nowadays, and to monitor the situation, food security, crop monitoring, yield gaps, and other stuff because of sake of time. And importantly, also for preparedness, capacity building. So we can bring, I know the situation maybe is not good, but we can bring few young people, like a workshop like this, hands-on trainings, to prepare them if the situation is stopped, and then we have big data, then they can use innovative analytical ways to come up with innovative solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's keep thinking of one more round. Lensa, I think there are also online questions, but maybe let's go back. I think there are a lot of very important points made from the FAO colleague on the traditional knowledge. How can we better build this into our research? Also, let's not reinvent the wheel, right? There has been a lot of work done before. So what can we learn from that previous work? Points on climate, question on agro-processing, and then innovative approaches that might work very well in conflict settings, maybe like insect farming and other things. So maybe let's start on the left, over with you, Minale.
Thank you so much. As you said, these are relevant feedback. Well, I think as we acknowledged from the beginning, it's important to take into account the traditional knowledge, where they can create more resilience, because that's why I said it's good to have this participatory action research, which can engage all relevant stakeholders, so that we can take into account the traditional knowledge in our research agenda, in the development of technologies, products, and then services. Well, the second question is a bit difficult. Well, influencing a policymaker is not an easy thing, right? It's a process as well. But how can we influence? I think, like as I said, if we can engage them from the beginning in the process, in the research cycle process, it might help us. Second, if we know the political realities going on the ground, because the challenge we are having in the global south, or maybe here in Africa, is most of the time decisions are made based on political matters or ideologies, because they want to meet their promise for their voters. So how can we align? What kind of politically relevant research evidence can we generate? So that will take us to bring them on board from the beginning. The other thing I think we need to be clear, this research evidence are, to me, they are like any other commodities, right? Like if I consider them agricultural commodities. Might be difficult for the farmers to take his product from the farm gate all the way to the processing companies. An intermediary or a broker might require for us also to take our research evidence to the policymakers. So knowledge brokering institutions, organizations, or a think tank might be required. And then, of course, maybe we need to do advocacy, because repetition is also sometimes important to influence our policymakers.
All right, thank you. If you don't mind, we'll hand it over to Khaled now. A minute or two, Khaled, please.
Thank you, Clemens. And I'd like to thank those who intervened. I cannot agree more with the point raised by Adam on the importance of traditional knowledge. And I don't want to repeat the reactions that Manelli made. Maybe one point on the climate and fragility and conflict nexus. I think there are a lot of evidence, at least from areas other than Sudan, that suggest the connection between climate variability and vulnerability and conflict. Now, this might not be the case, at least with respect to the current war in Sudan. This must be connected to previous conflicts we had in the country, particularly the Darfur region conflict. Among other reasons, one cannot assume that climate variability is the main factor, but of course it affects. It leads to more competition on the available resources, especially when it comes to scarce resource. IFPRI and I guess also within CGIAR, there are a couple of initiatives the Fragility, Conflict and Migration Initiative. I don't know how far did they go into connecting it to the conflict, to climate. I mean, the conflict is certainly there. They are still shying away from incorporating Sudan into that work. I think maybe it is time maybe to bring in Sudan on that. I would maybe pass it to.
Thank you. On the climate resilience conflict nexus, the way we are tackling is in different perspective. One is looking into the water, food security, and energy nexus, because this is across the region a challenge, and there are interlinkages that are obvious, particularly in crisis-affected countries in the region. But one aspect that is critical is also to see the interlinkages programmatically, going back to the critical aspect of our programs is to see the impact of these three different dimensions. For example, many agencies, us included, we support a lot renewable energy. But then renewable energy in a water scarce environment can have an impact on water withdrawals, accelerating that. So that nexus is what helps us to make sure that there are no spillover effects, there are no negative externalities when we look programmatically across that. In terms of linkages, yes, the literature has already shown that more in rural areas, for example, in the Horn of Africa between pastoralists and rural communities. But this is a tricky area. If I look at the latest, for instance, Arab Barometer survey, and when you look at the main challenges that the public opinion considers, the economic challenges are at the top. Then you have also instability, you have issues related to governance and so on and so forth. Rarely you see the climate component because it's a bit of an endogenous problem where when there is a shock, that shock lasts and then people move on. When otherwise it's a slow moving motion that people do not perceive yet on day-to-day life, at least when it comes to that kind of surveys. But this is our role. Our role is to make that awareness more tangible. And to answer to the question on agro-processing and supply side, when there is a war like this one, typically in the rural areas, like in urban areas, you have shocks on the factor allocation, factor of production. You have shocks on the cost. You have shocks on the movement of those factors of production. So that is telling us that the supply side is one critical aspect. The supply chain is critical. But then if we are missing the linkages to the market and the purchasing power is going down, it's difficult to tackle such a complex issue only on one side of the equation. We need also, and that's why the partnership is important, to look at other aspects. Look at, for instance, at the current situation in Sudan. A lot of suppliers, farmers, are charged in terms of transactional costs that are much higher compared to before the war. In terms of different types of costs, including informal, formal taxation, for example, and so on and so forth. That is adding up to the cost in terms of the production process. And therefore, combined with the lower purchasing power, then the opportunity, business opportunity is drastically reduced. So we need to tackle both sides of the story.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Vito. Maybe let's give the last word to our online audience. Lensa, do we have any comments from online?
Yes, we have 3 questions emanating from online viewers or listeners. One is related to if there's any recent survey that has been done using CAPI to ensure that everyone is included, especially in the insecure locations, and how have we done conducted our surveys using CAPI during these conflict times. Then another one is related to the cost of the war. What will be the cost to restart the commercial agribusiness and food production activities post-war? What should be the post-conflict agriculture strategy be? Then the third one is related to the scale and the scope of the commercial losses and damages on food production and agribusiness sector. So since the war began. So those are the three main questions that have been raised online from our online viewers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lensa. And those are very specific questions. I think if I may, I would suggest that we note down the people and ask the people who are about their email address, and maybe we get back to them online, because I see Oliver is getting a bit nervous, and all of us are up to grab some coffee soon. So for all questions in the room that have not been answered yet, please mingle a bit in the coffee break. Let's get together and discuss. I would just like to thank the panel. We have heard a lot about the amazing innovative approaches that the researchers are coming up with to help tackle some of those burning questions. We also heard that there is room to improve the science policy and partner relationship to make sure that the research is demand driven. With that, I would like to thank our panelists. Thank you for all your questions, and enjoy the coffee break. And back over to you, Oliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clements and the panelists. Yeah, so maybe one logistical announcement. So, we want to take a group photo, and so that we can use the coffee break to do that. And to make things quickly, let's coordinate with Chris. So we're going to take the photo. There's a room down. I mean, there's a space to do here. So we walk this way, and I think a few people may be able to go maneuver behind this podium. I mean, this screen, and there is a space at the back where we can take the photo. Chris, I think, is already setting that up. So please let us start with that, and then we can network and have coffee in the remaining 15 to 20 minutes before the next session begins. Please, let's start straight on with the photo.
Hi.
I'll wait for the others.
You're gonna wait for the others. All right. Do I stand?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then everybody can stand when they do their
Exactly.
presentations and then sit back down. So what I'm gonna do is for each presentation, I'm gonna give like one round of questions. And then leave another round of questions, overarching questions for all.
Yeah. I'm gonna hopefully just keep it to 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm just gonna be like, Tom's moderating.
Yes, yeah. No.
So I don't need to introduce you at all. So you just come in and.
Perfect. Oliver, right?
Yes, Oliver. So please, from here, take over. I'm not standing here again until maybe to tap in. So good. So I'll bring people in for you.
Yeah, just hang 1 second. Hi. Hi, Dave. Do you know how to like? Yeah, we met already. So I think you go come up and have a seat. Is when you give your presentation, you stand up. And then after she. Good morning, colleagues. As we're coming back from the coffee break to start our first research session, I would like to invite the panelists to come have a seat as I'm introducing the session. So this research session aims to unravel the complex effects of Sudan's conflict on the society and the economy from 3 very different perspectives. And as we know, in the current context that we're in Sudan, it's extremely difficult to have access sometimes to collect data and information to have a robust evidence base and analysis across different sectors, whether that's economy, food security, etc. So that's what one of the points of this panel or this research session is going to explore from different perspectives. And so it is my pleasure to introduce our panelists. First of all, Hala Abu Shama, who is a development economist and research assistant for IFPRI. Vito Intini, who was already on the panel before, you know him well from UNDP. And from WFP, Frederick Svensson, who is the head of our vulnerability analysis and mapping. So the way we're going to do this session is that each of the presenters will give a short presentation, and then we'll open up for 1 round of questions for that specific presenter. And then towards the end, after all presentations have been made, we'll open up for another round of overarching questions to try to connect the dots between these different approaches and research methodologies and perspectives. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Hala. Can I move this? Yeah. Okay, so good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here today. So essentially, this presentation is a summary of some of the preliminary assessments that we've conducted within IFPRI Sudan. And the idea is that we tried to cover the political and economic drivers of the conflict through a political economy assessment, conducted some micro level analyses through surveys, as well as macro level assessments. Sorry, it's not moving. Okay, there you go. Thanks. So in 2021, following the coup, the political settlement has been disrupted in Sudan. And the political settlement, in theory, is the distribution of power within a society. Now, on that chart, we could see the political settlement following the coup. However, it's very important to note that within the political settlements framework, the financial settlement and the financial resources and economic resources of so sorry. This is not mine. What do I click?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Don't know why it did that. I'm just trying to get it to share your presentation.
Present.
Sorry. Here.
Okay, very sorry about that, guys. So as I was saying, it's very important to understand the financial resources and the means of political financing by the different political elites or the power structures within a society. And within that, we've conducted a political economy assessment in the attempt to understand how both the SAF and RSF's financial resources have somewhat driven this conflict. So in another sense, we cannot just say that this conflict is purely political. And secondly, we also try to identify, as we will be seeing, a lot of technical issues, as we will be seeing in the following slide, where they're positioned within the agri-food system. Now, as I said, our analysis did show that this tilt in power, as well as the eruption of the conflict, are indeed driven by economic drivers as well. So essentially, during the period between 2021 and 2023, there has been some sort of complementarity between the Sudan Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces. This complementarity was essentially in providing security services, in availing public services at specific times, like funding strategic goods, et cetera, as well as service provision. However, from our analysis, we've also come to realize that the economic competition between both of these factions has been pretty powerful, particularly within the livestock sector and maybe to a lesser extent in the gold industry as well.
Just right now, only showing you.
I hope you're not. You think so?
There you are. Sorry.
It's okay. Right. So we tried to assess how both the Sudan Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces have maintained this strong foothold in the economy. And for either one of them, they've adopted, although they've adopted different modalities in the way they've ran their business interests, if you will. However, our findings imply that they both do have a pretty strong dominance or the agri-food system. Now, from this diagram, which is based on an
which is based on key informant interviews that we've conducted, we could see that the SAF and the RSF are both heavily involved in sourcing domestic produce and exporting that, whether it's from small-scale farmers directly or through intermediaries, as well as bulk purchases from the private sector. Now, their relationship with some private sector actors is quite interesting because these bulk purchases that they buy and then perhaps export are in return for particular foreign currency conditions and availability for these private sector companies. Moreover, both these factions and maybe the Sudan armed forces for the longest time have had the upper hand in terms of forming foreign partnerships with foreign investors looking to invest in the agri-food system in Sudan. Now, moving from that political economy analysis, which we thought was very important in terms of gearing any possible interventions or policies, we've conducted some micro-level assessments. The first of which is I'm not sure if you can see the title, so I'm just going to try and move this. Okay, no, it's not working. Sorry. Well, the first one is the impact of the conflict on large agro-processing firms. What we did was try and source and list and identify what we define as large agro-processors in Sudan. Of a list of over 250 companies, we've come down to around 22 large-scale agro-processors. And of those, 15 companies have filled the web-based questionnaire that we developed. The tool entailed 15 different questions. So we asked these companies about the status of operation, the damage of their infrastructure, as well as the way they source different inputs, how their operations were looking, trade routes, etc. And mind you, this survey was conducted around June time, so just a couple of months down after the eruption of the conflict. And what we've observed that the majority, around 53% of those companies have temporarily closed, right? And 13% have permanently closed. Now, some of these companies were based in Khartoum only, and those are the ones that struggled the most. So from this survey, we've seen that companies that had other factories or offices or distribution points across the other regions at the time were a bit more resilient in terms of being able to operate at the onset of the conflict. However, the damage of infrastructure and the loss of assets was very significant. Now, out of the surveyed firms, 80% have reported scarcity of the required input materials. And the majority of those were the ones who were working in Khartoum and still trying to either outsource their production or moving it a bit outside of Khartoum. 65 of the firms exclusively located in Khartoum state have seen price increases in input materials, and this is only sensible given the scarcity of these goods. While another 25% reported a mixed reaction. And our interpretation of that was those might have been the firms that were based in Khartoum, but also outside. Now, looking at the damage of infrastructure for these companies, 53% have reported massive damage compared to 20% that have reported moderate damage. Small damage was a 0, and this is attributed to the fact that a lot of these productive capacities and firms are based in Khartoum, and Khartoum was the most significantly hit state at the onset of the conflict before its expansion elsewhere. So we see that 47% of the firms have stopped operation due to the disruption of financial services as well. And I can't see, but there's a particular percentage that has been affected greatly as well. And only 13% of the firms surveyed were only moderately affected by the disruption of the financial and banking services in Sudan. So another survey that we have conducted at IFPRI was the Rapid Farmer Survey. In this survey, we have targeted 4,500 farmers as the sample size, and this sample size was based off of a power calculation based on the population density per state, according to the 2014-15 National Household Survey. However, two caveats. Given the difficulty in accessing and reaching those farmers through the IVR technology or the CAT technology, which are both web-based and telephone-based technologies, we were only able to speak with 3,284 farmers nationwide. However, another caveat, in this analysis, we have dropped the observations for farmers from the Darfur region, so 5 Darfur states, given how minimal these observations were. And that also links to, the poor connectivity and accessibility to farmers in those regions. Now, we've asked farmers so many different questions, and these are only maybe 2 of the more significant ones. One of which was, what are the reasons why you're not going to plant for this summer season? And 40% of the farmers surveyed at the time, and this data collection was conducted around July, August time last year. So 40% of the farmers surveyed did not prepare for the summer season. And 61% of the farmers did not plant because they did not have access to cash or to finance to source input materials. 15% of the farmers indicated that the conflict and the insecurity is the key drivers to why they're unable to plant. And 9% of the farmers indicated that the lack of seeds and fertilizers and the ability to hire labor were also an impediment to their planting capacity. We could see in the chart on the left that Khartoum and North Kordofan probably have the highest number in red, so the 37 and 27 of the conflict being a reason why the farmers couldn't plant. And this completely aligns with the violence events at the time in Sudan. Looking at the cultivated area by state, 24% of the surveyed farmers cultivated less land than they did the previous year. 46%, which is somewhat reasonable or maybe a brighter note, have said that they will grow similar area to the former year. And 29% have mentioned that they will grow larger areas than the former year. Now, this chart on the right is a bit confusing because there's multiple reasons contributing to this decision. The climate and weather being one of the reasons. So the rainfall was a determinant for the different farmers, access to finance, security and safety, as well as availability of labor and manpower. Now, moving on to the macro level assessments. To assess the impact of the conflict on economic activity and poverty, we've deployed a SAM multiplier framework. And the SAM is a social accounting matrix framework. Sorry. And the SAM essentially is a social accounting matrix that is used to model particular shocks, the impact of particular shocks on the economy. So we've assumed that this conflict would lead to 3 shocks. There is a supply shock, a demand side shock, as well as income shocks as described here. And through that, we've modeled 3 different scenarios, the first one being a highly optimistic one of the conflict ending around June, and a second scenario where the conflict would end after 6 months of its eruption, so in September 2023, and a third scenario where the conflict would escalate up to December 2023. And unfortunately, we're a bit past that today, so that would be the most realistic scenario to look into. Now, through the SAM multiplier framework, we were able to assess the magnitude of the conflict and its impact on GDP. So our findings are pretty stark. So we've anticipated that by the end of 2023, the GDP would have dropped by 48%, leading to a loss of almost $15 billion to the country's economy. At a sectoral level, we have also seen that the agricultural sector will drop by 21%, The industrial sector will drop by 70% and the service sector by 49% respectively. Now, we also try to look at the sectoral GDP and the impact of the shock on that. We could see that almost all the sectors have a negative percentage change in GDP, particularly primary agriculture. Food processing was also another significant contributor to this shock or decline in GDP. However, that single positive impact on GDP is coming from the hotels and food services sector. And this is no surprise given the mass displacement that had taken place and the activation of this, hotels and food industry in, the host communities and in safer regions of the country. We've also looked at the percentage change in employment. So we could see that the agricultural sector's employment would drop by 20%, 20.4% to be precise. The industrial sector's drop in employment would drop by 81.3%, and this aligns completely with our findings from the agro-processing and food manufacturing firm survey that was presented a bit earlier. And the service sector employment, which is, the majority of Sudan's labor sector is deployed within the aggregate service sector. So we see a decline of 47.9% in that. We've also tried to look at the percentage change in poverty rates. Looking at the national level, we see that the poverty rates have increased by 4. Poverty rates have increased by 4.5% on a national scale. And looking at the rural versus urban differential, we see that the rural population is more inclined to suffer from, a bigger increase in their poverty rates. And by the end of 2023, we had expected that 1.8 million people would be pushed into further poverty in Sudan. Now, this chart on the right is essentially our summary of the channels of influence of the conflict on the different agri-food system actors. And all these preliminary assessments that were just presented very lightly in this presentation were conducted between May and August and did provide, very quick and rapid findings and data on the status quo of farmers, agro-processors, but also on the remainder of the agri-food system actors. Now, the evidence on the impact of the conflict on the different segments necessitates multifaceted interventions by almost everyone who's in this room. And this is why we're here today. It's very important that we think together about how we could utilize this data, build on it, keep doing those surveys and those assessments so we can get a better understanding of how we could inform development, humanitarian, and policy interventions in Sudan. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that presentation. Do we want to open up for a round of questions on this specifically? I think, and then there's a mic. Are there any questions from in the room on presentation and or from online?
Hi, thanks a lot. Grazie Vashilo from CIET. Great presentation, lots of super cool results and insights and great methodology. I was just wondering, you kept saying we expect by 2023 this to happen. I was wondering whether you actually compared your results with the actual data and numbers, if you have any about the changing, in terms of the GDP, in terms of the employment, in terms of other fundings that you have. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions? We're just seeing if there were any questions online.
Yeah, online there's one request that is made. If we could possibly share the presentation by email, because some of the online are finding it difficult to read through the small letters of the slides.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, Martin, CRS, Head of Programming. Just curious, very interesting presentation, especially on the agriculture data. Do you have any plans for the coming agriculture season to do any research?
We've seen, sorry, Amel from Mahjoub Sons. We've seen that the concentration of the private sector was basically in Khartoum, the capital. Now that all these business units are gone, have we assessed the interest or readiness of the private sector to invest outside of Khartoum in the different states or not?
I mean, thank you for this presentation. And considering that was done just in June after the conflict broke out, I think it's a very good analysis that you have produced. I was wondering if you also capture the data on livestock in your study. Thank you.
All right, maybe one more question for this round.
Hello, I'm Abu Bakr Umar from Sharik Foundation. And my question is with regards to the impact of the current conflict and the war. Majority of the food demand by the society are being delivered through grassroots central kitchens. So is that part of your research? Have you reached out to them? Do you know how do they operate? What's going on?
Okay, thank you very much for all these questions. So I'll start answering them in the same sequence they were asked. Now, to the question on comparing those findings all the way up to 2023 on GDP to what we know today. The idea is we're currently also working on the CGE modeling and the SAM multiplier framework to understand perhaps what had happened after December 2023. And this brings me to another point. At IFPRI, what we're doing and all these different surveys were just the first round. So we are going to repeat these surveys, whether the agro-processing survey, we're going to revisit the farmers, as well as the other surveys that would be presented later in the day. And I mean, since the eruption of the conflict, the government of Sudan has not been publishing data, right? So we don't have access to the government data for the end of 2023 to compare what we have projected with what the government is saying, right? So, I mean, and data scarcity at times of conflict is a real thing. So our projections and our models are only source compared with the projections done by other institutions, so the IMF and others. I think Khalid had mentioned earlier that at some point, we did have a varying prediction from the IMF and other scholars, and ours was the more pessimistic one. However, it does seem like it's the more likely one today, especially that the conflict is still ongoing. So there was another question on if there's any plans for continuing future research and surveys. Certainly, the way these survey tools were designed is for us to continue building on them and to revisit the same samples and extend on them, and perhaps to have some sort of panel data that we could assess over time. Thanks, Amel, for your question on the private sector's willingness to invest outside of Khartoum. At the time when we spoke with these large private sector investors, there was still that uncertainty around whether the conflict is going to spread beyond Khartoum or just remain contained. However, the ones that were willing to expand their operations outside of Khartoum were the ones who had already have some established infrastructure or production capacities, whether in Port Sudan or Gadaref or some of these safer regions. However, I think it's a very interesting point to kind of assess what they're doing now in our upcoming round of surveys. On the livestock sector, there was another question. So we're currently working on a livestock diagnostic study that looks at the entirety of the livestock sector, but also the regulations around it, the production nodes, the domestic trade of livestock, as well as its contribution to the export sector. But with regards to the conflict, we know that the Kordofan and Darfur regions have witnessed massive violence and massive road blockages that have hindered a lot of trade movement from the western part of the country, particularly if your question is about livestock exports through Port Sudan. So we can't really say or have particular data on how that's been going on right now, but it is something that we're trying to understand a bit better. Now, on the last question with regards to grassroots and central movements, I think you're absolutely correct. And I mean, top-down policies and research are never really the way to go or to address people's concerns with regards to poverty and food insecurity. And it's of high demand to have access to those people. We have spoken to local initiatives and civil society organizations after the conflict to see, their access and reachability to people, but also to farmers' cooperatives, particularly in the Gum Arabic sector, was what we were trying to understand. However, we have not been successful at doing that yet, but it's certainly an important step to pursue. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Hala, for that presentation. And now moving from that micro and macro level assessments, I would like to invite Vito Intini to talk to us about the role of satellite imagery in this kind of context and how we can use those data points. Over to you.
So I will need to catch up given the time constraints. So I will have to be fast, but the key message is going back to what we were discussing at the beginning of this conference. New methodologies are increasingly critical in conflict-affected countries. So I will show you the applications of nighttime satellite imagery and NOx, remote sensing, applicable to Sudan, because they can give you some wealth of information that otherwise we would not have. So I will skip this one because you know the background and the intensity of conflicts in different localities of Sudan, and then the latest updates on IDPs and refugees. So the critical question is the importance of these new methodologies. And the question is, what is the alternative? If we don't have official data, as we have heard, and we need also a bit of a granular understanding of dynamics on territories, particularly in a large country like Sudan, remote sensing becomes really quite obvious. It's objective. It can give you an overview of different localities, and it can monitor over time on relatively high frequency basis. Of course, the nighttime satellite imagery has a lag because there is a lot of data cleaning needed. NOx a bit less, but in a conflict like this, where we are already in the second in the following year, so we are approaching a year of duration, those two are complementary and important to be used. So what we did, this is research that is ongoing, so has not been published yet. And so we have been looking at different localities and using different data sets. Of course, when it comes to nighttime satellite imagery, recently the VIIRS have been used increasingly. And of course, all other traditional data that you can imagine in different localities. So the process is images collection, then the extraction of NTL time series by different areas of interest. This is just a sample that we could extract. And also corrections, because some values might be negative due to different aspects. And of course, they need to be cleaned. So on the left-hand side, you have the observed values, also the trends that have been shown before the war started. That was increasing trend over the last few years. And then, of course, there is a lot of seasonality, and there could be also cyclicality. So on the right-hand side, you see this is different localities in Sudan. You can see how Khartoum, in terms of luminosity, is much higher compared to other localities. And you can see that pattern of seasonality, slightly increasing trend, and then a drop, sudden drop in April 2023. Here is a snapshot of Sudan at the aggregate level. You can see we compared the data on monthly basis in 2023 to average of 2018 to 2022 to make sure that we smooth out cyclicalities and those effects. And you can see how the drop has been drastic between April and May 2023. Here is Khartoum. You can see the drop again drastic, and also in terms of satellite imagery, luminosity, first quarter on the bottom left-hand side, and third quarter 2023. Drastic reduction of the luminosity. The same applies to many other localities that you can see here, comparing the average of 2018 to 2022 and the monthly average in 2023. We did the same for two localities in Egypt that are, let's say, a gateway of refugees coming from Sudan. So empirically, we looked at the literature. The typical equation that you will be using is GDP as a function of light, measurement, and the population. But if you look at that at the aggregate level, given the fact that satellite imagery is a recent new methodology, that you don't have enough time series. So at the aggregate country level, it's difficult to have long enough time series that can give you meaningful and statistically significant results. Looking at the light luminosity as a dependent variable, and then different typologies of wars, of conflict, different categories, and we use the ICLED data for that. And then looking at the interactive term by location for the typology of conflict, you can have interesting results that we will be showing. Of course, there are a number of methodological aspects that need to be addressed. I don't have time to get into the details, but definitely there needs to be a lag variable to address part of the endogeneity. Of course, fixed effect in terms of time fixed effect and the location fixed effect as well. So the results that we showed really show how, in the case of Khartoum and the case of Niala, Janu, the impact has been very high. Now, what we did is using the drop or the variation of that luminosity and transform into an equation that tries to measure GDP, again, using a methodology that I've described. And here you can see on the right-hand side how the drop in provisional drop in luminosity has been so very high in the case of Khartoum, in the case of Niala, translated into GDP loss on yearly basis. You can see on the right-hand side the impact that is really sizable. So we did also trying to estimate the impact of fatalities and vectors of dummy variables that are related to the topology of war to the luminosity. And again, we found a statistically significant results. Putting all this together, looking at 4 critical indicators: luminosity, food insecurity, population conflict fatalities. This was done in the period April-September 2023. You can see again that there were different trends, of course, depending on localities, depending on specific characteristics and the dynamics, the demographic dynamics. But again, Khartoum, Niala Janub were evident in terms of those trends that were going into the same direction, which is heavy reduction in luminosity, high increase in food insecurity, population fleeing and leaving those localities, and conflict fatalities that were pretty high at that time. Now, if we did something related to the NOx emissions, as you have heard this morning, basically using the Sentinel-5P, which is a new initiative, a program that has been conducted by the European agency, basically using a spectrometer methodology to see the variation of emissions. They calculated the 2022 baseline and then calculated the variations before and after the war in different localities. And this is the interesting part. You would see the 2022 map on the left-hand side, and then just before the conflict and after the conflict started in April, and you can see the reduction of NO2 concentration. That translated, and you see a table down there, in drastic, again, confirming what we found in the with the satellite imagery, a drastic reduction in case of Khartoum of 33%, and also in the case of Khartoum North. This is just to tell you, all these methodologies are useful. They can be used immediately. They can reinforce one another in terms of results, and also we will discuss later in terms of policy and programmatic recommendation. I will stop here.
So thank you very much for that very interesting analysis and these innovative approaches to measure economic activity. I think we'd open up for about 5 minutes, one round of questions on this. Any questions from the room?
Thank you so much. It's an innovative way of assessing the socioeconomic activities during conflict, as I said. But just a comment, another question, maybe in future, we include a holistic system approach, whereby we include all these indicators together with other indicators and put it in a system dynamic or system dynamic modeling approach. Then you look at the holistic system instead of using only one indicator or two. Just a comment, maybe, but we can talk later. Thank you.
And sorry, could you introduce yourself also?
Al-Fadi Abdurrahman, ICP.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, Clemens Preisinger, IFPRI. So this whole methodology of estimating GDP using nightlife is a really interesting and growing area of research. Now, you mentioned that there is a lack of, let's say, time series data for Sudan. My question is there time series data for other countries, and has some time series analysis being conducted, and how?
And I think, Adam, you had a question?
Just for me, it's just an information to say that we'll start a study on the livestock, the holistic study on the livestock. If IFPRI is interested, it's something that we could be doing together. And also the second information is that the informal export of livestock using traditional routes have been increased during the conflict time. Those are the two information that I wanted to.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from online?
Yes, there are two questions online. One is regarding on seed access, availability, and affordability. Do you have a sense of how the seed companies, both private and semi-private, are responding? That's one. And related to that, also on farmer managed seed systems, what are the perceived stable states of direct seed system support working with local partners? So those are the two questions that are arising from this session.
Apologies, can you repeat the second question a little bit slower?
Okay. For the second question is about farmer managed seed systems. What are some perceived stable states for direct seed system support working with the local partners?
Okay, thanks so much. I think with that, I would hand over to you to answer some of those questions.
Thank you very much. So first of all, so the purpose of our presentation is to see and to show how these data and methodologies can be used. They are meant to integrate other analysis. They are not supposed to be used on their own, standalone, for a simple reason. Those are high frequency data. So in an environment that is scarce of data, it's important to use them. But then, and you will see during the conference and the next presentations, we are also using household surveys and business surveys to integrate, to have a more detailed information and analysis on the response and the impact of households and businesses. But that's important as a starting point. When you want to show the extent of a crisis, this can be a data and analysis that can be used to show that, to show from the very start how that size of the crisis and the potential implications can unfold in a country, across societies, across territories. Again, it's important to stress the territorial component of it, because any shock doesn't hit territories at the same level in the same way. This is a new war that has been hit disproportionately the capital compared to past crises across the region. So it's also important to see that type of implications. The second aspect is related to, okay, what we do then with this kind of data, how we can feed programmatically. Complementing this data with the next rounds of surveys will tell us how certain territories, certain communities are hit, and therefore what the kind of response that can be organized towards those territories. It's important to stress the informal component of it because some of the trade channels across the Horn of Africa, across the region, are very much informally based. So those are also aspects that need to be taken into consideration. But when you start with a macro picture, this is a good starting point that then can be detailed at a more granular detail level. Then I didn't get the question that the lady wasn't.
I think it was about
Okay, there will be a session dedicated to that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation, for answering the questions. You're talking a lot about complementing data from these different assessments. So now I would hand over to my colleague Frederick from WFP to look at how we're using household level data, to look at food security, the food security situation, and then afterwards open up into a conversation on how we can connect all of these different approaches and points. Over to you, Fred.
Thank you very much, Lenny, and good morning to everyone. As you said, Lenny, I'll be talking a little bit about the food security situation in Sudan before and during the conflict, as well as some key findings from a household survey that WFP together with IFPRI has conducted. Now, I think amid the ongoing conflict, it's easy to forget the fact that the situation in Sudan has been critical for a long time. If we look at the situation before the conflict began, the last few years have been marked by political turmoil, by a macroeconomic crisis that began back in 2017. We've seen very high inflation rates, over 400% back in 2021, rising food prices, as we can see on the graph, which shows the price of the local food basket since 2019, and also a rapid depreciation of the Sudanese pound. When I arrived to Sudan in 2019, I remember that $1 was traded for 45 SDG. Now, $1 is traded for over 1,000 SDG. That is a very rapid depreciation. We've also seen intercommunal violence and subsequent displacement in different parts of the country, in the Darfurs, in the Kordofans, in Blue Nile. And also to remember, amid this high level of current displacement that's ongoing, there's over 3.7 million protracted IDPs in Sudan, living in different IDP camps across the country, as well as over 1 million refugees from South Sudan, from Ethiopia, from Eritrea. On top of this, we also have erratic agricultural production, which you can also see on the below graph, with one better year followed by one worse year. And this has also been fueled by climate-induced shocks, including floods. I think those who are familiar with Sudan recall the 2020 floods that affected Khartoum, as well as other areas, as well as droughts and desert locusts, which hampers agricultural production. And then on top of this, also the pandemic, which I think it's also easy to forget about amid the ongoing conflict, but which also had negative implications on livelihoods in Sudan. And this is, of course, reflected in the IPC, the Integrated Food Security Phase classification, which is WFP's main tool when planning our response and where we prioritize our assistance. As we can see, there's been a gradual increase over time in the past few years from 2.8 million people that were acutely food insecure in 2017 to 11.7 million people in 2022, and now over 20.3 million people at the peak of the lean season in 2023. And we expect this figure to be even higher this year amid the ongoing conflict. So as you can see, a stark increase in the level of food insecurity in the past few years. So if we talk a little bit about this survey that's been conducted by IFPRI and by WFP's Regional Bureau, this was a household level survey that was conducted among rural households, in which households were surveyed remotely through a call center. And I just want to point out before we look a bit at the results that there's always a difference in the quality of the data between data that's collected remotely through a call center and data that is collected face-to-face when an enumerator goes physically out to a household and surveys them. So it's just important to bear in mind that there are some limitations. We see this in other countries as well, where we do remote data collection, but nevertheless, this survey is indicative and very useful to look at. And if we look at food consumption, this is one of WFP's core food security indicators, which we look at in our assessments, and which basically looks and basically surveys household on their food consumption in the past 7 days. we see that the prevalence of inadequate food consumption has increased across most states in Sudan. We see in particular in Khartoum, in Sennar, in Northern State, in Jazeera, and in River Nile states, big increases in the prevalence of inadequate food consumption. When we look at our face-to-face survey that we did in the beginning of 2023 before the conflict, and this remote survey that was done at the end of 2023. And these states in particular, these were before the conflict the most food secure states. They have good and substantial agricultural production, large agricultural schemes which employ many people, and these were states where WFP did not have any operations apart from nutrition and school feeding programs. And so we see here a stark increase in the prevalence of inadequate food consumption in these states. We also see in the other states, in the Darfurs and in the Kordofans, also an increase in the prevalence of inadequate food consumption, with two interesting exceptions being West Darfur and Central Darfur. And we believe that the reason for this decrease in inadequate food consumption compared to the first quarter of the year is that the data collection for this survey was done at a time when the Chad corridor, which was bringing in substantial humanitarian assistance into these states, was functioning. WFP, for instance, assisted over 1 million beneficiaries in these states at the time of the data collection. And of course, other humanitarian agencies were also assisting large populations in these states. But nevertheless, if we look at the prevalence of negative food-based coping strategies, we also see a stark increase across all states. So just to say that coping strategies essentially look at what households do to cope with a shortage of food. So we look at different strategies such as reducing the number of meals consumed per day, reducing the portion sizes, borrowing food or borrowing money to buy food. These are examples of coping strategies, and we measure their prevalence in a 30-day or in a 7-day period to arrive at a final coping strategy score. And as we can see, the prevalence of adopting negative food-based coping strategies has increased across all the states. Just to say, though, that these averages that we're seeing are indicative of a moderate level of coping, which is nevertheless concerning given that this data is collected during the harvest season when food security is at its best. So given these moderate levels of coping, we expect them to rise further during the lean season. I also just quickly want to talk about the household hunger scale. This is a very important indicator, and it's an indicator which WFP has usually not looked at in the past, but it is a simple indicator where households are asked about hunger, and essentially if there has been time in the past 30 days that they've been hungry, that they haven't had enough food to consume, or if they've gone to bed hungry. And it's an easy indicator to look at, and one that we are looking at very closely. And it's actually the main indicator that is used to identify areas that have famine or famine-like conditions. And as we can see, in general, the majority of the households in all the states are showing no or little levels of hunger at the moment during the harvest season, but we do see some proportions of households showing moderate hunger and some small proportions of households showing severe hunger. But this is an indicator which is very important and which we are continuing to monitor, especially now during the lean season when food stocks are quickly depleted. And this indicator will, as I said, be used to be able to identify areas that may have famine or famine-like conditions. Also, to just say on the food insecurity experience scale, this is another important indicator that we also look at. These are 8 self-reported food-related behaviors that we measure, also indicating a dire food security situation. 76%, for instance, saying that they are worried about not having enough food to eat. 73% saying that they ate only a few kinds of food. This is, of course, unfolding into our other food insecurity indicators that we're also looking at. In the interest of time, I'll just quickly say a few things about the food security outlook. Given the intensification of the conflict, as well as severe restrictions that WFP and other humanitarian actors are facing in Sudan right now, food insecurity is anticipated to further worsen, to worsen further in the coming months, and in particular from May onwards, which is the lean season. And we expect to see shifts from lower to higher IPC phases. As I've highlighted, agricultural production, and has been highlighted by other speakers today, agricultural production is anticipated to be below average. And FAO has just completed their survey, the Crop and Food Supply Assessment Mission, which is due any day now, which will have more information on the performance of the harvest. But we are seeing as well a deterioration in key macroeconomic indicators, including food prices, which we are monitoring across markets, and where we're seeing atypical price increases during the harvest season of key food items. And finally, I want to finish by saying I believe this survey will be published in the coming weeks, and it's a very rich survey that's been done. This presentation just covered the food security aspects, but it's a rich survey that was conducted by IFPRI together with WFP's Regional Bureau, and will be certainly a very important tool to use for WFP and other humanitarian actors as we continue to plan and conduct and execute our response. And I just also want to highlight that in addition to this very important survey, WFP is also conducting face-to-face data collection among residents and IDPs and refugees, where we are surveying these population groups on key food security indicators. And this data will, of course, feed into the upcoming IPC analysis, which is planned for April. So I see my time is up, but I'll stop there and we can open the floor to some questions.
So thank you so much, Fred. I think we would open up for a short round of questions for Fred specifically, and then open up for the whole panel, and maybe have some reflections on overarching how these presentations and how these approaches can connect to each other. So any questions for Fred specifically on food security?
Thank you. Abdulatif Hassan, UNDP, Sudan. You mentioned that the agricultural production is expected to be significantly lower. So is this will be due to the decrease in the productivity or the cultivated areas or both of them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is Manala Kase from ICP. Thank you for the nice, informative presentation. Maybe my question is, well, it's a very good baseline. My question is, what % of the inadequate consumption of food attributed to conflict? The reason I'm asking this question is, well, still many countries, they have not yet recovered from the COVID. There is still the lingering effect of COVID. And then at the same time, this is a global shift. The Ukraine-Russia crisis also contributing to the price increase on commodities and inputs. And then at the same time, we know the Eastern African countries are hit hardly by droughts and flood. So taking into account this, what is the contribution of conflict to the different indicators that you show? Thanks so much.
Yeah, Robert Folks, Mercy Corps. So the question is based on existing data. Do you expect Sudan to fall into famine-like conditions in the second half of 2024? And if so, any predictions on the severity of the famine?
Just to add that, in order to understand the challenges of food insecurity in Sudan, we have to go a bit beyond the challenges that the colleagues have mentioned here to understand the macro level, the policy analysis and all, because in Sudan, there has been a missed opportunity to develop a policy framework that will allow the government to intervene and support the sector. Because we, as a UN organization or NGOs or actors and all, our role is not to develop policy. Our role is to support policy. Then if the government doesn't have the conducive policy, it is difficult for us really to come up and support the sector. That's one thing. Because the FAO recommended in the CADEP meeting back in 2010 to invest at least 10% of the country's GDP to support agricultural production. Sudan, our monitoring of those data has not invested even 1%, between 1 and 2%. That is a major gap that speaks for the food insecurity in Sudan. And second, to make it short, there is a divide of urban and rural in Sudan. If that gap is not bridged, there's no way rural people will produce to support the urban people. Those are issues that IFPRI maybe could consider. We are really open to work with and try to see how, because you're talking about research and development, those are key issues that need to be addressed. We cannot just addressing the micro level issues and also not let us know it.
Oliver, can I just thank you, Adam, for highlighting and pointing out the elephant in the room. My question would be, all the data is validating the fact that 65% of the population is in the agri sector, and all the poor and going into poverty or food security is basically from the people who are working, producing the food. So why is WFP feeding people rather than, at the moment, solving the problem of inputs so that these all these farmers, whoever is in the cycle, can actually do something about feeding themselves, so teaching them how to fish rather than feeding them the fish. At the peak of Sudan, it was consuming 350,000 metric tons of urea, I think, and maybe Adam can validate. We're talking about, at the most, 50,000 metric tons that has entered since the war started. So I think maybe the approach should change by the WFP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ero Asif from Soil Watch. I just want to ask a couple of very specific methodological questions. You had Q4 for the IFPRI and Q1 for the last CF SBA. When exactly, which month were those two done? Because it can matter quite a lot in terms of how to interpret the findings. Also, just the sample sizes and the geographic coverage in those different states would be very helpful to know, especially to understand some of the maybe curious findings on West Darfur, for example, which we know has been severely affected, but it looks like it's actually gotten better. So is it just measuring a few camps near Janina, or is it actually a statewide thing? So thank you.
Okay, last question.
Regarding the WFP program, I'm asking how WFP and its partner want to reach people who are hungry and in acute malnutrition. This is a question for WFP. After we having all data about like people who are suffering from hunger, how can with the other partner who are working in humanitarian situation can access and reach those people who are in hunger? The second thing that there are a lot of I think FAO and other actors are distributing seeds in the states of Sudan, like Gadarif, Tokar, in Red Sea state. So even those people who are working with the say FAO and the farmer who are working, they are facing the challenge of transportation and fuel. And how can together we think about increasing their production by programming better and by planning better for them? Thank you.
I think we're almost out of time. So I think if we can answer this round of questions, and I see your hand raised, but I think we can come to you afterwards in one of the breaks and answer some of your questions. Before I hand over to Fred to answer some of the questions on the actual analysis and the methodology, there are two questions that I'd like to answer that were addressed to WFP. The first one is how can we reach people in areas where food insecurity is the highest? And to be very frank, this is one of the greatest challenges that we are facing as WFP. At the moment, both parties to the conflict are interfering with access. It has been extremely challenging to deliver food from eastern parts of Sudan into western parts of Sudan into different areas of control, as well as now most recently the cross-border operation that we had going from Chad into western Sudan to the states of West and Central Darfur has been closed because authorities in Port Sudan revoked the permissions for us to do cross-border operations. We had also been looking into doing cross-border operations from South Sudan, Awale, into some of the other states in Darfur, South Darfur, for example. And so this is our greatest challenge. And in this case, this is where we are calling on both of the parties to the conflict to enable that access, because otherwise we are not able to reach the people who are in the highest levels of hunger. In fact, 90% of the people who are in emergency levels of hunger are in areas that are inaccessible to us at the moment. And so the more people that are aware of this, whether it's donors or researchers, et cetera, and can help us advocate for that, that will help prevent, will allow us to provide assistance in those areas and help prevent what is already a looming hunger catastrophe in the coming lean season, which starts in May, but looks like it's actually may be starting earlier this year. Then to the question on why WFP is not boosting production more. So we are exploring ways in which we can do this. So we have a project with the African Development Bank where we distributed wheat seeds, climate adapted wheat seeds, fertilizers, urea, and DAP to farmers in Gedaref, in Kasla, in what was the other one? Jazeera, and a few states in eastern Sudan. Around 170,000 farmers just in the last few months received those inputs. And that actually was a 2-year project with the African Development Bank to boost wheat production in the wheat producing states. But I think beyond that, we also have a local procurement strategy where we procure especially sorghum from local smallholder farmers, which also helps to ensure that they have, a consistent income and can rely on that source and continue to produce. But I think beyond that, one of the big things for WFP obviously is our mandate is food assistance. And so we also work very closely with FAO on how to actually boost agricultural production. So then over to Fred on all the analysis questions.
Yeah, sure. I know we're almost out of time, but I'll try to address them quite quickly. But in terms of the question on agricultural production and the reasons why, I mean, there are a combination of different reasons. I mean, we know that the price of different agricultural inputs has increased, the price of fuel, the cost of machinery, fertilizer, seeds, etc., has increased substantially, and that, of course, has implications on agricultural production. Also, of course, access to land has been limited in some conflict-affected areas, which also hampers agricultural production. And in addition, also localized climatic factors, droughts and rainfall in certain areas, which has implications. So it's a combination of different reasons. And of course, we're awaiting FAO's CEFSAM report, which will provide more insights into the performance of the harvest and some of the challenges. When it comes to the question on the indicators and how we can attribute them to the ongoing conflict, I mean, food security is a complex phenomenon. And, the first slide that I presented showed that food insecurity is impacted by a lot of different factors, by agricultural production, of course, by macroeconomic conditions, by displacement and intercommunal violence, which has increased, by political factors, enabling systems, policies, etc. So it's a combination of different factors. But I think the main point is that we are seeing worsening in key food security indicators, not just in the conflict affected states, but also in the other states which are hosting large populations of IDPs. And that's why, you know, when we talk about food insecurity, we are expecting a worsening in food insecurity across the whole country, not just in conflict hotspots. Of course, conflict hotspots will have more severe levels of food insecurity, but nevertheless, eastern and northern states also have high levels. When it comes to the question on the prediction of famine during the lean season, I think the main point to highlight there is that the IPC is the main vehicle for analyzing food insecurity and for classifying locations into different food insecurity phase classifications. And that is the main, WFP, FAO, and other FSL food security and livelihood cluster members always strive to align with the IPC first. And if there are famine-like conditions, that will first of all be identified through the IPC technical process, which is a very rigorous process and which is based on technical consensus and a wide variety of different types of data. So I think it's important to, while highlight that the situation is critical and certainly worsening, not to precede the IPC analysis, which will be done in April. Finally, just on the methodology, so the CFSVA is a nationwide assessment, which is done once per year, and it's currently ongoing. In the first quarter of last year, over 40,000 households were surveyed across all the states and in nearly all the localities in Sudan. So it's a very big sample size. Whereas this survey that was done together with IFPRI had, of course, a smaller sample size, I think around 4,000, exactly 4,500, which is it's smaller, but nevertheless indicative. And of course, we're fully aware of the challenges in conducting remote data collection at the moment, given the connectivity issues, which are severe now, but which have also been constrained in the past few months. And I believe the data collection for the IFPRI study was from December to January, November, December, January, whereas the CFSVA was done in the first quarter, so January, February, March of 2023. I suppose in the interest of time, we can stop there.
I'm just wondering, because there were some technical difficulties at the beginning, if we can have 5 extra minutes. We're already 15 minutes over. Okay, fine. But then I think it would be interesting to close with just a food for thought question as to how each of the panelists and anybody in this room sees how you can connect the dots between these different ways of collecting data in such a context where it's hard to have a strong evidence base, how to connect some of these dots and maybe use this data collectively to influence, how we're doing operations for WFP as example. Some of those kind of conversations would happen during the breaks.
Thanks, Lainey. So just very quickly, I think, this entire conference and this session really sheds light on the importance of utilizing experimental research to understand the implications of the conflict at different levels. I think there's a lot of, as Adam from FAO had just mentioned, there's a lot of research efforts and data collection efforts that are happening. But this is an invitation for all of us to kind of coordinate with one another and ensure that this data can be utilized and disseminated, and most importantly, passed on to the primary beneficiary, that is the farmer and the households, because they too need access to this information to support their decision making. And thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a really good question and something that we should consider to think about. I think, from our side, we've been trying to do face-to-face data collection now in the past few weeks, which has been extremely challenging. And we have to halt the data collection by Ramadan, given that food consumption and a lot of other indicators changes a lot during Ramadan. But nevertheless, I think, combining both innovative data collection methodologies but also with the classical ones, the face-to-face data collection, I think is the best way to go ahead, to have a combination of both, and then to try to triangulate the results and see what is closest to the reality on the ground.
Well, from my perspective, it's an issue of complementarity and purposes at a strategic level. Purpose, using innovative data like remote sensing, gives you a quick snapshot that needs to be complemented, and it's also cheap. Let's not forget that, which needs to be complemented by surveys on the ground that gives a more detailed aspects or across the spectrum of livelihood. That needs to come together. And then you have also, have you heard, the producer's perspective, not just the consumers and the household perspective. All them together gives you already a picture of how these different analyses can be complementary. What you will see in the next few sessions is also additional information that you haven't seen. You've seen now the food security consumption component, but then there will be other aspects related to salaries, impact, employment, and overall income of households that need to come together. All this will give you quite a comprehensive snapshot that is possible only when we put our resource and capacity together.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, again. So good morning, everyone from my side. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our second panel on development interventions and implementation in times of conflict. My name is Karin Ruf. I'm working as a senior economic advisor with UNDP Sudan. Our second panel aims to explore three topics: insights into the gaps in current programming and intervention efforts, the prioritization of programs during crisis, and the practical aspects of implementing interventions in Sudan's conflict setting. We want to speak about the effectiveness of the different interventions in mitigating the impact of the conflict and supporting vulnerable populations. Therefore, we put together an impressive panel. I would like to invite the panelists to join me now here on stage. We have Adam Yao from FAO, Deputy Country Representative from Sudan. Please come up here. Our second panelist is Billy Mimwinga, Head of Sudan WFP Coordination Office in Nairobi. Warm welcome to you. Mohammed Abdel Momen, Sudan Country Representative from UNIDO. Warm welcome, Mohammed. Ruben Velenga, Chief of External Relations from UNICEF. And my colleague Slobodan Tadic, Senior Crisis Coordinator from UNDP. Warm welcome. So we're going to have, again, 2 rounds of questions, and I would like to ask you to stick to the 3 minutes as we are already bit behind of time. And I would also like to invite the audience here and online to already prepare questions and comments for the panelists. My first question goes to Adam. Adam, you mentioned the importance of traditional knowledge for agriculture in Sudan before. Does FAO include this knowledge in identifying and prioritizing areas for seed distribution and early warning systems in conflict affected regions, like especially in Sudan, or which approaches do you use?
Thank you very much. FAO stands for a world that is free of hunger. And to achieve that, we need an agriculture system that is efficient, that is resilient, to ensure that we have better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. And in the Sudan, what we've applied, as you said, We rely on local knowledge. We reach in 2023, 1 million farmers. 1 million farmers receive certified seed, sorghum, and other crops, groundnut, sesame, and millet. And the partner that help us to reach those farmers are local, national, Sudanese NGOs, civil society organization, farmers association. Those are the knowledge on which we rely to reach the 1 million farmers. And we also assume that there were some challenges like the transportation. To reach those people, we have to rely on the local tribe, the local community, the community representatives and all. Those are really the network that allow FAO to reach 15 states across Sudan. We didn't reach only Jenina and Nyala, but Khartoum is not an agricultural area for us. So you see that we rely fully on the local capacity to reach those farmers in the Sudan.
Thank you very much. So Adam emphasized the reliance on the local capacities for the programming. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Adam emphasized the reliance on the local national NGOs and local capacities for the programming. Billy, are you also using local capacities, or could you elaborate more on the impact of cash and in-kind transfer on communities in the conflict zones? And how does WFP ensure these interventions reach the most vulnerables?
Thank you very much, Karen, for that question. Maybe before I really respond to that question, maybe I should highlight the extent to which WFP was impacted by the conflict. I'm sure you've seen or you've read, it's in public domain, the extent to which the amount of loss in terms of infrastructure, in terms of capacities that WFP suffered as a result of the conflict. For instance, just as an example, my former office in South Darfur in Nyala, for instance, I had a tracking capacity of 23 trucks. We had a warehousing capacity of almost 20,000 metric tons. All that was lost in an instant. That definitely compromised or really affected our capacities to respond or to provide assistance. Now, coming to Sudan in general, just to give comparative example, for instance, in 2022, WFP was providing or reached about 10 million people across Sudan in all activities, both humanitarian as well as resilience or development activities. And we're implementing basically in all the states. Now, in 2023, from April up to December, we were only able to reach 6.2 million. 6.2 million. And only in 17 out of the 18 states. Now, if you disaggregate that information and look at resilience activities, for instance, that's even worse because, as you know, in terms of development activities, the processes that you have to go through for you to implement those activities. You need to mobilize the communities. You need to put systems in place. You need to interact with communities to involve them in the planning and the implementation of those activities. Now, you cannot really do those activities in an environment where there's conflict. So that really compromised our capacity to be able to implement those activities. Nevertheless, in 2023, from April to December again, we were able to reach about 1.3 million people for those development activities. Unfortunately, we could only implement those activities in 6 out of the 18 states, or the 14 states that were able to implement development activities in Sudan. Now, if we go back to your question in terms of what are we doing right now to be able to reach the people, several ways. Right now, we are trying to look at innovative ways of negotiating access. As my colleague mentioned earlier on, access has really been the major problem for us. We are not able to go to all those locations. We can't cross lines. If we have to cross lines, we have to negotiate with RSF. We have to negotiate with SAF to be able to pass. Right now, we have almost 21 trucks in Kosti that we cannot move to Darfur to provide the assistance. And those trucks have been stuck there for a couple of weeks, almost 3 months now, because we can't really have that access. But we are also trying to be innovative in the sense that we are identifying safe havens where IDPs have moved to, and we are creating offices in those locations so that we are closer to the people who need assistance. For instance, we are opening up offices in Dongola, for instance, in Wadi Halfa as well. That's where most of the people have moved to. We are also ramping up our resilience activities in what we consider, or what we're calling safer locations. For instance, in the eastern part of the country, Gedaref, Jazeera, and so on. We are increasing those activities there. We're also looking at opportunities for other types of modality, for instance, CBT, in areas where we cannot access. We're looking at opportunities to implement those types of activities. So in short, basically, that's what we're trying to do for us to be able to reach the communities in areas where there's conflict. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we heard that the access and the ability to reach people affects programming and several interventions. Slobodan, from your perspective, what are the most significant gaps in programming and distribution of aid in Sudan, and how is UNDP working to address these gaps?
It's working now. Thank you, Karen. Nice question for UNDP, but let me maybe start kind of framing it in a slightly different manner, also to complement what we are doing here today. So why we are doing research and analysis? It is practically to understand the conflict, to understand the situation in which we are. So what we learned so far in Sudan, we know that Sudan is a protracted crisis. And we know that this crisis lasts for a year. However, the most recent one has its own characteristics. It's been nearly a year. And what are the specifics of this, let's say, IDPs, exposure to the conflict and other areas? It's demonstrated that Sudan people have really explored and demonstrated the great level of solidarity. Why I'm saying this? We have IDPs mainly integrated in communities, not really being in IDP camps. It's mainly integrated in communities. Why I'm saying this? Because all of a sudden, to understand the gaps and to see what are the needs, we really need to understand the conflict dynamics and how it all reflects on IDPs and on the situation in host communities. So all of a sudden, we realize that both host communities and IDPs are sharing the same needs. They all lack access to water, food, health services, basic services, and everything else. So from the UNDP perspective, we realize that for us, the gap in not so much distributing humanitarian assistance, it is more about the gap that we have to be more community-oriented. We need to respond to community needs in order to understand and to really respond to some of these gaps. Why I'm saying this? Because it is providing and enabling solutions so that people, both IDPs and community members, have, for example, access to water, access to health. It is about solutions that really tackles as a community as a whole. So when we talk about the gaps, if really understanding those needs, then we really go and look back how we address some of these kind of, gaps and the needs. We understand completely, we just learned issues with the access, issues that we have with the changing environment in which we operate, losses that humanitarian agencies have apart from the losses in Sudan. So from that perspective, it is very difficult. And for us, mainly I have to admit that, and we said that we should be critical as well. Sometimes we react opportunistic. We see an opportunity and we go for the opportunity. It's because of the situation in Sudan. However, the biggest gap that I see at the moment is that we are very much, which is not wrong, of course, it is a people-centric assistance. We really have to kind of more focus on the community level assistance, on having kind of, more integrated solutions being in place. Because what is happening now is that we are really trying to our best knowledge, using innovative methods. We heard also this morning, how creative and innovative we have to be in a crisis like this. However, we need also to look into the more integrated solutions that are really framing our assistance and that are being more community oriented. This is for us, from our perspective, at least from the development agency perspective, the biggest gap that we have at the moment. So maybe I stop here before going into the details that we can later provide. Over.
Thank you, Slobo. So we have in common that the three panelists emphasized on the people-centered approach and a focus on communities and to use local capacities. For UNIDO, Mohammed, Sudan's economic sector has been heavily impacted by the conflict. What role does and can UNIDO play in supporting the industrial development and employment in such a challenging environment?
Thank you very much. For us, in UNIDO, we've looked at it from two perspectives. One is operational, and the other programmatic. So operationally, we try to look at our own support to the people of Sudan. So we think of really relocating the ongoing projects, that the ones that are really supporting the industrial sector into safer and more stable states. And we have quite good examples of one of the Canada-funded project for women in agribusiness, which is an agro processing and value chain project. We managed to negotiate sort of relocating the project to Kassala State, and we are trying to explore another state. So these are the operational aspect. In terms of programs, we've continued to support the small businesses and small entrepreneurs in order to allow them access skills through vocational training. And of course, we work with the TVET schools. We also work with the small scale farmers, like our sister agency, FAO. And we will give examples of some projects relocated to areas where we manage to support women. In fact, the skills and the human capital development we're working to support during the conflict is quite essential. You cannot imagine the people who are now living in the schools, and they are coming every day and another, knocking the door of the organization for the sake of having some opportunities to learn skills and maybe so that they can shift jobs and so that they can contribute to their livelihoods. I have seen a great job by WFP and UNICEF That's true. In Kassala and schools, you see the food distribution and you see the vaccination. The cholera vaccination of UNICEF was just in front of our office also. So, but all these, when they come also, they are asking for more. I'm quoting Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist. Oliver wants more, because the challenges are quite big. So these skills gap and trying to help people to sort of get the skills and work in the private sector was one of the means we were trying to do to support the industrial sector. There were requests in a point of time from the Chamber of Industries for UNIDO to help in the relocation of factories from Khartoum to other states. That was something beyond our capacity. So we were not able to sort of engage further in this kind of dialogue.
Thank you, Mohammed. You already mentioned UNICEF's activities in the health sector. Ruben, how is UNICEF addressing the challenges to health and especially also to education in Sudan amidst the ongoing conflict?
Yeah, thank you. Let me start off with a word of thanks, because it's not an easy times in Sudan, to say the least. Thank you for IFPRI to organizing this. Like, Sudan increasingly is an abandoned crisis. It's a forgotten crisis. It's hardly in the news. So it's really important to have these settings with each other, like-minded people, to make sure we look deeply at what is ongoing and we really raise our voices for Sudan. Nothing can be done without the advocacy, funding, and support of development partners. The Netherlands is here, the FCDO, I've seen USA that was supporting it, all partners of UNICEF. And then most importantly, going to the question of what is UNICEF doing and how it's doing it, partnership. There's many of our partners, being in civil society, NGO partners, some of the private sector partners in the room. And without each other, without working together, I don't think we can realize anything. So UNICEF is since the onset of the conflict almost, and as many of us having to relocate, evacuate a large number of our staff, having, as Billy said, faced looting, faced destruction, faced all kinds of frustrations, we quite easily or quite quickly found ground back under our feet, and we're implementing at the moment a three-prong approach, because Sudan, as much as a war is ongoing, it's not one Sudan. It's not everywhere the same. So our strategy is really to focus on hotspot areas and make sure that emergency relief reaches those stuck in conflict, to the millions of children, of families being on the move, that they can access essential services in areas they would be welcomed by the host communities. And three, there's also more stable areas. So how do we make sure that across the HDP Nexus continuum, that services and systems are preserved and are being kept up, and that people can maintain levels of resilience? Over in health, specifically, and in education, it's not an easy question. So systems are much at the collapse. It's a catastrophe, as I think Khalid in the beginning presented. 14 million children in humanitarian needs, 7 million children without access to water and hygiene in a time where there's cholera, 3.7 million children severely or acute malnourished, of which 730,000 severely acute malnourished, which is devastating, and with famine-like conditions at the horizon, absolutely scary. So all those things need to be addressed at a time that systems don't function anymore. Health systems don't function anymore. 19 million children, as we speak, are out of school because the schools haven't reopened. So how do you go about that? You try to do your utmost. You try to work for the systems still in place. You try to work in partnership. You try to bundle services to create efficiencies. You do mobile outreach where facilities are closed, and you try to keep facilities going where by delivery of supply, by support of two partners, and so on. In education, when schools are closed, it's really hard. There's a couple of safe learning spaces, close to 1,000 or 850 at the moment, which we established, for which children access learning opportunities. There's a massive opportunity in which we're looking carefully and ramping up our activities in digital learning, being it through online learning, but also just through radio, through television, and just providing children with that necessary access to learning opportunities. So those things give hope, right? Like, so last year, really, with WFP, an incredible partner of UNICEF, also as the entire UN family sitting here together on stage, is we also reached 6 million children and family members last year with life-saving, life-sustaining support, which makes us proud, which gives hope, as I said, because it shows that still things can be done. It's absolutely frustrating also. It's absolutely frustrating because it indicates the scale of the measure, the scale which we're facing. And every month when I go back to Sudan, I see things deteriorate. So the numbers which were presented and the numbers which we've been listening at today are just horrific. Like there's the classic cliche lines which I can throw in now of every minute a child dying, but it is true. The country we used to live in, we used to call home, is at the moment really going down, and children are facing a catastrophe. So the entire future of 24 million children is being robbed, right? So from a prioritization, going back and having said that, when we prioritize based on vulnerability. So we try to be there where we can, where the suffering is most. We try to do it in a way which is conflict sensitive. The dynamics are incredibly tense. So we need to make sure that even where communities used to live in levels of harmony, because of the deteriorating situation, because of the toughness of the situation, people will now get into fights with each other about food, which will now get in fights with each other about opportunities. So you need to be very conscious of conflict sensitive. We also face access. We also face all kinds of issues in our programming. So you need to also be opportunistic. Where things are feasible, where you can move things, where you can see a window of opportunity, you go into it. And most importantly, you try to preserve systems, because we cannot give up hope of a ceasefire, of peace, that a government transition will take place again, and that Sudan will find its feet again to the country it can be. So systems need to be preserved. You need to keep front lines in place. You need to continue to build systems and strengthen systems where you can. And that's what UNICEF is doing day in, day out with all our partners. So very practically, how we prioritize and how we go about it is life-saving, do no harm, and maintain resilience to the extent possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ruben. So we heard already about the different difficult situation in the country and the challenges we are all facing. For the second round, I would like to keep it very short, as you already gave very comprehensive answers. I would like to give the opportunity to each of you to say a bit more about the challenges, and if you have specific interventions to address it, apart from what you heard, there's a common way to relocate to the east, but if there is or to the stable situations, and then we would open for the audience for more questions. Slobo, I can start from your side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this one. So let me maybe try to build up on what I said before earlier, or the way how we are prioritizing and why we are addressing some of the issues, the way we are doing it from the UNDP perspective primarily. As I said, for us, it was very important that we complement humanitarian partners and that we work hand in hand with them. UNDP is not really an agency that is distributing humanitarian aid. So we really try to provide for those integrated solutions that I was mentioning, and that we provide for those community perspective assistance that also I mentioned. So I'll give you an illustrative example just to keep the flow of the information, why and how we were doing it. I will start from Jazeera State with Madani. We know when Khartoum happened, primarily people moved south of Khartoum into the Wad Madani, and they stayed there for a long time. We see tremendous pressure of the host community to respond to the needs of the IDPs. We also see tremendous pressure of all humanitarian agencies that were working to trying to provide for the assistance. And we also try to see how we can complement and how we can contribute to that discussions. So from our perspective, we really follow the need assessments, preliminary need assessments, and all these research and analysis that we did just to see what are the real needs where we as the UNDP, as development perspective agency, can contribute to give some long-term effective assistance. So we identified, for example, that it's working? Okay. So we identified at one point that the access to water is really a struggling factor for all these IDPs and also community members. Then we looked into the Jazeera state had very developed, I will say, kind of, water distribution points. However, they were out of order. They were working with 20% of their capacities because there was no electricity. Fuel for the generator was extremely costly. So communities couldn't provide for the pumps to pump the water and to have access to water. What we provided was a solution from our perspective to simply install the solar panels to the existing water distribution points to keep the water flow. And then we were, I have to say that again, a bit criticized, like why you are doing something that is already existing there, why you are improving it. So practically they said, so you are building 20 solar panels to do what? And I said, look, yes, from the technical perspective, it's about 20 solar panels and a converter. However, what we are doing is providing access to clean water, constant flow, irrespective of that. And we did in 28 water distribution points. We provided 10 million liters of water a day, which cannot be achieved by just humanitarian distributions. So all of a sudden, 1 million people had access to clean water constantly at the distribution points. Also, there was a great level of prevention, for example, of GBV and empowering of women, because we know that the women traditionally are going to fetch water, to bring it to the communities, and they are often exposed to certain kind of violence while they are doing so. So we also contributed by just that technical solutions into something like that. We also have issues of cholera, it was mentioned this morning. Providing clean, safe water from the underground sources, it's a great level to prevent waterborne diseases and to prevent, and to contribute to the public health, and also to kind of, increase community resilience and to working on this one. Then we also work on the social cohesion by just providing that clean water. All of a sudden, both IDPs and host community members have access to the water. So there was one resource or basic service less to think about. It was all about social cohesion, about that very stressful moment for both of them at that point in time. Then again, emergency employment, livelihoods. We tried and we practically localized the local market to procure those solar items. So we were boosting both supply and demand side, I have to say it that way, because it was the local companies who were providing that. It was the local population who was involved in building fence around water distribution point, about welding frames to install the solar panels. So it was greatly assistant to the entire community. It was about the ownership. It was about localization. We worked with the local CSOs to identify those highest point of IDPs so that we targeted in our prevention. Also, we benefited a lot, and this is what also a colleague from UNICEF just mentioned, from the existing partnerships. UNDP, before, when we engage in a community level cooperation, we established so-called community management committee, which is a nice platform for community to make their own decisions, to make their own priorities, to identify their needs, and to provide for solutions. And UNDP is there to enable them to follow their needs and to follow the solutions for those needs. So we worked with them, and we noticed that those communities are much more resilient to the shocks because they were better organized. They had better coordination mechanisms, and they know what are the needs. They know how to manage these needs because they were trained. So with practically, and this is also a bit to contribute to those gaps before. So practically by investing with very limited resources into something that is community level assistance, it really addresses some of these gaps. I'm not saying that this is the only gaps that we have, but at least to complement humanitarian actors in order to reach some of these kind of long-term gains. And this is just an illustrative example. So from our perspective, why we also shifted our systems to the east? As I said, we were more community-oriented. All of a sudden, those communities started receiving large influx of IDPs in these communities. So we really wanted to support those, as we don't have, for example, 20 trucks that are being locked somewhere else. This is like also to enable our humanitarian partners. But we really then focus our assistance and our efforts on the host communities to provide for the entire, at that moment, population of Sudan in those places. So this is just an example of our assistance, but practically this is the philosophy of our response. It's about enabling solutions to provide for access to water, access to energy, access to food, and to provide that for all. So over.
Thank you, Slobo, for this practical example to support communities and at the same time support livelihood and emergency employment efforts. Mohammed, UNIDO is also supporting economic resilience in conflict. Could you give an example what UNIDO is doing, a concrete example what UNIDO has been doing in the conflict?
Thank you. First of all, one important point is that business continues even during the conflict, and you see the role of the private sector even during the conflict. This is one important point. When I look at Sudan, and particularly I look at the safer states now, you see a very interesting phenomena, which I always call it cautiously I call it the positive alterations of the current conflict, whereby you start seeing Khartoum-like business mentality and the kind of business in these states. And this is one of the natural selections of business. I remember in the previous session, there was a question on whether the intention of private sector to move to safer state has been surveyed or no. But the practice says some, particularly small and medium enterprises, they've moved into these states and they've started establishing their own businesses. Now, if I have to pick some examples of UNIDO, maybe in East Sudan, in Gadarif and Kassala State. In Gadarif, we are complementing FAO in one of our interventions, which is particularly targeting women. We call it Women's in Agribusiness. And we supported the women groups because we always believe that, and particularly during conflict, when you work with self-help groups, and I'm sure it's going in line with what Silvana has just mentioned, looking at the community structure. So we supported the women in terms of fertilizer and seeds and sacks and all these kind of things, and it gave really very good results. And we're moving into further stages in the coming period. We will be helping them, like what we're doing currently in Kassala, supporting women self-help groups to do the agro-processing. In particular, we look at solar drying as an example. One big example, which I feel is also contributing into supporting the people during conflict, is we managed to deliver machineries and equipment to the vocational training center, the Tibbet school in Kassala State, in condition that they will continue to support the needs of the IDPs, which I just mentioned in my first intervention, that there is a frequent sort of demand from the side of the IDPs in the schools, because one good way of analyzing any situation in Sudan is to analyze the Sudanese character itself. Most of the people, they want to engage in fruitful businesses and livelihoods. Of course, like I mentioned, quite a good support in terms of the food supply and health services are being provided by sister agencies. But still, people, they want to engage in private activity, and they want to gain their own incomes. So these are some examples I picked from Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Adam, talking about challenges that FAO or in general work in Sudan is facing now, could you give us a concrete example which challenges you face and which innovative way you addressed it to overcome?
Thank you very much. Challenges, we all face challenges, but major challenges that FAO faced were in 2023, it was to ensure that we procure enough certified seed. She's looking at me. We're knocking at all doors, private sector. Everyone who could provide us certified seed in a way that will supply the farmers. That was challenging. And the transportation, as I said, we use community mechanism to pass our seeds through. We couldn't go with the normal track that everybody see. Of course, we use the track, but when at certain point when it was blocked, the community leaders were there to use their own mechanism within the Sudanese community to pass the seed until the final destination. That's why I'm emphasizing again on really to continue to rely on those mechanisms. Now, what is really important to us, 2023 was very difficult, but it looked like that 2024 will be even more difficult because private sector has not yet stepped strongly in the agriculture sector to come up with the production, and they're still facing a lot of challenges. We will need again to appeal to the donors to provide external contribution in a way that smallholders are supported to produce enough local food. And we also think that we should rely on the mechanism again of the Sudanese. They have to use the ecological condition that they have, produce the food that are native to those places that are adapted to the local climate conditions and all. That is really important because if the situation, we are not saying that Sudanese should not be eating wheat. They can eat wheat, but if the wheat is not really well adapted in all areas of Sudan, we can risk to face a lot of problem if the temperature increase. But millet, sorghum, sesame, those are native culture that Sudanese know very well. They can use the mechanism to produce those type of crops. They've done it before. They can continue doing that. We will encouraging them to continue doing that. We'll also put a strong emphasis on the resilient building at community level, institutions, and even hires. That is really important also to keep Sudanese continue to be more food secure. And we are facing, we think that in 2024, because we know that 2023, the production, we will release the data very shortly, maybe in 1 week time, the data will be available. The production was not what we're expecting, was not good. And in 2024, if the production is not supported, we'll be facing even more challenges. And we think that is something that we need to avoid.
Thank you very much. Ruben, could you give us also a concrete example of further challenges UNICEF faced in the field and how you overcame it?
Let me turn that one a little bit around. So late last year, we did a study which was called the cost of inaction. And the cost of inaction showed that if we could find ways to address the challenges, act fast, we would save tens of thousands of children's lives and would avoid a loss of earning of $26 billion of the current school-age population. Those numbers hit hard, at least for a child-focused organization, but I think for anybody who has a heart and a mind in the right place. The challenges we face, we turned around in just clear asks. So our asks, our advocacy asks, our partnerships ask are as following. So for anybody who is in Sudan, stay and deliver. Keep eyes on Sudan, give your uttermost for the people of Sudan. So stay and deliver is one for all our partners. Then at a certain point, we need to talk about the warring parties. We need to talk about the government. So please, can peace prevail? Can there be a ceasefire? Can bureaucratic impediments be lifted? Can the child border go open? Can there be unhindered access of supplies and personnel moving around? Stop looting, just stop. So that's our clear ask. of the warring parties to make sure that sustained support can be delivered, impacts can be sustained, and people can just survive and live on. And then the final piece, as a human rights organization, of course, also do so in respect with international humanitarian law and human rights. No more grave violations of children, no more any violations of anybody's rights. Stop the destruction of hospitals, of schools, of anything. Prevent telecommunications blackout, something we've been struggling with over the last month or so. It's really hampering operations. So all those things are preventable. A lot of the things we're talking about is man-made. It's super frustrating. Like numbers research can give indications. Decisions are being made by people. What we're facing is often man-made, and people need to start making the right decisions. Then from a partnership and the international community, some of the things we've been really talking about, and these are also some of the challenges again, but turned around in clear ask. What we're facing, and I think Fred spoke about, the question came about famine. We don't use the word lightly. We don't put it in our words yet, but there are the conditions at the horizon which it may come, and it is preventable again. So can we all shoulder to shoulder make sure there's sufficient funding, there's sufficient support available to keep those services ready to prevent a famine through a multi-sector response? There is a famine prevention strategy being finalized. It's about food, it's about nutrition, it's about wash, it's about health, it's about social protection. It can be done, but the conditions need to be there. And it will come at a cost, also a financial cost. The 90 million children out of school, they need to go to school. School is not only for learning, it's a safe space, it's for mental health, it's for well-being of children, it's life-saving in humanitarian situations, but it's overall just critical. So the 90 million children, we need to find ways to get them to learning, to get them in a space which is safe. And then the final piece, as I opened, as a word of thanks, and just to underscore the importance, let's keep eyes on Sudan. Let's keep eyes in heart and minds. It cannot be forgotten. Children can definitely not be abandoned. And I think together we are there to help. There's a couple of things being shaped up. There's the Paris conference coming on the 15th of April around maintaining momentum. I think we all can play a role in shaping agendas, in raising our voices. With USAID, mid-June, we're planning a children's conference to make sure that children remain at the center of the narrative. So there's moments which are coming, but in the lead up to those moments, we need to be very, very vocal that Sudan remains on top of everybody's minds and that people are not forgotten.
Thank you, Ruben. The last comment I would like to invite Billy to give on the challenges and how he overcame before we open up for the audience. I'm sure there will be many questions.
Thank you, Karen. I think I alluded to that in my earlier presentation. I think for us, really, the main constraint has been access. And with that, of course, we are compromised in terms of what we can do. But as I mentioned, we're looking at opportunities to provide assistance through the Northern Corridor, through Egypt. We are also looking at through South Sudan. Discussions are ongoing now, so that that corridor can be opened. We're also looking at options through Libya, just to expand our horizon in terms of access. As mentioned earlier, the Chad corridor has been closed for now. Discussions are ongoing with the authorities at the highest level to see whether that can be at least opened up. But with that, we're looking at how we can still provide assistance to locations in West Darfur. Last month, we tried the trial for CBT through the use of traders. As Mohammed has said, even in conflict, business goes on. So we contracted a number of traders to provide assistance to beneficiaries in West Darfur. And it went very well. Now we're looking at using the same for other locations where we cannot access. So that's something that we're looking at. Of course, another element that sometimes we tend to forget is monitoring, especially during conflicts. And as IFPRI, we are implementing remote ways of collecting and monitoring data. Of course, we can't take people there. We can't put boots on the ground because of safety concerns for staff. But through our VAM team, we have established a way of collecting data remotely, and we're able to process that data. We're also putting in place feedback mechanism that we are collecting data through the phone system. Of course, now we have a compromised situation given that the networks in Sudan are more or less down or grounded. That has affected our way of collecting that information. But we have systems in place, and we are able to collect that information and respond to some of the issues that are being raised by our people or our beneficiaries in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Billy, for elaborating on the different possibilities of access and illustrating it for us, and also for linking it back to the importance of data and monitoring in these times of conflict. Now we have the time for 2 or 3 questions from the audience to our panelists. Yes, I see one question, 2 and 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to appreciate the organizers and the donor for organizing this very important and very timely conference to address the issue of Sudan, which, as you put it, long forgotten. My question goes to WFP, World Food Programs. Your support for the IDPs and all the affected people in Sudan is very much appreciated. And I think mostly this support aid is coming from abroad. But in some relatively safer estates, the price of some commodity dropped sharply. That not affect only their livelihood, but it also have a cascading effect on also the subsequent cropping cycle. Are you thinking of like a redistribution, buying from those relatively safer estate, those commodities, and providing them to the needy people for this one to get a source of income, and also help them for support the resilience during the next cropping cycles? Thank you so much.
Billy, would you like to answer directly?
Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that question. In fact, WFP has a local procurement program. We have contracts with associations in the eastern part of the country, where we are going to buy commodities to redistribute elsewhere. In fact, prior to the conflict, for instance, in Nyala, where I was head of the area office, we had contracts with a number of farmer small associations, where we were ready to supply almost 5,000 metric tons of sorghum to WFP. But of course, that was affected by the war, and we couldn't reach those locations. So in short, yes, we do have a program to buy from Jazeera and Kassala and those places where they are producing, so that we distribute to other locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Next.
Hello. My name is Solara Sheikh, and I come from the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, CGIAR system. And I kind of have a question related to humanitarian and development actors. and how we see the link between the two. So for CGIAR centers, specifically like the ones that are really technical, like IITA, we kind of engage with the national agriculture system in terms of seed systems, in terms of capacity development, providing technologies for those farmers. But at the moment, you can see it's very difficult for us to operate in the country within the conflict. And this is really not our area of expertise. We normally are in safer zones and safer areas. So how do you see our collaboration here? How do you see our impact achieved during this certain time, uncertain time, and in order to achieve that sustainable outlook that we want to achieve? Because humanitarian action is always limited or short term, but in terms of the way that we look at it, we want to achieve a post-conflict sustainability outlook. Thank you.
And we take the last question from Hala, was on this side. No, you don't? Okay. Okay.
Hello, my name is Sirak Bata from International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI. So I have a question. You just said you support farmers by buying their products. For example, you brought the example of sorghum. So yeah, I want to ask you, what about supporting livestock farmers? What kind of support do you give them? Now the value chain is disrupted. I don't think if they can sell. In terms of providing inputs, what kind of support do you give them? That's the question that I have. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Adam, would you like to answer this question and give your input on the?
I mean, on the very quick on the seed sector, there's three seed system in Sudan. There's private sector, there's public sector, and the traditional seed sector, which is more informal. Now, if you guys you know that you have the capacity to intervene in the seed sector, you're welcome to intervene in the seed sector. So now there is a number of NGOs and international organizations, even local NGOs, who like to buy those seeds and distribute and hand over to the farmers. And we're welcome also to what we could support you also to set up the structure if you need some support, some collaboration on the seed sector. But we can have a bilateral discussion on that because the time is short here. If you.
Thank you. And the last question was, how do you see collaboration between humanitarian development actors to achieve post-conflict sustainability? Can we have a very quick round before we close the session?
Maybe if I can take that. I think my views are that I would like to look at it as a continuum and not necessarily as humanitarian stops here and then development takes over. So I think if you look at our programming, for instance, as WFP, there's a combination of humanitarian as well as resilience activities, because once someone's life has been saved, they have to leave, meaning that the interventions that you're going to implement are more contributory to livelihood support. And that's where traditionally you would say development starts. So for me, it's a continuum, and we need to find ways of how we do that. And in most cases for us, I think you look at joint programming, for instance, and we promote working together with different entities or different agencies. Ruben here mentioned WFP and UNICEF, working towards that. Basically looking at having a value chain, approach to the way we do things as humanitarian and development actors. Thank you.
Thank you. Slobodan, would you like to finalize, give a final comment to close the session?
Thank you. Also, just to reflect on the question, I mean, we already have so-called nexus established for humanitarian development and peace activities, programming, working together in partnerships. So what we are usually trying to do, and somehow how we are kind of, establishing this correlation, is practically working within the Nexus framework in joint programming primarily and addressing some of the pressing gaps. However, the current situation in Sudan, with such a great level of uncertainty, is really preventing us to do some meaningful, I will say, programming, looking at the long term. So it is a more opportunistic, short term, really interventions that are, however, it's 0 minutes, understandable. However, we all understand the challenges, and we all understand that we really need to look into these long-term solutions in order to move forward. So yes, we are aware. However, there is a recipe only in partnerships. Also in localization, I would say we need really to include as much as possible of the local stakeholders, of the local sector, and we need to work with them in partnership again in order to achieve some of the goals. So that will be my closing remark, just partnerships.
Just partnerships. Thank you. We also started with a partnership question and the importance of collaborating with local capacities. We touched many topics about cooperating with private sector, the Nexus framework, and a number of challenges. And with this, I think there's a lot of food for further discussions in the lunch break that is coming now. I would like to thank the panelists for their valuable input and all the time, and hand over to Oliver.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know we are hungry, but we can do a little bit better. A round of applause, please. Yeah. So thank you so much. I'll just say 2 points. We are 25 minutes behind our schedule. So I'm going to be very fair. I will not take all the 25 minutes away from the lunch break. I will only take 15, right? So instead of 1 hour lunch break, we'll have 45 minutes, please, so that we are able to come back on a little bit earlier than that. And then, yeah, and the program, if you look, we've saved the best for the last. So don't miss in the afternoon session, because that is where the real deal is. All what we've been talking about is very important, but we tie them together at the end. We tie them together at the end. So please, lunch will be served. The hotel hostess will lead us. Is downstairs, one floor down. So we walk to the escalators and go 1 level down, and then we move to the left as soon as we are there. And then that was where lunch is served. Yeah. Otherwise, see you in the afternoon. More is coming, and the best. And there will be photos. Again, one more point. Photos that have been taken. We'll have a Flickr folder which will be shared with everyone. So if we don't have if you didn't register, we don't have your email, kindly leave it with the secretariat at the door, and then you get a link to the Flickr later on. But some of those photos will now be showing here, the ones that have been taken in the morning session. Karin and the panelists, thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. See you soon. See you soon.
Next PowerPoint. Okay, I'll get that ready for us.
Yeah.
And then I think it'll be 14:10. Yeah.
Yes. So to clarify, we meet here at 14:10. So 10 minutes past at 2 p.m. is when we start the next session. Check. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for coming again, and thank you for keeping time. We are just a few minutes later than we expected. So we'll start the afternoon session. And the first to be two research sessions following each other. And Paul is going to take over from here and invite his panelists.
Hello. So hello, everyone. I'm Paul Dorish from IFPRI, and I have the pleasure of introducing our panelists for this research session on mechanisms for building resilience and support. And happily enough, our first panelist is Oliver. So Oliver Kirui of IFPRI, please come and make your presentation.
And
I don't need to do anything, right? All right. Thank you so much, Paul. And thank you, everyone, again. So my presentation is a brief one, and it is on shocks, coping, and also livelihood strategies. And this presentation is entirely based on the Rural Household Survey that we conducted in the month of from November, December, and a little bit into January. I would like to say, some words of thank you to our partners, Geopol, as well, who was active on the ground, collecting the data with more than 40 or so enumerators. And this work, we've worked together with UNDP and WFP. I guess I need to move it.
oh, not moving.
Not moving? Oh, yeah, it's now working. So why even bother about shocks? So Sudan has experienced several shocks over time, conflict-related, climatic-related, and sometimes with very significant economic and welfare implications. And in most cases, as research has shown, it is that the poor households are the ones that are particularly vulnerable. The extent of the impact of shocks depends quite a lot on many things. First is the nature of the shock itself and the severity of that particular shock, and the capacity of the households to be able to manage or to mitigate the implications of that exposure. As I said, this presentation is brief. It will be based on Sudan National Rural Household Survey. This data spans across 18 states, which with 45 or 4,504 households, which captures the entire region. So it gives us a little bit on understanding of regional diversity. The strategy that we used was stratified sample strategy, where we pick a little bit on population densities of the country so that it can give us more, again, granular understanding of the regional variances. So the data is rich. It's extensive, as we said before. It captures quite a number of different dynamics. Part of it was presented earlier on food consumption and food security. Then I'm going to present on a little bit on shocks. And there is another presentation that comes that looks into markets and also that looks into a little bit into household economic activities. So there is quite a number of variables or a number of issues or topics that we try to capture in that. So when we look in this presentation, the first thing that perhaps is important is to show what proportion of households experience any kind of shocks. And our analysis shows that more than half, 52% of the household experience some form of shock. The most common forms of shock is shown on the bar in the right, and that would be sickness followed by death. And this could be also related to the violence, as we'll see later. And there is also climatic related, which is basically irregular or excess rainfall or irregular temperature or heat stress. And there are a couple of things that like drought and so forth, but those were quite negligible. So when we asked in the survey, we're asking the current exposures of December, January, or November, the level of physical security. And this is important because you see that a number of households that were similar period last year, so this talking about December 2022, if you looked at the households that were in feeling that the level of physical security very secure, that dropped drastically to just about 22% or so. And those that were in very insecure increased, and also somewhat secure, that also increased, as you see. So there is generally a high level of insecurity across the country. And more importantly, also when we see that by gender, female-headed households were more prone to feeling of physical insecurity in their communities, 29% compared to 26% for the male-headed households. If we look across states, again, significantly would be the red bar are the most critical ones. And you will see that this Khartoum is one of those states that the level of physical insecurity was high. And also the Kordofan states and the red bars are also in the Darfur states, basically where also Khalid had shown earlier on in the first presentation, where also fatalities, so occurrence of conflict and so forth, and fatalities were also high in these regions. So when you ask again the level of violence, not just insecurity, but violence, physical violence, physical currently experiencing, household currently experiencing violence, again, it comes out more that Khartoum and also the Kordofan state and the Darfur states, most of them would be generally experiencing some form of violence. Countrywide, 27% of the households, the rural households, reported that they experienced some form of violence. If we look at, this is a presentation that goes one step further from what was presented earlier in the morning. The last presentation, the last slide on that presentation was looking at the 8 pillars or the different pillars that talk about experiences of food insecurity experience scale. So when we summarize those 8 parts, then we get generally 59% of the households are experiencing food insecurity in the country, and 31.4% are experiencing somewhat moderate insecurity. Just about 9.6% or just about 10% were insecure. And again, the regional disparity is clear that you can see the Kordofan state, the Blue Nile and Darfur state and Khartoum are the leading, where more than close to 70% of the households were actually experiencing food insecurity. And that again, you would see there is a correlation also. These are the states that experience some form of violence or some forms of shocks. So what are the implications of shocks on food security? The first graph will show you that households that had some form of shock in the red bar are actually the ones that are severely insecure. And at the same time, when you look at the second one, violence and food security, so violence, so the first is just general shocks, but when you look at shock in terms of violence, so the households again that were in violent, exposed to violence were also the most food insecure category. And then coping mechanisms, there are 3 that we looked into. The first one was proportion of households that reduce their expenditure on agricultural inputs. So that 6% generally of the households reduced expenditure on agricultural inputs so that they could cope with food insecurity or cope with the different shocks that they experience. And if you look at it in terms of gender, women-headed households, that were about 28%, and male-headed households were more, about 42%. In the second category is the proportion of households that sold some of their household goods, including jewelry, gold, radio, furniture, and so forth. You see 44% had to sell some of their household goods in order to cope with these shocks. And when we look at, so there was no difference between male-headed and male-headed and female-headed households, 44% across board. And the last coping mechanism is sale of productive assets. This would include livestock, sheep coats and cattle, and also agricultural tools, bicycles and motorbikes and so forth. So you see that also generally close to about 30% of the households did that. And this was more the women-headed households, 39% compared to 24% of male-headed households. So the number of coping strategies, this is just comparing the 3, how many did 3 or 1 did nothing or reported nothing in terms of coping, or reported only 1 or reported 2 or reported 3. And you see that majority of the households actually reported that they did not do much, and especially that they did not report any coping mechanism, especially in Central Darfur and also South Darfur. So the Darfur states basically are the ones that are leading, and Khartoum as well. And if you look at again across gender, you will realize that many households didn't do much. The biggest proportions are actually the ones that did not report any coping mechanism. So this is my last slide that looks at social assistance. The real message in this slide is that many households are yet to receive assistance. Close to this, the biggest proportion of households did not receive any assistance now, and were not even receiving assistance before the conflict. So, I mean, of course, after the conflict, there is a little bit of assistance coming, but this basically is not significantly large. And when you look at it in terms of all the time, they did not receive at any time before or after the conflict is 70%. Those that are receiving only now is 17%. Those that received in both times, before and after the conflict, received before and now is only 6%. Those that started receiving only before, no, those that received before but not receiving now is just 7%. But the key message here is that majority of the households are not receiving assistance at this stage. My final slide is these takeaways. If there is anything to remember from my presentation, is that the most common shocks now that were reported in the rural survey is sickness, death, and violence. And then there is a little bit of correlation. There's a strong correlation between shocks, violence, and food insecurity. And majority of the households do not report a coping strategy, and that social assistance is currently not reaching many. It's limited. With that, I say thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver. The next presentation is by Yusuf Chaitani, Chief of Section, Risk Prevention, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia.
Thank you,
Yusuf.
Thank you. I'm just amazed that you pronounce my name right. Shaitani as opposed to Shaitan, which means devil in Arabic.
Oh. Sorry, one more moment.
Take your time.
Go and just hide this.
Oh, yours. Thank you. Again, thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be talking about. This isn't changing.
Oh, try to change it.
All right. So the main thrust of my presentation is going to be still not changing.
The heck?
Doesn't like me. Shaitan.
Aha!
What did
Okay.
you click? What did you click?
I just clicked on the screen like they said. So maybe if I hide them.
I want to use this.
Okay. I guess it's gonna make you have this. I'm sorry, but there we go. You should be able to move it now.
No.
Okay, this is chaos. There we go. Okay, now we're good.
You press this button, right?
Yeah, I just did right. I can, but once this was removed, that was
It's
when-
working now.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so the main thrust of my presentation is going to be an examination of the drivers of resilience and vulnerability. And this is mainly depicted from our work in our section or cluster on examining risks. So, but first of all, before going into the vulnerability, drivers of vulnerability and resilience, context matters a lot. And every conflict in our region, in the Arab region, has deep domestic drivers over issues of governance, political identity, management of resources. And these, unfortunately, in most Arab countries that are in conflict or in fragility, these have not been addressed. And we are seeing every instance and every shock of violence or round of violence that things remain unresolved. We just go to the next round of a crisis. On top of the domestic drivers of obviously our regional and global drivers of conflict, like geopolitics, geoeconomics, global competition over natural resources, and neighborhood effects. So
In addition to the domestic drivers of conflict, obviously, the impact of current conflicts exacerbate these domestic drivers. Forced displacement, we've talked this morning on forced displacement, the humanitarian catastrophe that is that we are witnessing now in Sudan, in addition to the massive loss of life. Conflict obviously has challenges in food insecurity, as we have heard, as well as health challenges. And these type of impacts stick with us for a very long time. By a long time, I mean decades. If we look at Syria, for example, the most intense year of conflict in Syria was 2015. And until now, Syria has around 7 million IDPs. The same with health challenges and food insecurity challenges. These have intergenerational impacts. Now to the drivers of high vulnerability and resilience from our risk monitor at ESCO. So just a quick few words on the framework. Basically, we categorize risk into three risk pathways: conflict, climate, development. We kept it as simple as possible because this tool we use for to start thinking about prevention within the national development communities, especially civil administrations. ESCO deals a lot with public sector officials and civil servants, but also national development and humanitarian stakeholders. So as three pathways. We have 6 risk domains: conflict, climate hazards, natural resources, economy, society, and institutions that influence vulnerability and resilience. Obviously, you want to have low vulnerability, high resilience to reduce risk. This is basically the basic formula. And for each risk domain, we calculate a risk score based on degrees of vulnerability and resilience on a scale from 0 to 1. We produce an aggregate score based on a composite model that measures vulnerability and resilience. The risk monitor is based on, again, we try to keep it simple, on 43 indicators, covers all the 22 Arab states. And our database basically goes back to 1989. And this to enable us to do a trend analysis. If you'd like to read more on the methodology, on the conceptual framework, these are all available on ESCO's website. So the main driver of risk in Sudan in 2022 was institutional risk, which was severe. Conflict risk, natural resource risk, climate hazards, economic risk, social risk were rated as significant. Unfortunately, if we want to do a decade analysis or an analysis that goes back to 2012 till now to 2022, unfortunately, very minor improvements on vulnerability and resilience risk indicators. The drivers of vulnerability, you can see here at the indicator level: water scarcity, weak institutions, and conflict, unemployment, and other socioeconomic factors. Resilience drivers of low resilience and this territorial integrity, obviously displacement, water, government effectiveness, fiscal space, etc. Now, this is a nice depiction of the different risk domains. You do not want to be in the upper left and on the upper left corner, where basically you are suffering from very high vulnerability and low resilience. As you can see, institutions, conflict are display high vulnerability. So does the economy, as well as natural resources and social domains. Now, just quickly, obviously, we have talked about this in the earlier session. I'm not going to go into the details. Macroeconomic fundamentals have collapsed because of the hostilities. Also, high unemployment, increased risks of social instability. all these, and these are just a few examples, are hard to reverse. Here again, should the conflict continue or even escalate, we're going to continue witnessing a decline in Human Development Index. Now, what I've tried to press upon you in a very short time span is basically a trends analysis is extremely important in the sense that we have a trend of high vulnerability, low resilience. We have current socioeconomic impacts of conflict, which we tend to always focus on, but we forget the trends basically from why we are here in the first place. And we have also the domestic drivers that remain unaddressed, that also people tend to forget about it, focusing only on the current catastrophe that has befallen us. So basically, I'm gonna stop here, and that's about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that excellent presentation. And now we have Billy Mwinga, head of Sudan's WFP Coordination Office in Nairobi.
Thank you, Paul, for that introduction. Maybe I should go ahead and maybe elaborate more on who I am.
Okay.
Because I think that will give you a context to what I'm going to say. Before, as you know, following the conflict, WFP reorganized the office configuration, and there was also a need for us to position ourselves in such a way that we'll continue to implement our activities in Sudan. At that time, I was actually based in Nyala. I was the head of area office in Nyala, having gone to Nyala in 2020. And prior to that, I was actually the head of program in West Darfur. So I've been actually in Darfur since 2017 until, should I say, October last year. So I'm pretty much attached to Sudan and to Darfur in particular. I know, sorry, I don't know what I've done here. Okay. I think this is a power cable. Yeah, okay. I know WFP is usually known as an emergency organization, and I'm sure some of you are asking why WFP here, especially talking about resilience and development. But if you look at our, should I say, our theme as WFP, I'm sure in every document that you see from WFP, you see saving lives and changing lives. That's what we stand for as WFP. Saving lives, of course, the usual emergency that we all know, and changing lives, basically the transformation of people's lives in terms of the different resilience building activities that we're implementing. So in essence, we are in that space as well. Probably you haven't done a good job in terms of making that very apparent generally, but I think going forward, there is a push ourselves in Sudan, and I think corporately that we are going to, that's the way forward in terms of the WFP. The aspect of changing lives will be prominent in what we do. Now, before I go into the actual essence of the presentation, I thought, as I mentioned earlier on in the panel discussion, that maybe it's a good idea to have a quick overview of what we've done so far in terms of operations. Just quickly, since April, as I mentioned earlier, last year, we supported about 6.2 million in 17 out of 18 states. We are also involved in a number of nutrition activities. And so far, we've covered about 618,000 children who have provided with nutrition assistance. And we have also implemented CBT as one of our modalities of choice, given the security situation. In terms of 2024 going forward, in terms of the numbers, I think so far for January and February, we have reached about 1.4 million people out of a planned number of 2.3 million. So we are not, of course, reached our target. Of course, the reason is apparent. Access has been a major issue for us. So we'll continue providing life-saving food and nutrition assistance where we can. We'll continue with the treatment and prevention of moderate acute malnutrition. Of course, as you may know, resources or nutrition products are quite difficult to get, so we haven't really attained the levels that we've loved to have attained by now, largely because the resources are difficult in terms of the nutrition products have not been flowing in consistently for our operations. We are going to maintain, of course, the usual resilience activities so that we address the root causes of hunger. And one of our aspects, of course, is the issue of support to our partners through our logistics cluster and other services. I thought of sharing this with you so that you have a pictorial overview of what we have done since 2021 to 2024. And for me, I think the issue is the stark difference in terms of the numbers and the peaks really between 2021 when 2022 when the country was stable and what we are doing right now, and particularly also to highlight the states where we have moved forward and implemented our activities. If you look at Gadara, for instance, and Jazeera between 21 and 22, I mean, our numbers were low, but now our focus, as you know, has shifted to those relatively safer states. If you zero down to resilience activities, again, I think the story is the same. You see peaks of numbers of beneficiaries reached, increasing in areas where it's relatively safer for us to implement those activities. Now, in terms of our portfolio as WFP, as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at a continuum where we're looking at immediate to short-term type of interventions, where we have the life-saving emergency assistance. Then we also have activities that look at short to medium term, basically supporting of livelihoods to communities, social assistance programs, school-based programs where we have school feeding activities going on, and smallholder agricultural market support activities, among others. We also look at support for medium to long-term activities, again, building up on the resilience activities that we have implemented or we are implementing, looking at strengthening on some of the value chains, and looking at support to fortification activities and skills development. So these are some of the activities that we as the WFP have in our portfolio. In resilience, just to flag some key initiatives that we are implementing now, we have the WFP and UNICEF joint program focusing on social cohesion. Of course, the focus was on Darfur. Now it's a little bit compromised because of the situation. We were picking up some activities on that joint program in some of the locations which are safer, and we're implementing that with the support of the Germans. We also have the WFP stunting project, which is very specific in terms of agriculture, maternal and child health, these activities that we are implementing. We have the wheat production project, which was mentioned earlier on. We are working closely with the African Development Bank, where we're providing different inputs and also an offtake agreements to some of those producers. And we have the homegrown school feeding program that we are implementing that links schools to local production centers. So basically, these are some of the activities that that we are implementing as WFP. This is just to highlight what I mentioned earlier on in terms of the numbers of the people that we've reached. I believe the PowerPoint will be, the presentation will be shared to all of you. In terms of our approach to resilience building, of course, we want to adapt to the situation. We're incorporating conflict sensitivity in our analysis and as well as in our design of our programs. We are trying to innovate, to use technology in some of the activities, as I mentioned earlier on, and also trying to see how we can shift our program implementation in terms of what modality is relevant in those locations where we have conflict. And of course, lastly, these are some of the considerations and challenges that we are facing in as we implement our resilience programs. The security risks, of course, for our staff, we have to create that balance. We also, as I mentioned also earlier on, access is an issue. Coordination, especially with the partners on the ground, that's something that we need to, that we are looking at, which is a challenge also, given that, of course, because of the security, the presence of partners on the ground is a little bit compromised. So we need to create that balance again in terms of identifying who we can work with. So I think I'll end there. The 0 minute placard has been up for a while, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And so our last speaker in this session is Moses Siambi, the regional representative for Africa for CIMMYT, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center. Moses?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know this is a difficult hour after lunch, but I'll make it short and sweet. So if you can stay awake for 5 minutes, I'll appreciate.
Use this clicker as well, but yeah, left or right.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, and like to thank Khalid and his team for inviting me here. I'm supposed to be with my colleague Monica, but she's on travel. She's not able to be here to speak to sort of the data science that really this meeting is about. So I'm going to make an introduction on a project that is funded by USAID, which is called the SASAS. This is a project that we started co-creating with a number of partners in early 2022. And some of the partners I think are here. I can see CRS, I can see Masico. And we were in this room in 2022 when we started creating that project. It's a $57 million project over 2 years, funded by USAID. When we started, we mainly focused on 2 states and 1 region. We focused on Khartoum, South Kordofan, and the Blue Nile. But as everyone has said, things changed on April 15th, and we had to then make a number of changes. Now, those changes, of course, meant that we have delayed in a number of things that we needed to implement and the plans that we had for the interventions. Of course, being a research-based organization, our role was to work with a number of NGOs and local organizations in the transition from humanitarian to development by providing science-based agricultural technologies that then could be shared with the farmers for purposes of resilience and mostly, of course, food self-sufficiency, which included livestock. But this didn't happen, and we have had to rethink our strategy. I think if you look at the slides, we had quite a number of partners that we were working with, we are still working with, a number of international research organizations, international NGOs, and then the local NGOs. So after April the 15th, we had to change our operations. One, because we couldn't have our international scientists on the ground, and that meant moving to a different format where we are working with the international NGOs, but also the local NGOs. And that transition has been quite successful. We also later in the year brought in the private sector and broadened the scope. So we work now with some of the private sector that are working on gum arabic, on fish farming, and also on horticulture, and broadened our mandate to cover more areas in the country. But the challenge has been the same as for everyone. Where you went and you thought was safe, after a few months was not safe. So you moved on again. But we have decided to remain in the areas shown on the map there to be able to work with a number of partners and also reprogram our activities. So right now, because of a number of things that have changed, and also the fact that we are looking at food security issues, USAID asked us to reprogram and focus a lot on the food security. And we have approached a number of private sector that are based in Sudan that have the capacity to be able to bring appreciable change in terms of food production to work with us. And in the next 2 months, we'll be programming about $10 million with the private sector to be able to focus mainly on food security initiative, which is something that we didn't plan earlier on, but which is now really critical in terms of what is required. I think what we've learned from this is that, yes, you have all the science interventions that work, but when the situation changes, that really requires a lot of rethinking in how you deliver your science. I think a question was asked this morning about seed, and that is one of our interventions that we are going to focus on, because we do understand that the seed value chain has been seriously disrupted. A number of companies lost their processing facilities in Khartoum. A number of them have moved out and started establishing these facilities, but then they need to build up their stocks of seed, whatever they have, and any that they may require that is outside in the region, we will be able to facilitate that to bring it to Sudan so that the companies can build that. Because in the long term, the food security will depend on how much of the seed is available. It was mentioned also about the indigenous crops. Yeah, we are working with that. We work with the World Vegetable Center that is working with farmers in Kassala mainly on sweet potatoes and on African vegetables. I think that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses. So we have some time for some questions. We'll take 5 questions now, and if that goes very quickly, we'll get 5 more, but let's see how it goes. So please, anyone have any questions for any of our presenters? I think we need an injection of coffee into this meeting. Okay, here we go. Back there? Yeah, go ahead. Do we have a microphone coming? Yes, just to the woman in the back.
I mean, give it to the woman in the back. Oh, thank you.
No, behind you.
Thank you. My name is Max Miller. I'm in the communication department on behalf of the Embassy of Sudan. My question goes straight to Moses Yambi. I have 2 questions for him. Can you share insights into the challenges farmers face in accessing essential technologies and inputs during the period of conflicts in Sudan and how it affected their agricultural intention? Then the last one is, in your own role as the regional representative for Africa, okay, how have you observed and assessed the agricultural technologies and inputs impacting farmers' resilience during the conflicts in Africa? Because based off your research, you really highlighted along the River Nile and the northern part of the Khartoum. Thank you so much.
Go ahead. Question.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. First, I would like to know, when we're talking about resilience, are we talking about food security resilience, or we are talking about the holistic resilience? That's something that you can comment later, because then to follow up on that, I just want to draw the attention of this conference that we heard a lot of interesting presentation here. Now, what we really need to do in programming and all, sitting in Sudan, the message I want to bring to everybody is that we need to harmonize all those tools and intervene. Our intervention should be jointly in a way that will create the impact that is needed to reduce the human suffering.
Okay, very good. So some of our panelists
just last point is that alone, none of our agency taking his comparative advantage, his mandate, can build the resilience in any community.
Okay, good.
So just that we really, because IFPRI is involved, I'm very happy that IFPRI is involved. Those are very important research topics that need to come up so that we really work on those joint approaches.
Thank you. 3 more questions. Go ahead, Hala.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentations. My question is directed to Billy from WFP. You spoke a lot about the different interventions that WFP conducts at times of conflict. So I was just wondering, when it comes to building resilience and intervening, particularly during this current conflict, how do you decide whether you're going to support these populations with cash, CBTs, or food assistance? I mean, obviously, there is the basic needs assessments that I'm pretty sure are being conducted. But what other factors determine these interventions, and how do you monitor the short-term as well as the medium-term impact of these interventions? Thank you.
Okay, and 3 more questions. Colin?
Thank you. My question also fall behind Hannah's question, just a continuation of it, and it goes to Billy. So after from our engagement with WFP, we came to know that in the targeted areas, there are preferences. So the population prefers certain modalities, whether it is cash-based transfers or in kind. Have you ever looked at what are the motivations behind these preferences? Because they are not always cash and they are not always in kind. So it is different. Thanks.
Okay, and 1 more question. Go ahead. Yeah, right here in front.
Thank you. My question goes to Oliver. I'm Johara Kano from USIP. So you've talked about resilience, and we've been hearing stories about new ways farmers have been doing things like getting fuel from across the border or finding new trade routes in order to reach the crop exchange markets and so on. So have you come across any of these patterns in your research that can be highlighted and supported by some of the people in this room and can be taken forward?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So for our presenters, we'll go in the order of the presentations. And if you didn't have a question, you could come in on any of the topics that you'd like. But let's keep the answers brief because there are some other people that are going to present right after us. And one of them is Khalid, and he's going to be very angry with me if he doesn't get enough time. So here we go.
Right. Yeah, I think I have one question directed to me, the last one, so now I would start. I mean, just respond directly. Yeah. So most of our responses that we picked was basically around food security and food related resilience, and that answers your question a little bit. Also, Adam, what kind of resilience are we talking about? But I think the presentation and a little bit what was presented by UNESCO is a little bit more than what I did. It looks beyond the food resilience. So what you talk about in terms of accessing fuel across borders and new trade routes and so forth. This we found in our separate study that we've done, the political economy work that we've been looking. The cost of doing business has gone up, transportation cost shooting very high, transaction cost increasing substantially. So this we found in a different study. But in terms of the data collection, because this is, again, remember, as I said, Geopola in the room, this is a telephone interview. So it limits in terms of how many questions we can ask, because you need to keep the attention of the respondent to just about 20 minutes. So we didn't go beyond to look into this, but we're resampling the same households again for a second round. And perhaps now, because again, as you said, Adam, and to your question again, resilience is becoming a very important topic here. So we would expand our instrument to capture a little bit beyond food-related resilience to a little bit more into livelihood strategies and so forth. And this would come in. Yeah, but again, as you rightly say, we've seen from the political economy study that we are doing currently, we are doing the second round of it, that actually people are trying to find new solutions to capture the transportation, especially movement of goods and services, and of course the question of fuel. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Maybe before I answer specific questions, maybe I address the issue that Adam has raised. And I think for me, I can't agree more. Definitely resilience is something that no single agency can address. And as I mentioned earlier on, having a value addition type of programming is always important and to identify entry points for those agencies or entities that have a comparative advantage so that you have a holistic approach to providing assistance. So definitely we have to work towards working together as agencies, as entities, and WFP, for instance, WFP, FAO, and UNICEF I think we have attempted to do that in Sudan, and you can see the results of that. For instance, last year we worked with FAO with our smallholder farmers. WFP was signing contracts with those farmers, and we're providing, post-harvest storage technology, and FAO was providing the seeds, and WFP was signing contracts with those farmers. So I mean, those are the type of engagement, in my opinion, that definitely addresses issues of resilience, and we need to work together as entities to be able to say we are talking about resilience. Now, coming to the specific questions, Khalid raised the issue of preferences. Definitely, there will be preferences. I mean, we've seen it happen. For instance, again, I go back to my office in Darfur. We are providing in-kind food for a very long time. And because of resource availability at a particular point, we had to switch to cash. And we had an issue in terms of acceptance of that, of cash. So we had to go back to the communities, talk to them, engage with them, highlight the pros and cons of that particular modality, and eventually it came through. So preferences will always be there, but at the same time, we have to be in a position to articulate, communicate, and engage with the community so that they see the differences, the opportunities that comes with the new modality. Now, in terms of the choice of either in-kind or CBT, we have to do assessments so that we look at what infrastructure is in place, what kind of systems are in place to support CBT implementation, cash, for instance. So before we decide what to do, we normally undertake those assessments to inform the decisions that we make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Moses Siampi.
Thank you. I think if I can remember the question since it has. Yeah, one in terms of challenges, I think maybe Robert can even talk better about the challenges than myself since he was based in Gadarif before things fell apart in Jazeera. I think the challenges were presented this morning, and I think there are many. They are beyond the technology. And recently I listened to a talk by the University of Gadarif, and the challenge in farmers planning to plant this season. The issue is not even about seed. The issue is, will they be able to harvest the crop? So if they plant and there is insecurity and they have to move away, where is the incentive for them to plant? So there are a lot of decisions that are going into whether the farmers are going to plant. Is beyond even technology, whether you have the right seed, you have fertilizer, you have the pesticides, or if it's under irrigation, whether there'll be somebody operating the irrigation system. So the challenges are many. From our project point of view, one of them is you can hire people on the ground. How do you pay them? There is a challenge in transferring money to Sudan. So there are also lots of challenges that are beyond just technology. The second question on the broader bit about technologies for Sudan, from as an international organization, is Sudan has been away from rather the global scene of research for almost 25 years. So how do you get in the new technologies? Now, in a situation that we have now in conflict, where do you get the government agency to be able to test the new technologies and then make them available either to the seed companies, or if it's in terms of livestock breeds? You need the mechanism of a functional government. So if you don't have that, how do you get in the new technologies in that environment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's give our presenters, the panelists, a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Welcome to session C, which is the last research session of this conference. It's dedicated to the theme, as you have seen on the program, of agricultural productivity, market access, and international support. There are three presentations. The first presentation is by Musab Mohammed, the second one, Vito Ntini, and the third is by Khalid Siddiqui. I will invite them to join as they produce their presentation. In terms of time management, I have to say that you have seen the rules already. Two types. I'll follow the version where each presenter would present, and then would have a Q&A of 10 minutes after the 10-minute presentation. I also would like to remind those who are online to send their questions, to record their questions on the chat function as they see, and we'll get those to our presenters at the end. Given the time schedule, it's very tight, so I'll be very strict on time. I will stop you if you go beyond if you go over time, and I apologize beforehand for that impertinence. Thank you very much. We'll start with Musab Ahmed, who would talk about market access, prices, and employment insights from household and farmer service. Musab.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alimayu, and good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting some analysis about market access, prices, and employment, evidence from Rural Household Survey and Farmers Survey. So my presentation will include the following. I will start by an introduction about the factors contributing to inflation and price dynamics in Sudan. And then I will highlight briefly the farmers' perceptions on the dynamics of certain food commodities and certain goods, the market access and functionality of markets, and then the employment dynamics and disruptions caused by the conflict. And then I will highlight briefly some general conclusion and implications for interventions. So before the eruption of the conflict, we at IFPRI Sudan had an eye on price dynamics, and especially food price dynamics, inflation, and the food security situation in the country. And we can highlight briefly some factors contributing to the price dynamics in Sudan, which included exchange rate fluctuations, seasonality in the production of some commodities, international prices, and as we have seen from the discussion about the transportation cost and how it contributes to the final price of the commodities. And since April 15, exchange rate have deteriorated significantly, amounting to 1,200 USD, STG per USD in January 2024. And this is almost 2 times its level before the eruption of the conflict. But also from the different analysis that we have been doing at IFPRI Sudan, we can see that the conflict has disrupted some factors related to the supply side and the demand side. For instance, in the supply side, there has been a reduction in especially the agricultural sector production, and this have been reported by different agencies and partners, such as the WFP indicated today that it is expected that the production will be below average. Also, the FAO have produced a report about the agricultural summer season and how they have been a reduction in the cultivated areas. And we at IFPRI also from our farmer survey have indicated that almost 40% of the farmers were not able to plant in the summer agricultural season. Also from our political economy analysis, there is factors contributing to the cost of the final prices of the goods coming from the transportation issues, whether it was direct, coming from the increase in the fuel prices, or indirect as a result of the risks that is reflected in the final prices, risk of looting and long journeys. And also, as we have seen from different reports, that the conflict has caused a large-scale displacement, leading to an increase in the demand in the safe states. We will see part of this in this analysis. During August to October 2023, we at IFPRI have been collecting data from farmers about their intentions, about the summer agricultural season, the challenges that they have faced, and also we have been asking about the market functionality, whether markets are open, and most importantly, we have been asking them about their perceptions about the changes of the prices of certain commodities before the eruption of the conflict. So the bottom line in this slide is that, as you can see from the red and orange colors of the pie charts, the majority of the farmers indicated that prices are higher. Prices are higher or much higher compared to its level before March 2023. And as you can see, the top commodities that were reported as very high were the cooking oil, the sugar, and there was some across commodity variations in the percentage of farmers reporting that prices are constant or prices are lower by the time of data collection compared to its level in March 2023 before the eruption of the conflict. So we can see that the prices of bread were a higher percentage of farmers were indicating that prices of bread were constant, and this might not be very true because sometimes bakeries in Sudan tend to reduce the size of bread as a coping strategy for the increase in the production cost. Livestock and crops were relatively higher. More farmers are reporting that their prices were lower, and this, of course, also emphasizes the issues of restrictions to movement of the goods. Because if we delve deeper into the livestock, for instance, to see who are the 17% indicating that the prices are lower, we will see that they are all located in the main production regions for livestock, such as Darfur and Kordofan states. If we looked at the cost of imported goods, such as the cooking oil and sugar at the state level, we will notice that most of the states that reporting or higher percentage of farmers in the states reporting above average level of increase in the prices by the date of data collection compared to before the conflict are all safe states, relatively safe states, the majority of them, which indicate the fact that the displacement into these safe states will made some pressure on the demand in these states and was reflected in the increase of the prices. So we also had a question for the farmers regarding whether the markets were functional, open as usual on market days or not. And we can see that the market functionality or inaccessibility of the markets have affected the price level of the different commodities. Farmers who reported that markets were not open as usual also reported by a higher percentage that the prices were much higher compared to those who reported that the markets are open. Sorry, and this disruption to the market accessibility have also resulted in disruption in farmers' intentions in planting in the summer season. So as we can see from the right-hand chart, that farmers who did not prepare by the time of data collection for the planting summer season were more likely to report that markets are not open as usual. And this might be due to the fact that they were not able to get inputs, but also this might be, 1 minute. But this might be for as a result of the uncertainty of the farmers about the markets. So in our rural household survey, we asked the households whether they were able to visit the market, and a concerning percentage indicated that at the national level they were not able to visit the market, 25%, with a significant portion of the households indicating that are located in Khartoum state. And if we did the cross tabulation for this with the level of insecurity, we can find that households who report very level of insecurity are more likely to report that they were not able to visit the markets. There is a significant gender disruptions or the disruptions in the market access were reported significantly by female-headed households. Female-headed households were more likely to report that they were not able to visit the market. They also reported that, or they were more likely to not being able to buy, and they were more likely to report that buying goods now is becoming more difficult compared to the period before the eruption of the conflict. Main challenges prevented sellers and buyers were reported to be the prices. So consumers reported high prices as the main challenge that prevented them from buying what they want to buy. And also prices were reported as the most significant challenge for sellers. Let me go very quickly. The disruptions in the market were also associated with disruption in the labor market. 21% of the rural household respondents indicated that they lost their incomes, with a significant portion in Khartoum state.
This would be the last slide, I hope.
Okay, let me, just to highlight briefly the transitions and the shifts happened in the labor market. Here we are listing the main occupations and how they changed after the eruption of the conflict. We can see that the majority of shifts were from employment to no employment. More people are depending on remittances compared to before the conflict. the key message is that the agricultural sector was more resilient in terms of providing job opportunities compared to non-agricultural sector.
Unfortunately, Musab, I have to stop you.
It's okay.
Thank you very much, Musab. The next presenter is Vito Intini. We have met. Join us, please. And you have 10 minutes.
10 minutes from the start.
Yes.
Are you impacted conflict pathways?
No. Can you expand a bit?
These are all I had.
If you can expand a bit. Associated.
Sure, sorry. Oh, is it separate? Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was not all.
Maybe we can start with the.
Oh, okay. Shall we switch? Yes, sorry. Perhaps let's switch. Khalid would, Siddiq would make the next presentation. And you have 10 minutes.
But 10 minutes from starting, man.
Yes.
You're up now.
Yeah. Okay.
Your market price is right.
For 11.
Yes. Sorry. Slideshow again.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Alex. Thank you all for staying this long. I think we're doing very well and very close to the final panel discussion after this. So let me start by addressing the issue of people asking what is actually the impact of the conflict on the economy of Sudan. And now, if you look at this, if you Google this or whatever, if you look in the literature or published work or unpublished report, graded literature, you would find different estimations. The first estimation was from our earlier panelist who was unable to attend, Professor Ibrahim al-Badawi. In the first 3 months, he estimated that the Sudanese economy lost around $5 billion. And then after that, we have an estimate from IFPRI in which we realized, or at least we estimated, that the loss on the GDP is much larger than that, in the range of half the GDP. Then after that, maybe toward the end of the year, the IMF and the World Bank came up with their estimates. World Bank suggesting 12% reduction and the IMF suggesting 18%. Now, I don't want to go into the debate of which one is right, and possibly very importantly, the Minister of Finance of Sudan afterwards came and said that Sudan's economy lost $26 billion in 2023, which is 58% of the GDP. Now, let's keep that aside and focus on what does it mean. I mean, if the economy lost half of the GDP or a third or a quarter, what does that mean? What would be the implications? What would be the detailed impact on the people, on the household, on the poverty, on income, and so on? And this is exactly what I will try to do in this 10 minutes. Now, to do that, we just kept ourselves away from the different estimations, and we stick to the more public information, which is the IMF and the World Bank estimations. These data from these sources are available online. Now, we used the World Bank estimation of the Sudan's GDP for the period before the war. And that report came in April, just before the war, and in which they have estimation of the GDP growth until 2026. And so we considered this the non-conflict scenario. let's say. So that is the economy of Sudan without conflict. And we also have then a conflict scenario. So then if that is a kind of a baseline without war, what is the war scenario? When the war erupted, after our estimations and those of Ibrahim al-Badawi and others, the IMF and the World Bank came up with their estimates toward the end of the year, 2023, assuming that the war would end early this year, around now in the first quarter of the year. We hope so. And in that estimation, then they have the reduction in GDP, which you could see in the first bar here. The red one is the World Bank and the darker one in the IMF. This is in 2023. And of course, the numbers are here. So these are the values of the GDP. I mean, there are different estimates of the Sudan GDP. If you stick to the World Bank, so we're talking about numbers like in the range of $30 billion in 2023. Now, so that is a general kind of contrast between the war and the non-war situation, focusing on the GDP. We would also want to come up with a kind of scenarios of recovery. How can we come back to bring back the economy on track, assuming that the war would stop hopefully soon? And here we would start from the World Bank war scenario. We have the numbers until 2026. We used trends to move until 2028. And against this, we came up with different scenarios. The easiest one is agriculture. In that scenario, we assume that agricultural productivity, I have heard this word several times today, would recover, meaning that the productivity growth of the pre-conflict time would recover by 2026, right? So that is the first assumption. And as we call it, the agricultural bounce back scenario, right? A second scenario which come on the top of this is related to the external assistance. And that build on the situation before the 2021 coup, when there were a commitment of $2 billion annually. Now, we think that $2 billion annually might be very ambitious. So we stick to 1 billion. We thought there would be 1 billion coming. And that 1 billion, the question for us is, how do we put it in the economy? And for that one, we had 3 options. The first one, put it in infrastructure rebuilding. So that is investment kind of, injecting the money in investment. The second option, put it in cash transfer, just like bringing Tamarat back, right? And in the third one, we make a combination of the infrastructure and the cash transfers. Of course, these 2 come on the top of the agricultural bouncing back, right? So these are the kind of scenarios we're talking about. And you can see, if you look at the growth, the GDP growth here on the top, this will be the different scenarios. So we have the war scenario of the World Bank, and then we have the agriculture scenario, and on the top of it, we have either infrastructure or cash transfer or both of them. But when we talk about infrastructure and cash transfers, we talk about 1 billion. It's just about how to divide it across them. So we're talking all the time about $1 billion. Now, let me move, just for the sake of time, give a brief description of the framework we use. This is RIABA. It is a homemade kind of IFPRI framework. And this is coming from the Rural Investment and Policy Analysis Framework, which is connected to an economy-wide framework that is a dynamic computable general equilibrium model, but with a lot of modules connected to it. The most important of which in this context is an agri-food system component that focuses on the agriculture and manufacturing, and another component on household, which bring in the poverty and undernourishment, which I will be referring to here. Now, what happens to poverty? And now we're talking at the red color, which is the World Bank war scenario, and the darker color, the IMF scenario. And here we're talking about the situation if nothing is happened. So if we are not recovering, if things will just continue like this, then we're talking about these changes in percentage in poverty, and this would be the number of poverty, people falling into poverty. So we're talking about up to 4 million people by 2028. And if we're talking about undernourishment, again, it is up to 2 million people going to be undernourished by 2028 if we do nothing. Now, what happens if we can do something? Of course, here I'm also looking at the income distribution again before doing something. If you look at the impact of the war, you would see that all households would be affected. And here we're talking about the 4 years from 23 to 28. You can see that all the household will be negatively affected. All these tabs are going down, but you can also see that poorer households are severely more affected than richer household. But in value terms, of course, richer people would lose more money. Now, let's come to the poverty impact of interventions. And remember that the red one is the World Bank. The World Bank war scenario without intervention. And the next to it directly is the scenario on agriculture bouncing back. So we're just returning back the productivity. This could be by the seeds of Adam and his team, or probably Amels and her people helping farmers, whatever, IITA, whoever. Productivity would come back, right? And you can see that here we're talking about poverty. We can automatically think about a reduction in poverty immediately in 2024, and this reduction would continue for a while, right? Now we can see that the different scenarios has different impact. A nice and interesting comparison is looking at cash transfers, which is this one. It is pretty fast in getting a reaction. So you see here, it is very immediate, it is fast, but it's not sustaining. So infrastructure is slower in getting a reaction, but it is more sustainable in keeping poverty rates lower. The same story is actually with undernourishment. So talking about a reduction in undernourishment, and again, you can see that the cash transfers, are more effective, more rapid, but they are not that sustainable. Infrastructure investments are more sustainable. Let me summarize then for the sake of time, and maybe other explanation can be provided later. So we talked about, that will be pretty good, 1 minute. So we're talking about the loss in the death toll at the beginning of the day. That was huge. But if we don't do anything, we're also talking about a huge increase in poverty and undernourishment. We're talking about up to 4 million people and up to 2 million people falling into poverty and undernourishment, respectively. Now, without a reaction, the economy itself, it would recover very, very slowly. And maybe the poverty and hunger will, so the reduction in poverty and hunger would be less than 1 million by 2028, right? But if we think about the interventions, you see that agriculture is very influential, very effective. Just returning the productivity back to its level before the war could save 2 million people from falling into poverty. The cash transfers and infrastructure, we said cash transfers are fast in getting a reaction, but they are not that sustainable as investing in infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Khalid. Please join us. And then Vito, the last 10 minutes.
It's a little musical vamp for 1 second. Eh? Come on. There we go.
Okay. So let's continue the discussion. I will provide a bit of a perspective from the regional level, but then I will go back to Sudan because this is becoming a regional crisis, given the flows in remittances and, of course, disruptions that needs to be taken into consideration. But then I want to return to Sudan because to close the loop, there are some implications that we can think of. As we have been saying today, all these spillovers and crises do not fall in a vacuum, right? There are fragilities across the region. So this crisis is compounding with other fragilities. Take the case of South Sudan, of course, heavy dependence on oil, limited economic diversification, disruptions in food imports or value chains being landlocked, and also massive flows of refugees, particularly in certain areas close to the border, compounding all the challenges of that the country has. Same applies to Chad, where you have almost 500,000 of refugees there. Of course, poverty, high poverty levels, or again, a landlocked country like Chad, relying a lot on the route throughout Sudan in terms of their imports, given their reliance on Port Sudan. And of course, aspects related to sharing natural resources like fertile lands with such a massive inflows of refugees. In the case of Egypt, macroeconomic problems that have been in place, and again, another injection additional to the already existing around 5 million estimated refugees that live there, or in any case, Sudanese citizens that live there. So that has compounding factors on limited public services, limited infrastructure, so on and so forth. In a time where aid support is limited because there are multiple crises around the world, so there is therefore crowding out efforts depending on the priorities of these crises and support from the international community. So, and then of course, impacts on the agri-food chain, given the exchange between Sudan and Egypt, both in terms of imports and exports. So that's just a quick snapshot that is also reflected here in this slide in terms of trade relations between Sudan and some of the region. Sudan is trading a lot with the PAFTA countries, particularly with the Egypt, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. In terms of typologies of products, they're quite limited. They tend to be, in terms of exports, are concentrating on food and agriculture and also on stones, whereas imports are more diversified from these countries. Now, one aspect that is on everybody's news is the disruptions through the Suez Canal, through the Red Sea. Here you can see how the Sudanese economy is heavily reliant on the Red Sea transportation. In the region is the most reliant. 1/3 of the whole trade in and from Sudan is through that route. And on the right-hand side, you see this is the IMF Oxford University Port Watch that simulates the impact of closure disruptions, in this case of the Sudanese ports, and the implications for other countries around the region. So there are, again, regional implications. Although they might seem limited, those entail disruption in trade, impact on cost and prices. One critical aspect that we need to bear in mind is also the implications of refugee flows in other countries. So the literature has been developing trying to estimate the impact, the economic impact of those refugees in the national economies, hosting economies. So there have been two main channels, transmission channels. One is on the consumer goods side, and the other one is on the labor market side. They function in a different way. The consumer goods side start with an increase in the demand. You have an injection, new refugees or migrants, and therefore demand increase in the local market. But that demand then needs to be matched by a certain shift in the supply. So while the demand shift on the right, the supply at a certain point, not immediately, but at a certain point will shift as well. As a result, depending on the elasticity of those curves, you might have an increase in prices, but also an increase in the consumption. When it comes to labor market, it starts with the supply side. You have an inflow of migrants or refugees that are on the market. They are looking for a job, and therefore the demand shifts. And that demand shifts will increase the wage, and therefore then the supply will shift as well accordingly. So this is just to tell you that there are competing factors that you can see in the table here, in a meta-analysis that was done a few years ago, that are conflicting. Whereas you have normally an increase in consumer price based on the literature, then the impact on wage is different. Skilled wage will tend to increase their wages, whereas unskilled wage will tend to decrease because of the factors I was talking about. What is the net effect? Well, it depends on the specific context, and there are conflicting results. The same goes with the employment, the same goes with the overall household well-being. You will have, in some cases, in some localities, inflation push that may very often is driven by rental market, housing market. And of course, this will be have an impact if you are an owner or not owner of certain assets. So we looked, our colleagues from in Egypt were looking into the implications on the labor market. There was an ILO study done for Sudanese migrants going to Egypt, where basically you can see that initially the high skill when they were in Sudan was pretty sizable, and also the medium level skills. Whereas when they migrated to Egypt, their jobs were normally lower in terms of skills requirement. And of course, this is a loss of human capital, obviously. Then these are still some simulations that are ongoing, so they are not finalized, they need to be validated. Using different scenarios in terms of increasing the labor force coming from with the refugee inflows, also increasing private consumptions for the reason I mentioned, and the combined effort plus increasing public spending that might be expected to finance the shock and the crisis, and also additional foreign aid, which is, of course, will be welcome in these cases. You will see the differentiated impact in different aspects of the economy. Private consumption, investment, particularly fixed capital formation, government consumption, export, imports. They do not seem to have a huge impact, except one, which is a capital formation. Because cheap labor might have a crowding out effect, whereas basically investors, businessmen might consider cheap labor a viable alternative for their business. Then we were looking into the use of a CG model, pretty much as our colleagues have been doing, using various assumptions. Again, this is something that we need to discuss with our colleagues at IFPRI, FAO, and other colleagues. The assumptions are related to disruption of imports, obviously, to disruption of investment in infrastructure, obviously, to decrease in productivity as well, and many others for 2023. Then in 2024, we also used some assumptions for the neighboring countries, given the potential disruption in trade, oil imports, and so on and so forth. So our preliminary results are telling us that in the model that we have used, in the case of Sudan, the GDP loss for 2023, using those assumptions, it's always important to specify that because assumptions can make a big difference in terms of results. We're estimating an impact of around almost 18% of GDP loss. But again, as Khalid was saying, this is not the real point. And then just looking at the signs of some of the neighboring countries, we start seeing a potential impact on other economies across the region. Again, depending on the assumption you want to use. How to close the loop in all this discussion? Well, we took also the results of the survey that we have just conducted, the Rural Household Survey. If you look at the top right-hand side, where you see the households reporting income and labor, income loss and decline, almost 80% and above of households in different categories have been reporting a reduction in income or even a loss. When you look at the density of the income distribution, the red line is telling you that there has been a dramatic shift in rural areas in terms of income at the very bottom of the distribution. All this is telling us that the poverty is going to increase quite a lot in a sizable way. When you look at the income, monthly income, there has been a reduction across different categories between 30 and 50%. Again, this is an important aspect to bear in mind. So when we look as, just to follow up on, yes, this is the last. On Khalid's point, the increase in rural poverty levels based on the survey has been already quite drastic. At different income levels, we're using international poverty lines, even at the extreme poverty line, there has been a drastic increase. And when we look at the simulations using elasticities done by the international organizations, across the country, actually we are getting into the same line of assessments. So a drastic increase that is expected if things continue like this. I will stop here, except this. Inequality is also increasing as a result of all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, please join us on the platform here. I'm sorry that I have to cut you your presentations, but it is for the benefit of the all of us. So we have had 3 presentations, and now the next program is to open it up for questions. We have about 25 or so minutes, so I suggest we spend the next 20 minutes at Q&A, and the last 6 minutes I'll give the presenters 2 minutes each to provide some key information they may have missed during their presentation. Thank you. So questions, please, for our 3 presenters. We'll start from here.
Okay.
Here. Can we get the microphone, please?
Hi, grazie Facillo from the Alliance of Residency at the CJR. So thanks a lot for this very, very cool, insightful presentations once again. So my question is yet again on climate. I'm curious to know how these scenarios have been taken into account, the unpredictability of the climate, especially for Sudan. I mean, we had an increasing and accelerating occurrence of the different hazards and variability. So how can you then rely on these scenarios when you have this high level of uncertainty coming from climate? Thanks.
Thank you. This is a very good example, precise and short questions. I know there is a coffee break coming. Okay, at the back, please. Please introduce yourselves.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Al-Fatah Abdurrahman, ECP. My question to Khalid. So thank you for the innovative method of scenarios modeling, I guess. So you assume that the agricultural productivity bounces back in your model, I guess. And please mind my ignorance on this. But do you assume or that your scenario, it bounces back to its where it was, or it bounces back to when it was optimum, or potential maximum productivity of agricultural crops, for instance? And have you come up with any plan to validate these scenarios or results should the war stops now or in the next 3 months, hopefully, as you said? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have a few more before we ask our presenters to answer. Asking questions would help you to be more active. So, at the back.
A general, Professor Al-Qasim, a general question. Do we have a baseline data? Do we have, it's a general question. Do we have a baseline data to for food security or for anything? Do we?
Thank you. A baseline data. Baseline. Thanks. Again, so hold on. If there are others, I'll give them the chance. Okay, there you go.
I'm wondering if there are any assessment done in Uganda and Ethiopia, because there are a lot of refugees in Uganda and Ethiopia, and people are saying that they are suffering from the lack of opportunity to work and the complication that associated with their refugee status in these countries.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? This is Ibrahim Al-Badawi. I'm connecting online.
Welcome, Ibrahim.
Okay,
Please.
Thank you. Sorry.
Please proceed, Ibrahim.
Yes, I would like actually just to make a brief comment on Dr. Khalid's very interesting presentation. He referred to a paper that I participated in or contributed to as an author, in which we estimated actually that given the destruction that happens in the urban centers, most notably the capital, that perhaps the capital stock might have deteriorated or eroded by about 10%, which comes to about $60 billion. The estimate is that the capital stock in Sudan, as late as 2019 or 20, was about 600 billion. And so, a destruction of about 10% of the capital stock would be 60 billion. And of course, this is actually twice the GDP in 2022 before the breakout of the war. And so the assessment that we make, that 20% of the GDP was lost in the first year of the war, would be also quite similar to the case of Syria, because you have a high intensity violence between two factional military armies, exactly similar to the case of Syria in the aftermath of the peaceful revolution there. So I think, there is a possibility that actually the range could be as high as 20% or even more. And I think the idea that we approach this issue from various modeling perspective is very useful. But I would agree that perhaps 20% is in the first year is a minimum, because what happened in Syria in 6 years, 2/3 of the GDP was destroyed between 2010 and 2016. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. So the last one.
Okay, yeah, thanks. All right, I'm trying. Wait, go ahead. Yeah, it was the sound. Okay, so you're just referring to somehow to what was asked before, but slightly different. So with this amount of people that have actually left the country, your survey, and I'm looking at Khalid specifically, presumably reached people that didn't have the opportunity or the chance or the means to leave the country or because of the conflict, etc. So how confident are we that these projections or these insights, these scenarios are actually going to hold once people are going to come back somehow? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the questions. So I propose that Khalid starts, followed by Vito, and then Musab.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you all for those who asked question. I would start with the climate question. I think Vito would be someone who might add more into it, but I would like to just to focus on the climate relation to the analysis we made. So the scenarios we assumes no climate change during the period from 2023 to 2028. This is the first point, and I think it is clear. But the question is, I mean, if you're talking about climate change impact, this is a longer term impact, unless you're talking about climate extremes, like in the case of Sudan, for example, a drought year or a flood or whatever. So these kind of short time events are worthy considering. But if we would consider them in this analysis, we have to consider them in the baseline and in the counterfactual. So basically, if I would say that the economy would be better off or worse off by 2% due to climate change, let's assume every year, I have to do it in the baseline, which is the no conflict scenario, and the conflict scenario, which means it is gone. So there is no meaning of talking about it, unless I would like to distinguish the whole story and focus it on climate change. And then I have a scenario in which I assume that there is no climate change, and then another scenario in which I account for climate variability or climate extreme events or climate change in general. So in this context, I think climate change, we did not address it and we're fine with that. She want to come.
Very quickly. This one? Yes. Yes, absolutely. So this is assuming that the climate impacts of the hazards and variability, they're actually the same at baseline and throughout, which is not the case.
Which is fair enough. Right? You have 4 years, basically. We're talking about 23 to 28. Yeah? Okay. Good. Now I would like to go to Al-Fatih and clarify the agricultural productivity. So the assumption we have is that agricultural productivity would recover to the pre-conflict level. So which is the 2022, basically. And that is not great, as you know. So we're not talking about the potential productivity. And the assumption that we're assuming that agricultural productivity can recover is that the agricultural capital is less affected. During the breakfast today, I had a short discussion with Amal, who claimed that there was also a lot of destruction to the agricultural capital. But our general assumption is that most of the destruction was to the industry and service capital rather than agricultural capital. So in our assumption, we're saying that the destruction to the agricultural capital are less, and therefore agriculture could recover faster than other sectors. I think I'll pass it to the others.
Thank you. So
on the climate component, this links back to what I was saying this morning, the conundrum we're in, where you have long-term projections on one side, but we are talking about a short-term to medium-term shock, like a war. So there are different methodologies, different modeling options. There are models that look into climate change and natural resource management, that model and that family. They're looking to the long term. But then also CGE models can be connected to some of the trends that we see are accelerating in certain countries, in certain regions. That's part of the assumptions you can include. There is a flexibility in the modeling options that you can include. And then you have other aspects which are more econometric analysis, where you put together immediate shocks that could be of different types on certain outcomes, development outcome. Could be consumption, could be poverty level, could be income, so on and so forth. I think going back to the point that we were making all throughout the day, we need to use all these different menu of options if we want to provide a proper picture, assuming that the data are there. Going back to the baseline, yes, we have baselines, but some of them can be outdated. Doing all this analysis and surveys is a way to feed into that kind of data-related aspects and analysis that we wanna make. So all this can come together, but it's something that we need to discuss and how to tackle all these different aspects. And I don't know, I have maybe my colleague Sebnem, our modeler. I don't know if she's online and she wants to add anything.
Yeah, thank you.
If not.
If you can hear me, hello colleagues. On climate, yes, we looked at the short to medium term. So we are more comfortable than Khalid, saying that these events, which are mainly long term, won't really change in the medium term. But I fully agree with you that the extremes are very important, the droughts, and this should be tackled, look into the history. So normally there's a loss curve based on the past events, and this is something that we should include to our analysis immediately. I fully agree with you. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Musab?
Thank you, Alimayu. I did not receive any question, but I will take my 2 minutes to sum up the key message of my presentation. The key message is that the conflict has disrupted the market access and caused a significant increase in the prices of different food commodities. And this was also associated with a disruption in the market, in the labor market, and the job opportunities for the different households. There was significant challenges reported by the households in the income generating activities, with people or households working in the wage, or who gets wage or salary, reporting that the reduction in wage or reduction in working hours was the main challenge that they faced. Households who are working in the crop production, reporting that the irrigation supply was the main challenge that they faced with the diseases and the prices of fuel. And households working in the raising of livestock, reporting that inability to acquire enough inputs, or the high prices of inputs and the grazing routes were the main challenges that they have. There is an urgent need for strategic interventions for resilience building and livelihood support, such as strengthening social safety nets, support for farming and investing in water management, private sector resilience and engagement, and targeted interventions for women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Musab. So now I will give the final 2 minutes to Vito and then to Khalid, starting with Vito. Do you have anything to add?
Well, I think the elephant in the room would be then, okay, what to do next? You know, we have collected all this huge amount of analysis and data. So how to make this data usable and, you know, regular basis, and also how to complement our respective work and analysis in a way that is programmatically oriented. I think there will be another session related to that. But my take is that this is a great opportunity to really start that conversation in a country like Sudan that needs all this support that is required. We have a responsibility. We need to be efficient. We need to be fast. We need to be impactful in the way we provide analysis that is operationable. And I hope this is just the start of that conversation.
Alex, if you don't mind, I would like to pass my time to Ibrahim Al-Badawi to make his, if he wouldn't join the other session later on, maybe this is an opportunity for him to add some of the points he would like to share with the audience.
Yeah. Ibrahim, did you hear that?
I heard it, but I heard it, but I would like maybe a little bit of an explanation. Does Dr. Khalid want me to speak about the importance of research or the subject of the session or something else?
Exactly. I mean, so the platform is to you now. Feel free to share what you think is relevant to this conference.
Thank you very much. Well, obviously, I think, first of all, we need to understand the context and draw the implications for issues which, of course, are important for this audience, for this conference, which are issues of agriculture and food security and development and poverty and inequality and all that. I think this particular episode of violence in Sudan is unfortunately very traumatic and very special because it's essentially like an interstate war fought in the borders of one country, because we do have two armies, de facto two armies, both of them armed to the teeth, and they have deployed very considerable violence that traditional civil wars do not really do. So that's one dimension. That's why I liken this situation to the case of Syria. After the revolution, the popular uprising in Syria, it became a violent, conflict because the Syrian new Free Army, broke out from the state army, and so the two were locked into a very high intensity violence. The case of Sudan is like that, and even more, because this what the political scientists called coup-proofing technique or a strategy of autocrats, like the former autocrat who ruled the country. He created literally two armies so that this will be a strategy against attempted coups, and it succeeded. But then it risks this kind of civil war. So that is one important consideration. The traditional civil wars that happens in Sudan and in other African countries, they were usually fought in remote areas. This one is fought in the center of gravity of the economy and the population, in the capital itself and other major cities. And that is why the destruction is quite profound, quite significant. And so therefore, the consequences for the recovery are that there is need for, first of all, there are huge needs in terms of humanitarian assistance, as we know, and especially in terms of food security. Right now, Sudan produced the largest number of refugees and internally displaced population in the world. That's one. The other thing is, of course, the number of casualties. And so that's very important to understand. The question here is, in this war, the war is not going to end. The war is going to continue. And the question here is, in this war, if this war, if this war ends, then Is this war going to be a short-lived, high-intensity civil war, or going to be, a long, drawn-out war that actually will bring in other actors, especially from an ethnic and regional perspective? And this is important, I think, even from the perspective of agriculture and food security, because high-intensity, factional military wars usually end in short time. Unfortunately, it looks like the case of Sudan is going to scale up and morph into a large, in terms of scope, a large-scale ethnic civil war that's likely to be a long war of about 15 years or so, because that is the history of Sudan. Another factor is that both sides have actually access to resources even before the war, especially the mining of gold and the counterband trade activities that both sides can actually benefit from. And the third factor, which is even more ominous, is that it looks like there is a de facto convergence or process of convergence to two sub-states, under the Libyan, situation. But it is an unstable equilibrium because the SAF, the Sudanese armed forces, control the north and the east, and rapid support force control Western Sudan, largely control Western Sudan. And so the areas of contest are the central part of Sudan, Jazeera and White Nile and so on, and of course the capital itself. So it is a kind of equilibrium that is not, so these are contested areas. So I think this would be very important to understand and to draw the implications. This is one dimension. The other aspect is peace building. Political scientists have studied actually, and this is an area of interest to me, has studied the dynamics and the processes of building peace. And a path-breaking paper by Professors Deoyen and Sambanis that was adopted by the United Nations was the effectiveness of UN peacekeeping operations in making peace and sustaining peace. And they came out to the conclusion, they actually adopted a model. It's called the peace triangle. And the sides of this triangle are, one, the extent to which there is hatred in society and the deterioration in the social capital, which is very clear in Sudan. Sudan is highly fractionalized in terms of the social characteristics, but this fractionalization was further hardened and worsened by the war. Second is that the capabilities of the state is the second side of the triangle. Clearly, the capabilities were systematically destroyed over the last 30 years of a kleptocratic regime that we all know. And of course, the transitional period was aborted. And so the little progress that was made was clearly reversed after the coup of October 2021. So this leaves the third side of the angle, which is the need for a multi-dimensional UN regional peacekeeping operation that could actually enforce peace, as well as contribute with, of course, under the in collaboration, and maybe even hopefully should be under the guidance of broad coalition of civil society and political parties to lead the country into a peaceful transition and also security reform. Because I do think that Sudan is no longer capable of undertaking a viable security reform on its own devices. We do need intervention that is owned and demanded by the Sudanese civil society and political democratic civilian forces. And if that happened, I think that would be a very important step. And we need to understand and study that because, again, that will have implications for institutions like IFPRI, because if that did not happen, unfortunately, the war might actually sustain itself for quite some time, especially given the resources available to the military protagonists. Again, some of the very important findings of this literature is that even when you have a multidimensional UN peacekeeping force that is accepted and attain some measure of legitimacy and credibility, UN peacekeeping force only help the quality of the peace building, but not the sustainability of the peace building. So we do have a dire need for a renewal, national renewal, development agenda that actually assign high priority to economic legitimacy. And economic legitimacy is very important for the success and sustainability of democracy in poor and fractionalized societies like Sudan. So I think these are all aspects that I think are very important, thinking about it from, from an institutional, political economy, political perspective. There are other issues from the macroeconomic perspective. We learn from research by Paul Collier and many research associates that during wars, the economic activities and sectors that are likely to be most affected are transaction-intensive economic activities like, manufacturing, agriculture, and exportable sectors. And so at the macroeconomic level, we need, in addition, of course, to the right micro interventions in the post-conflict, we need competitive macroeconomic policy that promotes competitiveness. So if we succumb to the macroeconomic populism and continue like, in many countries after conflict, that we should keep the exchange rate fixed and should try to maintain as many subsidies as we could, I think that would be a big mistake. So this is one of the areas, especially from this perspective of the tradable agricultural sector. I think, IFPRI and other agriculture mandated institutions globally and regionally should take into account. It's not just the micro sectoral issues. It's really the macro, which is also very, very important. And finally, I would like to say that the cash transfers, which is, I know, of area of interest, I think is very important to be given due consideration, not only as an instrument for fighting poverty, and the many research randomized controlled trials in Kenya and other places have shown that the family, so a farming family or an SME family or families as consumers, they are the best unit in society in making a good use of the resources available to them. And I think that's why the cash transfer is very important. In the case of Sudan, because of the long history of conflicts and the acrimonious relationship between the center and the peripheries, the cash transfer, if done right and directly through mobile telephones like what we tried to do and we have started during the transitional government, is a tantamount of some sort of a social contract. And so it is also very helpful in promoting a positive deliberative relationship between so-called marginal aggrieved societies affected by conflict and the center. in Khartoum or the central government. So I think this an area that would be of importance. And maybe if, the good news is that we at the Economic Research Forum, we held a conference actually just 1 month before the outbreak of the war on March 15. And the representative of the World Bank attended, and we were informed that actually the resources that the international community allocated for Sudan.
My apologies, Ibrahim, we are running out of
just
time.
one final point here.
Okay, please.
About $700 million are still in the safe custody of the World Bank and could easily be deployed once the country returns to the constitutional path. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Badawi. He was expected to make his intervention this morning, but we are fortunate to have him back this afternoon. That's why I pushed the limits to listen to him, his wise words and very useful information. Please join me in thanking all the presenters. Thank you very much. I hand it over to Oliver.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And yes, as we are 30 minutes behind schedule and we don't want to leave here at 7. So we're making a little bit of an adjustment that in the coming sessions, we will save about 15 minutes. And then the closing, I'll ask our two important people to make it also brief so that we leave here at least before darkness comes. So we'll take a break. It's supposed to be 30 minutes coffee and tea break, whatever. Sambo Kenyan hospitality, there's good coffee, there is tea. Unfortunately, not for 30 minutes, only for 10 minutes. And then we come back. You can come with your cup of coffee, sit with it. Yeah, pick it and come. I know people may want to use the restroom. That's why I'm making it 10 minutes. And then please walk in. The final panel will sit. They will sit for not 1 hour. They will sit only for 45 minutes or 40 minutes, Johara, if you can. And then we will close on time. So please pick your coffee, pick the tea. If you're new in Nairobi, try both. It will be a nice experience. Thank you.
So when we come back from the break, you'll read Hassan's message or Ahmed's message. Oliver wants me to read this, and he posted a message to me to read. Better. Yeah. I think he asked me to do it right back, but we come back before we dive in. We're going super fast. So as soon as everyone's back in, I'm saying that real fast. I don't come up right away. Yeah. I wish I could. No, I've got a message from Ahmed Hassan at USAID that he wanted said before the end when everyone comes back. Just basically a thank you sort of message. Yeah, it's not too long. He just sent it to me and he asked that we do it before the very end, so not everybody is left. So I was gonna have Oliver do it, and then he told me to read it, and I was like, that seems strange, but Oliver, I think. Okay, I'll let him know. Paul was wondering if you would be willing to read this. He wanted you to read it instead. So okay, you have it on your phone, right? Cool. And here's yes, I did. And there's the mic.
Let me begin this. Okay, for the last time, for the very last time, let us know, please.
Understand.
Please, we are waiting for you. Mosap, take the meeting inside. Take the coffee and meeting inside. Sorry, this is the last one. I will not call you again. I will not interrupt you again. After this. Yes. Joara is ready for us for the last session. Are we ready? Could we settle down and then we can close? And I mean, we can move to the very last session. Yeah. Should I do the message now? All right. So before we do the closing session, there is a very brief message from USAID, which is really very significant, important to the Sudan program. And I would like just to read so that they're also online and they would have loved to say this. So I was saying on behalf of them this message. And this is the message from the Sudan office, the USAID Sudan office. I would like to thank the IFPRI Sudan team for all the work that they have been and are doing to provide us with valuable information, enabling us in USAID to design our programs and implementation based on real-time data and insightful analysis. I've been managing the Sudan Strategy Program of USAID and IFPRI since its inception in 2022, and I cannot be prouder of this incredible team. Thanks, Khalid, for your leadership, Oliver Hala Mosap for your professionalism. We at USAID appreciate IFPRI's input, and we thank you for organizing this event timely. Thanks to all the attendees for joining and looking forward to collaborating to help Sudanese farmers. That is the message. And we can give them. And Johara, please.
Slightly shorter than you, so
It's on, right?
It's not on.
Yep.
Thank you, Oliver, for the message, and thank you, everyone, and congratulations, you made it to the last session. My name is Johar Kanu, and I'll be moderating the last session of the day. We're aiming at this session to wrap up everything, to weave all the threads that have been discussed throughout the day, mainly by bringing the intersection of research and implementation, by seeing the balance between development and humanitarian aspects, and seeing ways for private sector and civil society to be more actively engaged in the current crisis in Sudan. For the coming panel, I'm glad to be hosting a great group of people, and please kindly join me on the stage as I call your names. The first panelist would be Paul Dorosh, Director of Development Strategy and Governance Unit at IFPRI. The second panelist is Amal Wajdi, General Manager, Mahjoub Sons Group. The third panelist is Robert Vox, Senior Program Development Advisor at Mercy Corps. And the fourth panelist is Abu Bakr Omar, Chief Strategy Officer at Sharik Foundation. And last but not least, Dr. Murtada Kamal, CEO of Sudan Platform for Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you. Thank you. That was a smooth move. So throughout the day, we've been talking about the different challenges, the different data, the devastation that's been happening in the country. And I think it's about time we talk about steps forward. How can we be more resilient? How can the private sector and civil society go beyond? And what can be done about what's happening? The first question would be to you, Paul. And it's mainly on research and taking it a step forward. How can the research community better facilitate the provision of evidence needed to guide development and humanitarian assistance in conflict-affected areas? If you may answer us in 4 to 5 minutes, that would be great.
I'm going to try to be very brief. I think a key is to build institutions in Sudan, and so that the research going forward is done more and more by Sudanese institutions, and so this is a medium-term effort. This is something that hopefully is starting now or is continuing now, but hopefully we will have peace soon, and that it's part of having resilience going forward in the future, so that we can have this kind of analysis, bringing people together, debating policy and such. I had mentioned that IFPRI had started a country strategy support program in Sudan, and we hope that that continues, but we hope too that we can all help build institutions, the university researchers, other institutions in Sudan, so that over time, this research can be done and link very closely with policymakers and civil society in the country.
Brilliant. And if you can add to that, you've already mentioned the work that IFPRI is doing. Can you specifically tell us about the research gaps that IFPRI is trying to fill in relation to informing different donors, international NGOs, and the private sector interventions?
Okay, and I can think of two big areas for the work. One is in terms of the safety nets and social protection going forward. And here we have Alamayu Sayum Tefese, who's led a lot of research on Ethiopia's productive safety net program. And if you know, that's one of the biggest social protection programs in Africa, but it is not designed simply to be a safety net, but a productive safety net where households are provided with technology and in some cases a loan to build assets and so forth, as part of a strategy to reduce poverty in a sustainable basis. And so that kind of thing maybe someday in the future, as Sudan is rebuilding, in places that were especially hard hit, one can imagine developing that kind of thing and bringing in, as something is put on the ground, the research side by side, basically asking the question, does it work? How can we make it work better? And so forth. The second thing is in terms of markets. And I think that there's a huge need for more work on the integration of cereal markets and other product markets, including labor markets in Sudan, so that one would have a good sense of whether or not their prices are being transmitted efficiently, and whether or not there is some kind of monopoly happening across markets or in terms of the transport and such. That kind of work has another thing that IFPRI has done in many countries, and understanding those markets are very important. And I'll just close with an example from Bangladesh some 25 years ago. After a major flood, the government promoted private sector imports, and the private sector provided the food security by bringing in imports from India and such. And that was a rather scary thing for the government. The governments generally want to control the food aid or the food supply, but to be able to work together with the private sector, I think, is going to be very important for Sudan in many ways. So instead of replacing or hindering private markets, I think that there's a lot of potential to promote private trade, private markets, and working together, coordinated with government policy to enhance food security.
Thank you, Paul, for the comprehensive answer. I move to you now, Aman. Throughout the day, we've been seeing the devastating effects that the private sector has endured since the beginning of the war, but one cannot deny its role in bouncing back. So my question to you, in your perspective, what role can the private sector play in bridging the gap between humanitarian assistance and sustainable development in Sudan? And going beyond, how can private sector entities like Mahjoub Sons Group engage more effectively with research institutions, NGOs, and civil society to contribute to resilience and recovery efforts? 5 minutes as well.
Well, to answer the first part of the question, we have to state some facts here. We all know that the private sector is more unusually more efficient, more robust, more agile, with the focus of long-term continuity and obviously profitability. Having stated that, we have to remember that the new form of humanitarian aid is not the traditional aid that we know of, and that it is more about innovative solutions for long-term sustainability, creating jobs, making sure that the vulnerable are less vulnerable over time or less dependent. The UNHCR defined that a female is usually the person who's most vulnerable. She and her family cannot find a job to be able to pay for education, food, healthcare, and safety. And therefore, how do we bridge the gap is by first defining the differences that exist between the private sector as an implementing body versus the NGO, civil society being the implementing body. The first has issues of accessing finance for long-term development projects to create mass job opportunities. These projects should also align with the global SDGs. The second has access to both and doesn't have the exact know-how of turning into a business solution on the ground that creates jobs. The private sector doesn't have enough resources for extensive research, but it has connections on the ground, and we're talking about Sudan in this case. And the research entities have the tools and the know-how on how to implement. The second measure is efficiency. by how much was spent. The private sector measures efficiency by from a financial perspective, and obviously a gross. Was there ever an experience where the private sector was an implementing body? I personally don't know about such a thing, but we are in the process of implementing such a project, and I think this would be a good chance for all entities to assess this kind of collaboration and see the real impact. How can the private sector work with the NGOs? It is evident here that we're validating theory with actual evidence, that development projects run by the private sector create mass, obviously, jobs, a number of jobs. They also create ad hoc markets serving the communities around them, and that helps SMEs to provide and become innovative in providing solutions for the community surrounding it. They also allow for the creation of platforms for the civil society to be able to operate, focusing on their goal rather than being everywhere. Reason why I asked Hale earlier on the prospect of investigating whether the private sector of Sudan has learned a lesson and is willing to change mindset, and that is by moving outside of Khartoum, is because if they are not, then what are we going to do? We do know that the private sector is the driver to an economy. So if they are not, is it because they don't have access to funds to recover? And this will take us to the second point, which is why can't these funds be diverted from food security in its traditional way to development projects in the secure areas that we could save potentially now, rather than realize a year later, whoops, okay, now what we were expecting happened. It was also mentioned that the biggest employer is the agro sector, and huge drops were related to the inputs from all types. So let's be frank, feeding people does not solve the problem here, and it's just going to get more complicated. No jobs means more looting, more trespassing of livestock in safe zones where they could find food. We're talking about more shock in production cycles, women violence, and so forth. So the question would be, why aren't the donors forcing partners to implement development projects that have real impacts on the ground? And is that an external approach from the donors? Because no one really has an answer to why everyone is here in this room discussing things that we already know, and we're still not acting in the right way on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Amal. I think you've laid a very good foundation for new ways where the private sector can pivot. And also thank you for laying some of the issues that might be some tough questions, if I may say. I will now move to Robert. And Robert, of course, Mercy Corps have been in Sudan for a while now, and it's been working on both the very local level and at the national level. So from the work that you've been following in Sudan, what challenges does Mercy Corps face in balancing immediate humanitarian needs with longer-term development goals in Sudan, and how are these being addressed?
Great, thank you much. So generally, we've tried to take a nexus approach, so linking our humanitarian interventions with longer-term agricultural development programs, which we have ongoing. So to give an example of this, under our humanitarian response plan, we prioritized cash as a frontline response, especially for newly displaced households. So obviously, cash-based approaches are very flexible. They also provide dignity to the beneficiaries, but they also help to sustain critical market functions, which are really important for early recovery and resilience. So a lot of the information we're seeing from post-distribution monitoring is that these funds are spent on food. So probably about 80 or 90% of the cash distribution is spent on food. So obviously that money then is filtering into shops, traders, and back to the farmers as well. And where we're laying in a nexus approach is, where possible, we're distributing the cash through microfinance institutions. So again, due to the conflict, a lot of the microfinance institutions were suffering significantly from liquidity. So providing the cash through them helps also recharge their liquidity, which then they in turn lend out to, for example, farmers and other people to restore livelihoods. And what our humanitarian programs also provide is useful referral mechanisms for our longer term programs, especially in the fields of agriculture. So as has been highlighted earlier, that a lot of the displaced people, especially youth, are from urban areas. So we are recognizing there are lots of opportunities to provide new livelihoods for youth, especially in rural livelihoods, such as agro-processing or maybe input dealers. So again, through some of those initial provisions of cash assistance, we can then refer them on to some of our longer-term agricultural projects. So yeah, just briefly answer your question.
Thank you, Robert, for the concise answer. I now move to you, Abu Bakr. At the beginning, I would kindly ask you to give a brief introduction about the model of Sharik, how it works and everything, for those in the room who might not be fully aware of it. And then I would like you to answer the question on how do you, as a foundation, leverage partnerships with research institutions, international and local NGOs, and the private sector to enhance its impact in conflict-affected communities? 5 minutes as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I will start by sharing that I had a presentation of 20 slides that I'm not able to share, but I asked the conference team to share with you in your emails, just to get an idea about the philosophy, the research that was behind giving birth to Sharik Foundation. Sharik Foundation itself is a research effort. It started as a research, and then it grew into 6 institutions. So Sharik Foundation itself is a community-based social enterprise owned by its members in a democratic manner, 1 person, 1 vote. And Sharik Foundation itself is the assembly of 5 different institutions. It's Sharik the company, the private sector. It's Sharik the organization, the NGO, the nonprofit sector. And it's Sharik the cooperative sector, or Sharik the Cooperative Foundation. And it's Sharik the Knowledge Hub and Sharik the Creative Design Studio. Under the Sharik Creative Design Studio, we have 3 units. We have the Sharik Maker Space. It's where we coordinate with crafts and entrepreneurship. We have Sharik Creative Studio. It's where we coordinate with cultures, architecture, arts, etc. And we have Sharik the Technology Toolbox. It's where we coordinate with the IT community. So the 5 different institutions is how we try to create the synergy. We try to utilize the Sharik ecosystem to aggregate, to collect, and then aggregate the community needs with regards to the 4 main sustenance systems: the food system, the health system, education system, and housing system. And since this conference is concerned with the food system, I'll just focus on the food system. So when it comes to the food system, our goal using these 5, 6 institutions, this ecosystem of Sharik Foundation, our goal is to achieve food sovereignty. We usually don't use the term food security. We use the term food sovereignty. And when we say food sovereignty, what we mean is the entirety of the value chain of the food system, starting by production and all the way to consumption, the different roles involved, be it production, logistics, supply chain, value addition, and all the way to consumption. Food sovereignty is bringing all these actors, defining their roles, rights, and responsibilities, and then creating multi-level partnerships amongst the different roles. We started what later on came to be Sharik Foundation back in 2019. In September, 1 month after the constitutional declaration. We had a scenario planning exercise, and the outcomes of that exercise was that between 3 to 5 years, we will experience a state collapse. And when the state collapses, the food system will collapse because we predicted that it will start in the center. And all the different infrastructures, especially the financial infrastructure, is concentrated in Khartoum, the capital. And hence, the people in the major cities will get hungry, and the people in the rural areas will get hungry because the inputs, the import mechanisms, the financial infrastructures are all concentrated in the center. So what we did back in 2019, we started a modality where we selected activists, influential people, young people, men and women from their own communities. And we started training ourselves and training them on different modalities. We got trained on cooperative design thinking, on democratic governance, in development governance, digital literacy, media literacy, management literacy, financial literacy, etc. And how we received these different modalities of trainings, it was from the private sector, from the development institutions, and from the cooperative institutions in Sudan. And so many people have helped us in the past 5-6 years, but notable mentions, honestly, to the UNDP through the stabilization unit and the accelerator lab. We were incubated for 3-4 years, where we piloted what we first called it the triangle of value experiment, where we tried to connect production to consumption and to investment. And later on, 5 years later, it evolved to be our food bank. So currently, the main project in Sharik Foundation is establishing the food bank. We are present, the network currently consists of 5,000 community enablers across Sudan, the 18 states, the 189 localities, the 737 administrative units. And we're also launching our offices in around 12 countries where our Sudanese refugees have fled, in Egypt, in Chad, in South Sudan, in Ethiopia, in Eritrea. Everywhere, they are going to be Sharik Foundation community development centers. And our main craft in Sharik Foundation is aggregating community needs and then availing it to the private sector, to the development partners, to the cooperative sector, so they can meet the demand in a sustainable and a long-term strategic approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Abu Bakr. It's really great to see how you're harvesting the different capacities at the local level and taking them further, and hopefully seeing more models being replicated across the country. I now move to our last but not least presenter. Dr. Murtada has graciously prepared a few slides, pictures, as he said, for this bit of the panel, and he would answer the question on how can an organization focused on agriculture and food security, who's a partner to a multi-million project, which is the SASA's project, how do you see the role of research in shaping effective agricultural interventions during conflict? What mechanisms can be put in place to ensure that findings from research are implemented? And I know you have a more optimistic outlook as you will share more stories of resilience from the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Johan. And yes, maybe my different approach. We have to think positive in this situation. You know, we have a lot, the terrifying scenarios, how it's been today and the pictures. And it's still there. I'm coming from Sudan 2 weeks ago, and I have traveled all the Sudan. I started from Khartoum North, Omdurman to Madani, and recently now currently I'm in Port Sudan. So when you go there and you just realize on the ground how the people react, how they're resilient. And I think the Sudanese case is a special case. It's starting from our organization. Before we have the Chamber of Agriculture, and good enough that they had what they call it this Sudan Platform for Agriculture and Food Security. It's been an independent or non-profit corporation, be registered in USA. So that to be so because all the time we're being resolved and then reformed again, and because of the political influence at that time. But this is one of the reasons that this body, which represents the private sector, being registered as a non-profit corporation, and through it we have succeeded to have our communication even with SASAS and with CIMIT at that time, and even with IFPRI. We're joining all that to share our views as a private sector and the challenges we have and our perspective also. And this is in brief, but from the region, let me excuse the organizers just to show these pictures, starting from Jazeera till Eastern Sudan. I don't know, just I can share it.
Let me try my luck with technology.
So with regard to this, because even the last, maybe I'll just go through quickly. No, because I just showed examples how the interventions could be by the three by researchers, NGOs, and the private sector also was engaged in this project. So how successful was it during the war? So building security resilience in times of conflict, and this is starting here. The next please, just go quickly. Yes. Or I can just go there. So this is during the war, we lost the three seasons, the summer season and the winter season, and now it's also coming the third summer season. So this is the previous one. I'm sure this was the productivity, and that's also the role of FAO, who distributed the proceeds at that season. And the productivity was very, and you'll see that how they contributed to increasing the productivity. This is your example. This is in February. This is potato. Nobody will believe that. They imported the seeds from Holland. Here, they cultivate. This is in Kassala, and this is in West Omdurman. Nobody will believe that. This is now is growing and will be harvested. And this is also the WFP, who distributed the wheat seeds from the African Development Bank. And this is New Halfa. This has to, Haras about to be harvested in this month. This is in Tokar. January, they will also. This is in Kassala. Those are the displaced. This is supported by improved seeds plus extension. The ladies, they didn't find the market. They were processing it. This is drying the onion. This is improved seeds now. It's available in Khashm al-Girba for the New Halfa scheme. So if you just forget about what's happening there, just concern on the 5 states, the safe states, starting the eastern states plus the northern and the River Nile. I just this is a rough calculation. In total, about 111 million acres. By times 1 ton, could feed 70 million people if the cereal sole source of energy. This is not imaginary. I will give you just example. This one. This is Mercy Corp and Sasas. They just provided this family with $45. They doubled the yield from 5 packs to 9, improved the nutrition because the extension role was to mix legumes with sorghum as a fertilizer, and the same thing at the same time, the surplus she sold it and she bought bricks to have a new room. So this is an example how to think positively. And this is all the cooperation of the private sector, the international NGOs, and even the national NGOs were part of this successful story. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Murtada, for ending on a very positive note. And I hope we all walk out today with this positive outlook that you have. I'll open the floor for questions now. We will limit it to 3 questions maximum. And I hope they're as brief and concise as the presentations. Okay. I see 2 hands over here on this table. And then the third one would be Hala.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Snigdha from Catholic Relief Services. We are implementing Farmers to Farmers project, which is basically currently in East Darfur and Gedaref as well. Just wanted to highlight a few things here that when we talk about private sector engagement, we really need to look at the inclusive private sector engagement, which is what we are doing currently in East Darfur. In addition to reaching out to 7,000 farmers who received seeds and other agricultural inputs last year in the middle of the conflict. Currently, as on today, we have supported about 18 MSMEs, like very small and medium, enterprises, all about the value chains, which are sorghum, groundnuts and millets and livestock. Just wanted to say that in addition to that, we are also promoting about 25 agro entrepreneurs and business to business B2B platforms in both the states. Now, when we talk about the private sector engagement and the value chains, which is currently almost disrupted across the country, as we have seen since morning. I think we really need to reflect on how we bring those local, inclusive private sector players who are probably not even identified at all in our overall private sector scenarios. And that is very important to really push up that sector to bring them up to the larger value chain sectors whenever they will be functioning. And the growth that you projected right now is actually, it's going to be helpful if we all focus on that and bring that perspective to the larger value chain. Just wanted to share that comment, not even a question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is John Murunga. I work with Geopol. We partner with IFPRI on a couple of studies in Sudan. One question, but it has a part A and B. To Amel, you in your presentation, you did talk about a lot of the work that private sector is going to, the role private sector we're going to play. My question was, which sections of the private sector, in your view, do you think would be instrumental in shaping up the new Sudan moving forward? And then my second part B of question one is to Robert. You talked about some of the work that you're doing with lenders, offering cash programs to people who are in businesses. I was just curious, because of the challenging situation that is Sudan, what are some of the best practices that you have employed to make sure that there's accountability across that value chain and follow through and making sure that whatever money is being given across, given the turmoil situation, is actually being utilized properly and you're able to track that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting discussion and very positive and also other realistic points raised by the panelists. My question is to Abu Bakr from Sharik Foundation. So, I mean, given the fact that it's a relatively young foundation that started operating before the conflict, and my question is something you might have alluded to if you had more time, but essentially, how have the entirety of the Sharik structure shifted its operations following the conflict? Particularly, you mentioned Sharik cooperatives, Taonia. So we're just curious if you could tell us a bit more about the role it has played in alleviating the consequences of this crisis. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Amal, Robert, and Abu Bakr, you had direct questions, so I'll give you 3 minutes each to answer them. And then if you have time, we will give opportunity to the other panelists. Thank you. Yeah.
I think how Geo can help the private sector is by, most importantly, the institution reform, because this would be the most important stakeholder with the private sector moving forward, building a new Sudan. Assessment of the impact of the internally displaced people. Why I'm saying that is because the transfer of skills that are existing from the people that lived in Khartoum versus previously we had a major gap in know-how with residents of the upcountry states that we've been talking about. So it was quite difficult to recruit people. Now that these people have moved and relocated, does that have an impact? That would be interesting to know. And then obviously, having said that, we also lost a lot of the human capital to outside Sudan. Will that change if there is any sort of development models that are going to be built around, assuming that Khartoum lesson is learned and the concentration of the industry is not there anymore? Are people willing to live outside Khartoum? Because it seems from initial results that even if it was built, they're not interested to go back. So how are we going to solve this problem fast?
Great, thank you much. So I think the question was on accountability around cash transfers. So just to clarify, these are humanitarian cash transfers at the household level. And obviously there's quite a robust selection criteria for those people who receive cash transfers. I suppose part of the point I was trying to make was that our assessment is showing that by and large markets are still functioning, and that cash transfers help support some of that market functionality in terms of shops, traders, and then flow down to the farmers as well. So that, you know, our humanitarian interventions are supporting our interventions in terms of the agricultural projects that we're also having ongoing as well. Obviously, we have lots of monitoring of the cash distribution, post-distribution monitoring, and so forth. And in terms of the microfinance institution I mentioned, so we've been working quite a lot with IFPRI to do the cash transfers. So the feedback from them is that this has been really important for them to have access to liquidity. Again, they normally got their liquidity before the crisis from the markets within Sudan, but that's all dried up because of the situation there. So providing humanitarian cash transfers has allowed them to recharge. Obviously, they have like a small service fee they charge to us, but it allows them to rebuild the liquidity then, which they can then lend out again. And we've been able to do this in quite challenging areas. For example, in El Obeid in North Kordofan, despite the conflict there, the local branch of IFPRI was able to do cash transfers and again help provide that liquidity on the ground, which then they can lend out again to small farmers and so forth. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. How did Sharik Foundation respond to the war and change its strategy? 2 weeks after the war started, we received a policy recommendation from Sharik Knowledge Hub to establish a new unit within the Sharik Foundation ecosystem, and it's called the Food System Unit. So it's a program that is 11 months old right now. We've been implementing it ever since early May last year. And the program divided the network into 2 sections. The immediate response, which out of the 5,000 community enablers, majority of them are still in Sudan, and they were deployed into the central kitchens across Sudan. And a small portion of the people of the workforce were allocated to develop the model of the food system unit. And we've been working on this 11 months now. Currently in Sudan, we're piloting. For example, one of the things that we're piloting is the fintech solution that bypasses Central Bank of Sudan, bypasses EBS, bypasses the telecom blackouts, so we can exchange value and buy and sell. We are piloting in Kassala what we call the shared production spaces. It's also a policy recommendation from Sharik Knowledge Hub. It's a model that is its name says shared production spaces. It tries to absorb the surplus of production in the rural areas that usually went to the central cities in Sudan where the agro-processing infrastructure were available. Currently, we don't have that. So it tried to absorb the surplus production and create income-generating activities and jobs to the refugees in the rural areas and connect the private sector to avail the tools, be it solar panels, be it different tools that are used to add value to the rural areas production. Okay. We're also working streamlining the technology value chain, linking research centers with engineers and technicians, and especially technician centers. For example, one of the models is developing and manufacturing irrigation models that are cheap, that do not require electricity or energy. We call it the ramp up, which uses the engineering concept called water hammer. And currently we're deploying, I think, 20 units testing in Gadaref state, where we can elevate the water for 5 meters without electricity, without fuel. And this is the modalities that we implement in Sharik Foundation. We try to collect and connect value chains, be it technology, be it food system, be it health system, defining the roles between the different actors and creating multi-level partnerships that preserve the rights and responsibilities of each role. Thank you.
Thank you, Abu Bakr, and thank you everyone for the answers. I know we have a question from USAID colleagues. Is it written? Is it online? Okay, so maybe, yeah, you can read.
So the question says, how can the cash program support an evolving inflation in food prices? To Robert. Yeah. Oh, let me repeat the question. It says, how can the cash program support an evolving inflation in food prices?
So yeah, we do a lot of price monitoring before we do any cash distribution in terms of humanitarian cash assistance. So again, we try to pitch the cash intervention based on the minimum expenditure basket. So in Sudan, there's like a quite well-established minimum expenditure basket that we provide in terms of the transfer value. But we do some market assessments before to make sure that there is food available in the market and it's affordable. As I said, yeah, we do that sort of careful analysis before we do it. So we make sure that we're not increasing prices and pushing up the inflation of basic food goods and so forth. And generally, in terms of like a conflict sensitivity, most of our cash assistance is focused on newly displaced households, but we also ensure that we include vulnerable host communities as well, so that they are also able to access markets and buy food as well. And so yeah, very briefly on in terms of our approach.
Thank you. Want to add something?
1 minute.
30 seconds.
Okay. I just want to say something about everyone keeps saying that when the war ends. I don't think the war is going to end anytime soon. It's going to be 3 to 5, 6 years. And I think the shortest way to end the war is to reduce the number of soldiers by availing different economic opportunities. If we want peace, we need to invest, collaborate, and sharik, the word is in Arabic, it's a call for participation. We need to participate in collaborative models to avail different and competing economic models to being a soldier. That's the shortest route towards peace.
Thank you, Becky, on ending on that note. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And apologies for cutting you short. Nevertheless, it was very interesting. Thank you.
This being the last panel, we can give them the best applause you can do today. Yeah. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you. This is the last time also you're seeing me standing here today to speak to you. I think we've done a lot of speaking, and thank you so much. And now we have the last 2 people to send us off and give us. Sorry, please don't mute me. I'm finishing. Yeah, so it's been a day full of informative discussions, full of informative presentations, but also renewed commitment to collaborative research and analysis, and also interventions to address the crisis in Sudan. I've learned a lot. I'm leaving here a better person, and also forge new networks and partnership. And I believe there is a lot that is coming from out of this engagement. Allow me now to invite 2 distinguished persons to close this meeting. And one of them, of course, is Thair Sheikh Schrader, who is the UNDP Sudan Country Resident Coordinator, representative, and Khalid Siddiq, who is the Sudan Strategy Support Program. Both of you, please come over and you will give your closing remarks. So I guess, Thair, you go first. And
I'll go first.
Oh,
Khalid?
Yeah.
I'll go first, huh? Good afternoon, colleagues. I think this is the hardest job of the day. I mean, making closing remarks for people, a group of people who are dying to get out, and some of you maybe mentally is already out. But we will, as one of our colleagues said, that we will make it short and sweet. And my closing remarks, to be honest with you, would be around reminding ourselves to answer the question of why did we make this conference? Because obviously we are all eager to know the big picture. I think such events, such gathering is the best way of shedding the light on Sudan, which we all agreed that it is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, crisis in the world. However, it is not really getting the attention that this catastrophe deserves. And having the bigger picture is very important. I think reporting on the number of IDPs, the amount of needs, the food insecurity with more than 16 million people, all of that, I think, generates stories that can generate sympathy. However, having the bigger picture, having the socioeconomic impact of the war is what can generate messages for our advocacy more than the sympathy. Because with this kind of research conventions and sharing all of these diversified, useful information about the impact of the war on the country, on the economy, on the surrounding countries even, is what would create messages for the solutions that we want to propose. And I hope through the day we manage to create lots of messages that we can advocate for. And this would be like my first point. My second point is regarding the nexus. Obviously, we all agree that we should really work on the humanitarian peace and development. And obviously, our humanitarian response is not enough. We are not responding to all of the needs from a humanitarian perspective. And maybe it is time for us to think that we need to really complement it with recovery, resilience, and also developmental interventions that can complement the humanitarian response, but at the same time, Sudan was not also doing great before the war. So whatever we do in terms of developmental interventions will eventually stay in the country and hopefully carry it on for the future. However, if we all agree on that, does really the funding strategy matches with that? If we really think that this is the way we should go, but do we have a funding strategy by the donors, by the international community that matches with our thinking? And this is the kind of analysis that can make the point, that can make the message to advocate for, that we need to do more. And my last message would be, which it was also inspired by Khalid in the morning with showing us his ugly photo in the morning, but behind it there is a happy story of him managing to escape safely. I was in Khartoum during that time, so I know exactly your feelings, and I have plenty of those ugly photos. But when we were during that long evacuation trip to Port Sudan, with colleagues in the long ride, we were talking about the offices we lost, the assets that we lost, even our personal belongings. When we will come back to Khartoum, we were that naive. But for the Sudanese, it was even beyond that. I mean, they were really talking not about lost offices, assets, personal belongings. They were talking about losing their country, their past, their present, their future. And this is where I believe the Sudanese voice and interaction and all of this is so important. Because for some of us, this can be like a job or a useful job or something that we want to support Sudan with. But for Sudanese, this is a life issue. And their interaction and being part of the solution is crucial, because whatever we're going to propose, whatever we're going to implement, it's not going to work out if the buy-in by the Sudanese is not there. We cannot be the solution. We are part of the solution. Even all of us combined, all of the UN agencies, all of the international organizations working to support Sudan cannot solve the problem. It has to be with the Sudanese. When we were talking about the private sector and the engagement with the private sector, do you think the private sector now is there in Sudan for the profit? I mean, yes, some of them are, but most of them, they are not. I mean, they are really, they want to be part of the assistance. They wanted to help. They are being actually sources of basic essential services. And nobody is talking about their issues, whether it is with the government, with the clearances, with the taxes or whatever. So are we supporting the private sector to really contribute to the issue and the assistance? And when we do so, are we making it as a developmental intervention, or it is really part of the humanitarian response? Look at the telecom sector. When they were impacted, everybody lost contact with their beloved ones. And this is why I think we need to, I mean, during our coming proposals, we need to really make sure that in addition to our research and our analysis and assessments, when we want to propose things, we need to ensure that there are enough consultations, enough buy-in, asking the Sudanese if this is going to work or not, and what would be their contribution to the problem, because we cannot solve it by ourselves. And finally, I mean, before I hand it over to Khalid, his job is going to be even harder than mine, I just wanted to say I really hope that through this conference and through these papers, assessments, and research, that we really understand that none one of us can make it alone. I think my friend Adam from FAO said it, that none of us can really make resilience. It has to be a collaborative effort. And adding to that equation, we have to put the Sudanese in the driving seat of what really also can make them contribute to solving this problem. But I really hope that we will have joint messages, joint programs, and more of those useful papers and assessments that can give us the bigger picture, that can really make a message to advocate for. Really, thank you a lot, especially for our Sudanese colleagues who were participated in this, because we wanted to hear their voice. And of course, I wouldn't forget also our guests online. Thanks a lot.
Well done, Tahir. I think my job is even much easier now because you said it all. I think all what need to be done at the end of. And I think it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Thank you, Oliver. I would like to, first of all, give some information and maybe good news for us all. I think the first thing we should celebrate together is that we managed to get 100 people in this room, and we managed to get the suitable 100 people who are sharing their concern for Sudan and their keenness to help the people of Sudan in this room together for one day. So let's give an applause to ourselves. We have also managed to get many people watching us online, people also keen to hear about Sudan and to follow and support the case of Sudan. I did not get the final numbers, but at sometimes we have 120 viewers. The event is on YouTube and it was also on Zoom. Do you have the numbers? Not important. Anyway, we have many people watching online and we're happy that this event has reached many people, and we make sure that the messages that has been sent here during the day will be packaged nicely and posted online to those who are interested. This will be in our website soon. The other thing that I would like to, so I'd like also to mention that we will put the presentations and videos. Of course, we'll seek the consent of all the speakers on our website. And Chris would also share a link with all the professional photos that he has been taking all the day with all of you. And together with that link, you would also get another link in which you could fill in an evaluation form. That is a few questions about the conference and maybe on helping us how to move forward. I mean, now we managed to bring many suitable people from different institutions here. We presented the research that we have. We executed the program we prepared, but that is not the whole goal of bringing us here. So the idea is that now we are connecting and we are working and we are moving forward with so we have the connection, we have to work together. And now we know each other, we know who is doing what, and we should start working together from now. And partnership and collaboration, I think, are the two words that we have here today from everyone in the room several times. I would like to remind you to take this card with you. I mean, we know that many people in conferences just threw the papers away after the conference, but this is very small. And yes, it has this part, which is about the conference with the barcode. This barcode is important because you can again scan it and go to the website of the conference where you can get the videos and the presentations for your reference anytime in the future, and you can share it with your friends. The other side is a brief description of the IFPRI Sudan strategy program with a small barcode. And you can also scan this one and you get not only the research that we have done, but the research we will be doing all the time. And the data will be collecting there. So I think just don't forget to take this card with you. So now I'd like to come maybe to the easiest last part, which is saying thank you. So I would like to start by thanking you all very much for coming here, sharing the concern with us about the situation in Sudan and willing to assist on it. I would like to particularly start by saying thank you to our donors, USAID team, who were not, maybe some of them are here, but their leadership were unable to make it due to other commitments, urgent commitments that came later. So thank you very much. And I would like to thank our partners, the partners who are closely working with us on this conference. Would like to start by UNDP. Thank you, Tahir and his team. Many of them has traveled to come for this event. And so UNDP is special for us because for all our other partners, USAID, WFP, and others, we met in person in Khartoum and we agreed on plans of working together and we started executing what we have done. With UNDP, we started this partnership online. And yesterday, Oliver was talking to me and he said, I like Tahir, the in-person Tahir, better than the online one. It's the first time to meet them in person, really kind people, at least in person. So we're very glad this partnership is now, starting to produce some outcome, and we are looking forward to more fruitful collaboration in the future. The WFP guys are our, long time and very friendly partners, very effective. Less of the talking, very much of the working and the doing. So we're very happy with our partnership with them, and we'll make sure that this continues and produce fruitful output. It is also very important to say thank you to our speakers and panelists, and I would like you to give them applause. Thank you very much. Many of them traveled, and the moderators. Many of them traveled, yes, traveled to come to this event. So we appreciate that. We know how important this for everybody in Sudan, and we appreciate your travel and your time that you put into this. It is also important to thank our colleagues. So I'd like to thank my colleagues at IFPRI from different offices. Paul and Chris coming from Washington, thank you very much. Alex, who is the head of Ethiopia's program, our sister kind of program, thank you very much. And very much more importantly, our Kenya IFPRI strategy program. The team who was managing all the logistics around us, from the registration up to the handing of microphones and making sure that our flyers and things are printed, and they are the engine behind the success of this conference. So thank you very much. Last but not least, the Sudan IFPRI Sudan team. I can keep you longer if I would like to talk about them, but I'm sure that we should not do that. But a very small team, very effective and productive. Oliver, Hala, and Musab. Thank you very much. Very well done, and we share with you the commitment to make this program effective and successful. And we would like to ensure that to all the people who are here now, we appreciate you coming, and we believe that working with you is very important to us. We hope that we would collaborate, doing things better together. Thank you very much. With this, anything else you would like to close, please? And
I was just saying, if you drove and you parked your car in the premises, go through the reception and validate your ticket so that you are able to drive out without having to struggle and pay. The last word is, Paul, please.
Thanks, Khaled, but I didn't consider those thanking the teams as part of the closing remarks. But since it is the case, I mean, to be honest with you, we have a huge, I mean, like, I am so grateful to have such a team. I mean, of course, we're gonna thank always the speakers, the moderators, the panelists, but really we understand, as you, Khaled, like how much of efforts our teams invested in this, starting from our regional hub in Amman, Vito and his team, who are, most of them did not come actually. Our colleagues from ESQA, Yusuf Shaitani, which it is, and of course our country office team, Karen, Luve, Slobo, we have even Arvind, who is also in Surge with us, but Abdul Latif, and most of the team who really worked also on this could not really come because of travel arrangements or visas or something like that. But I really thank mostly actually the participants who really were interested to come, I mean, to know more about what we are doing and the bigger picture of Sudan. And I really appreciate that how everybody managed to go through such a long day with such too much information to digest. And hopefully this is going to be the beginning of future events, not the last one. Thanks a lot again.
Yeah, I guess there's some more coffee. You can have coffee as we say bye-bye. And we managed to finish. We saved 1 minute. We saved 1 minute.